driver.
And Nick, just to interrupt you for a moment, the first of our aerial displays just coming to an end as the lead parachutist from the Red Devils arrives spot on their mark, as they are wont to do, dropping in literally as well as metaphorically into Silverstone. And if you keep your eyes skyward, ladies and gentlemen, you will see in about 10 minutes time, a little bit more, the Aerostars, Europe's largest civilian air display team, their slew of Yak 50 single-seat aerobatic aircraft, 360 horsepower, powered by an unusual 9-cylinder Vednedev radial engine.
That is unusual, and easy to use as well.
Yes, Vednedev.
I'm down with the car that's in many pieces at the moment, which is the JRM HPD. They're even topping up the brake fluid with David Brabham. Brabs, problems, or just ran out of time to work it in the garage?
A few little issues, but we're under control now, which is good. Warm-up, we had an oil leaks, which we had to sort out. And then Pete had a little bit of an issue with the brakes. So we've just double-checked everything, found something, and now we're good to go.
So you are at the back of the petrol class, but not in a 6-hour race, not particularly a major issue?
No, not really. I mean, if you look at the times, they're still pretty close. And, we're trying some different things this weekend and to build our knowledge base for the future. And to see that we're actually not that far away with what we're doing is very encouraging.
They wish best of luck, and the car is now going back together again, John.
Which is very good news. There's nothing worse than having a car in bits on the grid. Again, people joining us all the time, so let me welcome again, whether you're here at the circuit or part of the wider motorsport community, tuning in via streaming video or audio, or here on 87.7 FM. Welcome to round number 4 of the World Endurance Championship, as we have the best of the world's endurance racing teams and drivers coming to Silverstone. The Spirit of Le Mans comes to central UK, and the home of British motorsport once again playing host to these cars for the only time this season. Your chance to see the Le Mans winning lineup here at Silverstone. And what a fabulous sight that grid is at the moment. Last instructions being given from team managers to starting drivers. Please get round the first lap without doing too much damage, I think will be part of that. We have just over 4 minutes before we get into some more of the formalities. And Nick Damon can give us a quick interview before that.
I can. More importantly, I've rescued myself by finding the person I was looking for, and I was very worried at one point there, John, that we were completely off schedule.
It's all right. No. I've got the minute by minute here.
Oh, that's all right then. It's interesting. I've meandered well down the grid in a look, and I've never seen a Silverstone grid this busy.
It looks great.
It is an absolutely fantastic.
And I'll tell you as well,
Nick. And the
Nick,
grandstand, blimey, this is like this is nothing like I've seen outside of Le Mans, really, I think. And I have an interview for you now, if I've filled for a second there.
Yes.
And I have probably my favourite French racing driver. It's Olivier Pla. Olivier, a little bit further back than you want on the grid.
Yes, but it was a bit of strange qualifying yesterday. We've been working a lot for the race, and the warm-up this morning was okay. So let's hope we are in good shape.
I mean, it's an interesting situation because obviously you sharing the car with Mathieu, but also Jacques Nicolet, and it gives you an interesting difference in how you approach the race, because Jacques obviously is a proper gentleman driver, whereas obviously some of the other third drivers are actually young racing drivers, aren't they?
Yeah, no, for sure. He's a real gentleman driver. But at the end, I don't think he changed a lot of things.
And just looking ahead, how excited are you by the new P1 project, which Oak Racing are entering into with Honda to the end of the year?
I think it's very good. It's very good for the team. I think it's a very strong engine. So looking to see this for the two last race, and we'll see what's happened next year.
Thanks, Olivier. Of course, Olivier, one of the many drivers on here who had some sort of Peugeot contract until it stopped happening in February.
Just about everybody has been rehomed, though, haven't they? At least partially.
They've
all
once, yes. Frank Montani only got one run, didn't he?
A couple of runs, actually.
And Marino's managed to get a second gig after the the Delta Wing, hasn't he now?
Nissan Delta Wing, yeah. He's driving for PR1 Matheson in the...
Have we got time for a quick one before the anthem?
You have 2 minutes.
Just want to talk to Jordan Tresson, who I bumped into, because of course it's a big weekend here for the PlayStation Nissan GT Academy, which you come from, and of course you're running in the Signature car because we crowned a new champion yesterday. Do you know anything about the new? I think it's Belgian, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. The new winner of the GT Academy is from Belgium. It's a good guy. I met him during this week, and he is pretty quick on the track.
Now, you won a couple of years ago, and suddenly, you're sitting on the grid here. I mean, could you imagine, as you were running around Silverstone in a small car, that you'd end up racing in a 6-hour race a couple of years later?
Yeah, it's really amazing. You know, 2 years ago I was only playing in my sofa, and here I'm racing in Silverstone in LMP2, where the field is absolutely very strong. So it's really nice. Silverstone is a very nice track also, especially in a P2 car with fast corners like Maggots, Beckett's. It's really enjoyable.
Now, we always like to pick out little rivalries. I guess your biggest rival surely must be Lucas Ordonez then, because the other man from the PlayStation GT Academy.
Yeah, but we're not competing in the same championship as Lucas. So, but of course on this race he is a tough concurrent. But on Paul also. But well, I think we can have a good race. I think we have a good setup and a good team. So I'm sure we can do well during this race.
Jordan, thank you very much.
And well done to Wolfgang Ripe from Belgium, the 25-year-old student who not only won the race that we covered yesterday, but has been crowned the Nissan GT Academy with PlayStation Champion 2012. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UK's only round of the FIA World Endurance Championship for 2012. The Spirit of Le Mans has arrived in the UK. The grid looks fantastic. I would ask you, please, to pay attention to what I've got to say now. Would you please be upstanding and remove any headgear for the national anthem of the United Kingdom? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Beautifully observed. The national anthem that we've heard splendidly throughout this Olympic and Golden Jubilee summer of celebrations for the United Kingdom, and bringing world-class motor racing, world-class endurance racing back to Silverstone here is a real pleasure. We will be clearing the grid in just a few moments' time indeed. If we could begin now, if you are not involved with starting the cars, to clear the grid now, please. Our thanks to our VIPs and everyone down on the grid. Please, if you could begin to clear the grid now. Let's get back down to Nick Damon, who's taking in the atmosphere.
I'm actually further back. I'm in the GT class, which often I kind of miss out because I get stuck at the front, because I came down to look around. And this is a very shiny class. I'm going to ask for a man who's been on the Silverstone grid many, many times, and it's Giancarlo Fisichella. Giancarlo, do you get the same excitement before a GT race you used to get before an F1 race at Silverstone?
It's obviously a different kind of races. This is a long distance race, but I enjoy the championship. I enjoy the atmosphere here, the spirit of the race, and I like it, especially when you got a winning car. It's much nicer. So I'm looking forward for this race. We are quite competitive. Let's see what happens.
The big advantage, it seems, that the Ferrari has is it's much more fuel efficient. How can you use that to your best advantage?
Well, we just need to keep the car on the ground, keep a good pace, and we will try to do one stop less than other people, because we have a very good fuel consumption compared to the other manufacturers. So we got a good chance.
Giancarlo, thank you very much. And I'm going to nip across, if I can, to someone who I think would want to beat them, certainly in the race, but not necessarily with the championship. It's the JMW Ferrari and young Johnny Cocker. Happy birthday for Friday, Johnny, and obviously your teammate on Saturday. So you need to celebrate on Sunday with a win, then.
Yeah, I think that's the plan, really. No, it's been a fantastic weekend. Obviously, massive congratulations to the team on the qualifying position, and everybody did a great job. James did a really great lap, and we barely missed out on pole, but it's great to be here. It was a very late decision to be here, but it's obviously fantastic to be up against the best drivers and cars in the world and teams, and yeah, just looking forward to the result. I think we've got a really strong car. We know what we need to do, so we're just going to get our heads down, really.
Now, the interesting thing, really, of your car compared to the other 458 is the Dunlop tyres. Yeah, you've got a comparison at Le Mans. Where do you feel they are in longevity and speed compared to the Michelin?
I think as far as we've seen this weekend, we're very, very comparable. I mean, I think in all the practice sessions we've seen that, and then any longer runs that we've done as well. It's very difficult to know, obviously, until you actually get to the race, full tanks, new tyres, and a full stint. But as far as we can predict, I think we're looking good.
Best of luck. Thanks, Johnny.
Look skyward, ladies and gentlemen, and you will see Aerostars, Europe's largest civilian display team. They are not military-trained pilots, and they're flying very, very close together indeed in the Russian-built Yak-50 single-seat specialist aerobatic aircraft. In the Diamond 4 formation above us at the moment, the aircraft with 360 horsepower being generated by a supercharged Vednev radial engine with 9 cylinders. And I want to be beside one of those when it is fired up on a cool, crisp morning in that sort of mistiness of an airfield somewhere over at Sywell or somewhere like that. There is nothing like the sound of a radial engine in the morning, except perhaps somewhere nearing 20,000 horsepower, which is approximately what we have on the grid, and that's before you take into account the hybrid power with the Audi and the Toyota at the front of the field. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, can we ask you to clear the grid, please? If you are not team members directly involved in starting the cars, please clear the grid, as we are now less than 15 minutes away from the 4th round of the World Endurance Championship, which is led by Alan McNish and Tom Christensen on 77 points. And they will be hoping to extend their lead here this weekend. Their car starts in 2nd position on the grid. And here's how they will set off, with Andre Lotterer in the number 1 Audi Sport Team Yost e-tron Quattro. Alongside them, their teammates, Tom Christensen in the Audi R18 Ultra, the diesel-only car. Behind them, Alex Wirtz, the tall Austrian, will be starting the TSO 30 Toyota Racing petrol engine with the supercapacitor hybrid. Oh, and all kinds of running around on the grid at the moment. Then it's Straka Racing, 3rd position in the points at the moment. Some, 30 points behind Rebellion, who lead the LMP1 Privateer Points Cup on 87 points. And they are represented on row number 3 with Neil Yarney starting the 12 car and Andrea Beliki starting the 13. JRM will start on the inside of number 4 with their HPD chassis and Honda power. Peter Dumbrek starting that car, and for company he has Greaves Motorsport, the pole-sitting P2 car of Alex Brundle in the 42. Quick final interview, I think, from Nick Damon down on the pit lane.
Yes, just grabbing a quick word with Nico Prost. First of all, you got a very just married logo on your car.
Yeah, I got married last week. That's why the guys had a nice thing for me. It's pretty cool.
Congratulations from, I think, everybody here.
Yeah.
But now, of course, you have the serious business of racing, and I assume your target is that 21 car just over there.
Well, yeah, obviously it's the petrol privateer fight. We aim for 4th place, and then we see what happens with the factory cars. So we'll see. We just need a constant, strong race like we've had in Le Mans, and we'll see the result at the end.
How tricky is it getting past slower cars here? Because we've seen a few coming together at different parts of the track as well.
Well, obviously, you know, the difference, the speed difference between us and the GTs in the Becketts and the quick corners is quite high, and to overtake there is a bit of a risk. So yeah, we're not so many cars, but still going to be tricky with traffic. But we know it's part of these races, and it's the same all the time.
Nico, thank you very much, and let's hope everyone has a clean race.
Final call, ladies and gentlemen. Can you please clear the grid? Thanks to Nick Damon for the moment. We'll rejoin him when the pit stops start around about 45 to 48 minutes into the race for the front runners, perhaps a little bit sooner for the first of the stops. We were running through the grid for you and got onto row number 4. Row 5, deep into the P2 field for Stefan Sarazan and the Starworks Motorsport 44 car, with John Martin in the ADR Delta number 25 for company. On the inside of row 6, Nick Manassian will start the Jota number 38. Nick now has lived more time in the UK than he has in France, he was telling me not so very long ago. Our favourite Frenchman then, starting the 38 car from Murphy Prototypes, Brendan Hartley, the row number 6 outside starter in the 48 car. Row number 7 on the inside, Signatech Nissan. Franck Mayer has Pecom Racing's Pierre Caffer, the 49 car for company. And on row number 8, it's Oak Racing, Bertrand Baguette in the 35 car on the inside, and Status Grand Prix on the outside. Now, I say inside and outside. Pole position, of course, is on the racing line, so closest to you if you're in the start line grandstand. Behind those two, it is Greaves Motorsport 41 in the shape of Elton Julian in the inside of row 9, and Mathieu Lehay will start the 24 Oak Racing P2 car. Pierre Rags at the wheel of the Signatech Nissan, the G4 sponsored car, on the inside of row 10, with the Lotus of Thomas Holzer, the Lola Coupe, the 31 car, in 20th position. 21st inside of row number 11, the 29 Fabien Girard driven Gulf Racing Middle East, and then the first of the GTE cars, the GTE Pro pole sitter, Ricard Leitz, in the newly released power version, if you like, and aero version of the 77 Team Felbermayr Proton, and the Porsche 911 RSR getting some performance breaks in the middle of the season, much like they have already in the American Le Mans series. Slightly better aero and a bigger restrictor being used to good effect, although in fairness, Ricard Leitz had very difficult conditions in a drying session yesterday and laid down at the very last moment of the 20 minutes session a fantastic lap to put that car on pole and just pip James Walker, who will start the 66 GMW Motorsport Ferrari, the Dunlop shod car, literally at the last gasp. And James spun, in fact, trying to wrest the pole back from the Felbermayr Proton team. He's on the inside of row number 12, and Jimmy Bruni is on the outside of that row in the 3rd position GTE Pro car, the 51 AF Corsa. The inside of row 13 is occupied by the AM pole sitter in the shape of the fastest Aston Martin, Stuart Hall. Fast bowler and batsman extraordinaire, but here doing his day job. Back in Aston Martin racing overalls in the 98 V8 Vantage, taking pole position from Paolo Roberti in the AM version of Felbermayr Proton's Porsche, the 88 car. Then the rest of the grid is made up by Aston Martin number 97 with Darren Turner in the driver's seat. He's on the inside of 14. 71 AF Corsa Ferrari of Andrea Bertolini. In row 15, Marco Ciocci will start the AF Corsa Waltrip 61 Ferrari with Michele Rugolo in the bright green Krone Racing 57 Ferrari alongside him. Last two rows, Johnny Adam knows Silverstone very well. 99 Aston Martin Racing Vantage. Labra competition, Fernando Reis, the first of the Corvettes. JWA Avila, Marcus Paltala is on the inside of row 17 and making up the grid, starting in the outside of 17 will be the 70 of Christophe Bourret for Labra competition. And you may just have heard there the voice of our race director saying the 3-minute board is on the grid. Final call, if you have not already, to clear the grid, ladies and gentlemen, as we close in on the last few moments of preparation, the concentration building within the drivers' minds, helmets being strapped on, drivers strapped into the cars. Doors open on the coupe at the moment. Tom Christensen outside of the front row looking very cool and giving us a thumbs up there as we wait for the 3-minute board. And the call to start engines, just about a minute away from that, as the air displayer has now cleared the airspace, although I think we've still got one or two of the parachutists dropping down into their area. In fact, I think that might have been a little bit earlier on the screens, if you can see that now. Ladies and gentlemen, stand by for action. The Spirit of Le Mans comes to Great Britain for the FIA World Endurance Championship. Round number 4, the grid girls have been asked to leave the grid. Only the team members who are involved in starting almost 20,000 horsepower of thoroughbred racing machinery are still there. On the grid at the moment with Bernard Cottrell, one of our race officials, is Tim Bailey and Etienne Stott, ready to wave the green flag. And for those of you on the start-finish straight, please put your hands together for 2 of our golden generation of athletes, Etienne Stott and Tim Bailey, ladies and gentlemen, with the green flag.
3-minute board, 3-minute board on the grid. Please start clearing the grid. 3-minute board on the grid.
Our race director piped through to us with 3 minutes to go. I have got the same kind of goosebumps that I have at the start of the 24 Hours of Le Mans as the Audi S5 pace cars roll off, at least 2 of them. It is a 2 safety car track here at Silverstone, so we will see them being deployed in pairs should we need a full course caution. They are pace cars at the moment. As soon as we go green, they will become safety cars, of course, as the track looks pretty clear and dry. It was very damp this morning, and that caused some problems. Just looking down onto the grid to see if anyone that I can see is looking in any way, shape or form perturbed. It is the calm before the storm. At the head of the grid, the Audi Sport Team Yost number 1 of Andre Lotterer. Andre still with the door open. His final thoughts before he's shut in. Alex Wirtz being spoken to by his team, just doing his radio check. The Toyota had 1 or 2 little electrical gremlins earlier on in the weekend. Tom Christensen outside of the front row. How is the heartbeat for all of these drivers? Are they cool, calm and collected, or do they still get butterflies as we are trackside? Now, with 5 minutes to go, I get the honour of saying, drivers, start your engines! And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our grid of 35 of the world's best. The 30-second board is up. And the green flag is readied before the 4th round of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Stand by for action, ladies and gentlemen. Anything can happen, not just in the next half hour, but in the next 6 hours. It's Silverstone. It's the 4th round of the FIA World Endurance Championship. As ACO Rules Racing, Le Mans Rules Racing is back at the very highest level of international competition, and we have it here in the UK. Andre Lotterer leading round the fields of 35 of the world's best, to a green flag that will be waved by Tim Bailey and Etienne Stott, the gold medalists for Team GP in Canoe Slalom C2. Alexander Wirtz and Johnny Kane, 7 and 21 in the second row of the grid. Rebellion Racing, 12 and 13. Neil Yarney and Andrea Bellicchi on row 3. And behind them, it's Peter Dumbreck and for Greaves Motorsport, Alex Brundle. And out at Beckett, seeing the cars coming round for the first time, and I'm sure revelling in this atmosphere, it's Paul Truswell.
Yes, superb conditions. The sun just breaking through, lots of cloud cover around, but it's looking set for a dry race as the cars exit from Copse Corner and start heading down in towards the Beckett's S's on this formation lap. At the head of the field, Andre Lotterer in the hybrid Audi, weaving from side to side. The predominantly white car ahead of the predominantly black and grey car, which has Tom Christensen, the number 2 Audi R18 Ultra. And then the it's a slightly chunkier looking car, isn't it, the Toyota? A much more solid looking car somehow, the number 7 car of Alexander Wirtz there, who's got Johnny Kane with the HPD, the Union flag high on its fin, looking very good indeed. And it was very clear when we were listening to Johnny Kane earlier on, wasn't it, John?
Yes, indeed.
That Johnny Kane is out there for a good result, not just wanting to beat the other HPD, he wants to be the best of the privateers.
Eduardo Freitas calling for the teams to line up side by side. One of the great innovations that we have with the World Endurance Championship is we get to hear the race director, and therefore you get to hear exactly what Eduardo is telling the teams in contact over radio and also by messaging system. And the whole field is on the hanger straight. Pit lane has been closed. One car that's missing from the 35 out on the circuit is the Lotus number 32 sitting in the pit lane, and that will therefore start after the first completion of the first flying lap. The safety car has pulled, the pace car has pulled off and now becomes the safety car as we're into the final section of the circuit. It looks pretty good. Eduardo Freitas is happy. I'm ecstatic. The revs rising as we have 20,000 horsepower heading to the green flag at Silverstone for the 4th round of the FIA World Endurance Championship. The Audi's holding up the field a little as they come to the line, and we are racing with 5 hours and 55 minutes to go, and through goes Alex Wirtz into second place. The Stracker has been spun around by one of the Greaves cars. I think that was the 42 machine that got into the side of the 21. But the big news is at the front of the field, it was the fantastic start from the hybrid power of the Toyota, able to use the energy from much lower down in the speed range, of course, as all of the cars are weaving down the Wellington Straight, trying to clean up the tyres. And other than that slight coming together on the line,
Peter Dumbreck going through very near the back of the field, just 3 cars behind him there in the JRM HPD. John,
yes, my
22.
apologies. It was the JRM that got pushed around by the Greaves car, not the Stracker. I've just caused Ventus and everybody down there to have a heart attack.
Well, but everybody else was taking a lot of avoiding action. Coming into Village Corner, that right-hander, lots of people taking to the outside, the left-hand side of the circuit in order to stay safe. That wasn't a matter of taking advantage. That was just staying out of trouble. As the leaders come through the Beckett's S's for the first time, with in the lead Andre Lotterer trying to make good his escape, but Alexander Wirtz is certainly going very rapidly indeed in second place, charging along there. Tom Christensen, wise old fox that he is, knows it's a 6-hour race and isn't necessarily going to be won on the first 3 corners, but he's going to be there very close indeed as they head down the hanger straight for the first time, John.
Yes, and the first 3 are split up just a little bit. Pretty clean start for everybody concerned. As we go on board with Peter Dumbreck as he comes into the braking area at Stone. He's got one of the AF Corsa Ferraris ahead of him. That's how far back through the field that little whoopsie at the start has how much real estate it's cost him. He's coming through the GTE Amfield, in fact, at the moment, but there seems to be little or no damage to that car. It was the typical first lap incident. Get a chance to see that again on the replay now. The 2 Audis at the front of the field, very slow across the line, and Alex Wirtz following the inside of the two Audis through into second position, but all the action was behind. And, well, I wonder if Peter spun on his own and the Greaves car just had to take avoiding action, and that's what I'm going to say, having seen the benefit of the replay now. So apologies to Greaves as well. Is that my compliment of mistakes already? And we're only 1.5 laps into this race through the old start-finish line. And it is Andre Lotterer leading from Alex Wurz. Paul.
Dumbreck up to 19th place in the JRM HPD, so he's making amends and gradually getting back on terms. It's Audi, Toyota, Audi, first, second and third. Best of the rest is the Rebellion Lola, number 12. Then the Stracker car, which has the other Rebellion Lola right behind it, number 13. Then there's a bit of a gap before we get the best of the rest. Currently, which is fastest of the LMP2 cars, Stefan Sarazan behind the wheel of the Starworks HPD with the Venezuelan flag on its fin. But up at the top, Lotterer, Wurz and Christensen, they're giving each other racing room at the moment. They're just going fast. They're not trying to overtake each other, John.
In P2, been a big change around as Stefan Sarazan has got to the front of the field in the 44. In that, I suppose, in the Schmozzle that went on behind the leading cars, it is Stefan Sarazan from Nick Manassian, from John Martin, from Frank Mayer, 44, 38, 25 and 23. So the leading car, that must have been Alex Brundle who had to take the avoiding action. He's dropped all the way down to 19th position.
Alex Brundle was one of the cars that went right to the left as they went into Village Corner on the first lap, John, beyond the limits of the circuit. But
yeah, he was avoiding the spinning Dumbreck. That was right. That was the car that we saw in the GTE categories. Ricard Leitz from Paul Leeds, Jimmy Bruni from James Walker. So those two have swapped around, but Leeds still leads in Stuart Hall from Paul Leeds, Ciocci, who's up one place ahead of Paolo Roberti. So 98, 61 and 88 in 77, 51 and 66 in Pro. There is Ricard Leitz in the blue car that we're watching on the screen at the loop with you now, Paul.
Yes, and James Rossiter has joined in now in the Lotus number 32, the car that you said started from the pit lane. He didn't come out straight away, but he has now joined in on the third lap of the race, so he's going to have a long afternoon ahead of him. Leaders going through the Beckett's S's on their third lap, still with Lotterer 2 seconds ahead of Alexander Wurz in the Toyota, Tom Christensen a further 2 seconds behind in the Audi R18 Ultra, the non-hybrid car.
So watching the battle for third position between Aston Martin Racing number 97 with Darren Turner on board. He's looking at the black and yellow hind quarters as they go across the old start-finish line and into copse of the GMW Ferrari, now heading up the slight incline towards the Maggots-Beckett's complex, and there's barely a GTE car's length between them as they sweep through in this battle for third position. Plenty of curb being taken by Darren, but in fairness, ahead of him, the 66 car, James Walker, is tracing a slightly tighter line between the curbs, now onto the hanger straight, and the Aston Martin seems to have the power over the Ferrari. He's dragging up to the back, pushes out to driver's right. Will Darren get him on the brakes? He may just be able to do that as he turns in and, yes, makes that position. So track limits at turn number 9 being reported to the race director for one of the cars out there. Didn't catch that. Is Copse. So we'll try and find out who that was for you. 99.
99, yeah. The Andrew Howard in the GTE AM Aston.
What a first 7 or 8 minutes, Paul. I'm sort of just about getting my breath. You forget, don't you? I mean, I got all Le Mans emotional almost before the start of, not almost, actually did before the start of the race. Great crowd, great atmosphere, but you don't get the breathing space before the back past you again as you do at Le Mans.
Absolutely. And it was noticeable here. There's been a steady throng of spectators walking past the box. About 5 minutes before, there was no more spectators walking past. They were all stuck in the grandstands. In GT, E, we've got Ricard Leitz leading in the Porsche, but only just ahead of Jimmy Brumi. They're down in the Luffield Loop at the moment, and Leitz is less than a second ahead of Jimmy Bruni in the Ferrari number 51. That's 77 and 51 leading the GTE Pro class.
Into the battle at the head of that GTE Pro category is starting to look very interesting indeed. The blue Felbermeyer car, two-tone blue and black. Bit of yellow on that as well, and the tricolore stripe down the middle of Jimmy Bruni's Ferrari, resplendent in Corsa red. And it looks to me as though Darren Turner is about to join that party in the Aston Martin, having just made that pass for third a couple of laps ago, Paul. He's, I think, just closing in visually. Haven't put the watch on it yet as they go towards Stowe. He's got one of the prototypes P2 cars between him. There's lots of people trying to look stoic in the pit lanes at the moment, watching the same pictures that we are as the battle for the head of GTE Pro heads down the hill into Club, and that's tricky double apex right.
Yes, he's not quite there, is he? Because there's an LMP2 car between him there. So, in fact, I think that is the rejoining James Rossiter car, isn't it?
Correct.
It's the Lotus, which has got itself in between there.
And in fact, he now is going through those two cars.
Yes, he is, isn't he? As they turn through Village Corner, and that might give Jimmy Bruni a chance. The Lotus there on the outside line, and Ricard Leitz tucks in behind. And Jimmy Bruni, to be fair, giving the Porsche a little bit of space. So, yes, as far as the Aston Martin is concerned, Darren Turner has about 100 yards to catch up in order to get on terms with the first and second battle in the GTE class. And look at that, the leaders are already catching up with the back markers. So we're on the 6th lap, and Andre Lotterer has the back end of the Labra Corvette already in his sights. And by the time they get round to you, John, we're already going to have the confusion of Lappery to contend with as well. It's another thing that doesn't happen quite as quickly at Le Mans.
It's not that far away nowadays, though, is it, in fairness? And indeed, as you say it, so we go on board with Andre Lotterer in the number one Audi. And he goes to the right-hand side of the Labra competition Corvette, and then to the left-hand side of the two cars ahead of it, being the Krone Racing Ferrari and the JWA Avelia Porsche, who's made up positions from the back of the grid. And here comes Alex Vert. He wants to try and hold on to the coattails of that leading Audi as they head down into Maggotts and Beckett. And already there's about a 2 or 3 second gap between the leading Audi and the Singleton Toyota. Remember, just the one Toyota here as the leader gets caught, the number 2 Audi rather, of Tom Christensen gets caught up behind Krone Racing and JWA Avelia Porsche. But now on the long hanger straight, the prototype, the thoroughbred, can stretch its legs into Stowe Corner. On board with Rebellion Racing number 12, Neil Yarney in 4th position, leading the privateer battle. And that is a class for a championship, of course, the privateer teams in the FIA World Endurance Championship. So there's a pot for that at the end of the year. Cracking battle going on between the 55 Porsche JWA Avelia car, driven by Marcus Poltella. Behind him, he's got the 57 Krone Racing Green Ferrari of Michele Rugolo, and then Fernando Reis in the first of the Labra competition Corvettes. They're battling for 4th, 5th and 6th in GT Am.
The Lappery well and truly joined there as the leaders going through the loop and picking their way through the tail end GTE AM cars. And I don't know, I get the feeling that the early lap overtaking moves, the early lapping moves are always the hardest in some ways, because the drivers haven't quite got themselves dialed into kind of full endurance mode. They're not used to being overtaken, and the first few overtaking moves you always think, oh, that was a bit close. By the end of the race you kind of take them for granted, but early on they do give you a few intakes of breath. Lotterer coming out of Copse Corner, slicing past the 97 Aston Martin. That's the car that's in 3rd place in GTE Pro. as he heads down the Hangar Straight, still with the Alexander Wurz Toyota in second place. Now that closed in on the previous lap, but it's dropped away again now. It was a second and a half, that gap, at the beginning of the lap, but as they head down Hangar Straight, it's gone out to 3 seconds, and that's just the effect that getting past traffic has.
Yeah, just watching the cars coming through the traffic. We've said this many times before, Paul, but it bears saying again. Passing is obviously a skill, but being passed without losing too much time, particularly when you're in your own battle, just as much of a skill you need to learn. You must have it. Eduardo Freitas basically telling the team, spot for your drivers. You've got TV pictures, you can see where they are on the track. Tell them when the Audis, Toyotas and other prototypes are coming through to give them half a chance of being able to spot what's going on while they're having their own battles, and that's a very smart move by race control.
And the leader, I mean, it's the point where, you know, the leading GT cars are being overtaken by leading prototypes, and that's happening now, going down the Wellington Straight. Tom Christensen moving out of the slipstream of Jimmy Bruni's Ferrari, dodging back into the slipstream of the Porsche, and then popping out again of the Porsche slipstream. Ricard Leitz making space and allowing Christensen through. So
Michele Rugolo, Paul, just having made the pass finally on the JWA Porsche, and has gone. No, he has, but he hasn't crossed the line yet. Rugolo and Reese, in fact, have passed Peltala now, so that's 2 cars now gone ahead of the 55 car. Just saw a replay of that.
I'm expecting Wurz into the pits on lap 27. Christensen and Lotterer probably coming in on lap 28 is my initial projection. We're currently on lap 8. So another 20 laps and we'll be already into refueling. And of course, initially, I would expect, and we'll wait for Nick Damon to tell us anything else, I would expect first pit stops to be purely fuel only.
You'd hope. Particularly as they didn't have to qualify on the tyres they've got on now. That would have been a new set of tyres at the start of the race because tyres were free in the qualifying session. And that's another, if you like, that's another part of the story from yesterday's wet-dry session.
Absolutely right.
Battle at the head of the GTE Pro field. Sorry, Paul. Ricard Leitz has got Jimmy Bruni now loud and proud in the mirrors of his number 77 Porsche. The slightly wider stance of the 997 RSR, betraying the fact that it's a 2012 car. And with a changed rear wing and larger restrictors this weekend. And he's just about holding Bruni off less than 0.3 of a second as they went across the line. They've got traffic now, and as they go down the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands, Darren Turner is inching back to them, but only just. He sort of made a bit of a spurt back towards them, Paul, but hasn't closed up much since then.
He hasn't, no. I just wonder whether he's just looking after the car, making sure that he doesn't overstretch the tyres in the early part of the race when the car is heavy, in order that the car can double stint its tyres. Again, an easy thing to do in the early stages of the race. You think, oh, I've got to push, and then you end up with tyre wear becoming an issue towards the end of a double stint. The Porsche goes into the Beckett's S's at the moment. Johnny Kane slices past the Porsche round the outside. Jimmy Bruni gets taken up on the inside by the Rebellion Lola as they go through the Beckett's S's. Who said you can't overtake in the middle of the Beckett's S's? You go right, you go left. You got one car going to one side, the other car going to the other side. They're both overtaking well-driven, leading GTE cars, remember. I mean, this is not just cars overtaking back markers. Within their class, they are the leaders.
I just saw a quick flash of Boris Said in the pit lane, who I wasn't expecting to see here. Former BMW works driver in the States, the tall fella. Identical twin to Hans Stuck, of course. That was the joke when they were driving together. We were identical twins, just born from different mothers, as they said. This battle at the head of the GTE Pro field, the Felbermeyer Proton and AF Corsa Porsche versus Ferrari. Well, Porsche versus Ferrari normally means decent racing wherever it is in the world, and certainly giving us plenty to look at the moment. At the head of the field, the gap is 2.5 seconds between Lotterer and Wirtz in second. Tom Christensen another 3 seconds further back. Neil Yarney, Johnny Kane and Andrea Bellicchi then are the next three. That's 12, 21 and 13. But separated only by 7 seconds, those three. But at the moment, the closest battle on the circuit is Ferrari in second and Porsche in first, 51 and 77 in the GTE Pro category. We've had already, 17 minutes of racing or thereabouts.
And 23 seconds.
Thank you, Paul. Meantime, on the circuit, the JRM fight back continues with Peter Dumbrek, I think. If I just have a look on the timing and scoring to see where the 22 has got back up to. He's right back up to 7th position, having just gone past Stefan Sarazan.
Yeah, he's half a minute though, so he's back where he should be in terms of P1s.
Yes, he's at the end of the P1s.
He's
yes,
at
good
the
point.
end of the P1s, but he's 30 seconds adrift. So that's how far he's gone back. What has happened, though, let's put a watch on that, is the gap first to second has come down to less than a second, 0.92 as they went past me. What's it at the split when it goes past the split point at the end of Wellington Straight?
Nothing at all.
0.87, so it's gone down from one end of the Wellington Straight to the other. So the Toyota, certainly very rapid in a straight line. Alexander Wirtz, he's got about a third of his tank full of fuel has gone. So he'll be noticing that the load is lightening, and he's using the fact that there's no traffic at the moment to close the gap between himself and Andre Lotterer, John.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Because he has now, and we saw this play out at Le Mans, didn't we? A steady start from the Toyota, and then a couple of hours it was into Le Mans, they upped their pace a little bit, and now right with the leader as they come through.
Yeah.
And there's barely, it's a visual gap now as they come out onto the Hanger Straight and go past the 32 Lotus. And now Andre Lotterer must be able to see the bright headlights of the blue, white and red Denso-sponsored Toyota heading through Stowe Corner and back down towards the start-finish line. They've got a little open track ahead of them. Out of position at start for cars 55, 97 and 99. Overtaking by abusing track limits car 50. We'll keep an eye on that to see if there are any penalties handed out. For those of you just joining us this weekend, the officiating here has been hard but fair, a bit like Leeds United in the 1970s. In the early part of the week, setting out the stall very early as to what the limits of the track is and what will and will not be allowed. And I do actually like that, and I think it's good that it's carried forward into the early part of the race.
Alexander Wirtz now right on the tail of Andre Lotterer as they head down the Wellington Straight again. There's nothing to choose between them at all. It's almost close enough for Wirtz to pop out of the slipstream and have a look as they turn left into Brooklands. Not quite. Possibly if he gets a good run through the Beckett's S's, he'll be able to have a go going down into Stowe Corner.
Meantime, in P2, Bertrand Baguette has moved up through the field. The 35 Morgan is now in the Uck car. Is now into 6th position. It's still Sarazan from John Martin, from Nick Manassian, 44, 29 and 38 at the head of the P2. For side by side, and the lead out, he is held up just for a moment by one of the Uck cars.
Wirtz is in the lead.
And Toyota leads at Silverstone. There was the change, a fantastic piece of opportunist driving by Alexander Wirtz, whose wife Julia is here to watch him race today. Hello, Julia Wirtz. And down the Hanger Straight, can he make this stick now? The answer is yes, he can, as he goes past the number 70 Labra Competition Corvette, being driven at the moment by Christophe Bourret. And immediately, Paul, he's pulled out 3, 4, 5 cars lengths, as now, though, he has to get past the Krone Racing Ferrari, Michele Rugolo in the 57. He has to modify his line coming through the final corner, and as he goes across the line here, he will be scored as the leader as he completes lap number 12. Alex Wirtz leads by almost a second, heading back towards Paul Truswell at Beckett's.
Yeah, great opportunist move there by Alex Wirtz. We use the traffic a little bit. They've got a lot of traffic up ahead of them. By the time they get to the Beckett's S's, there's a big clutch of cars. They're going to start lapping the GTE AM cars for the second time. But I suspect the way he's going, by the time he gets up to them, Alexander Wirtz is going to have established a second and a half of an advantage, maybe 2 seconds of an advantage over Andre Lotterer. Tom Christensen is still there in third place, a further 2 seconds behind Andre Lotterer. Those three half a minute up the road from the best of the rest, which is still the Rebellion Lola, another Toyota powered machine. Neil Yarney's car, number 12.
Just seeing the replay there, Paul, on the screen, and it was actually smart driving by Lotterer. He got caught up behind that prototype. In fact, I think it was one of the Gulf Racing cars that he was, or the Gulf Racing car that he was stuck behind, and he had to come off the throttle. And turn number 9 is Copse Corner, and that was car 23, the Signatech Nissan. Yeah, Lotterer came out of the throttle and had to stay off it. That allowed Alex to go through very close to the back of the prototype. And again, Lotterer gets the worst of the traffic, as one of the Greaves cars this time was in the place that he wanted to be. I mean, it's not deliberate. We're not talking about this being deliberate at all, Paul. This is the ebb and flow of endurance sports car racing and multi-class racing.
It is, that's right. And what we always hear from the drivers is just giving each other a bit of respect, giving each other a bit of room, remembering that it is a 6-hour race, and that you just have to allow for a little bit of a cushion. You can't just barge your way through on the grounds that you're going to lose a tenth. Yes, the race is won and lost by tenths of a second, but it is also won and lost if you finish up in the gravel bed. So what the drivers always ask for is just a little bit of room. Down the Wellington Straight for the 14th time, Alexander Wirtz now leads for the third lap of this stint. And Lotterer and Christensen at the moment are going to have to work out a way where they can use Audi efficiency to beat Toyota speed.
Well, as I said, this is like Le Mans playing out in miniature. The atmosphere was very Le Mans-like before the start of the race. Great crowd in the front straight grandstands here on the new International Pit Straight and down towards the first corner.
Difference being, John, that it took for Toyota 5 hours to get to the lead at Le Mans.
Yes,
they've done it here in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Amazing stuff. And you've got to say, I think I said it when we were watching the cars during morning warm-up at Le Mans, that Toyota just looks purposeful. It looks like a proper racing car. I'm not saying anybody else's doesn't, but there's just something about that car for a returning effort. I think they've done a great job. They weren't expecting to have to be the principal opposition to Audi this year. And again, cars being pulled for, pinged for going off the track at Copse. You know, for those that don't know this, and I accept that there are people here who perhaps don't watch all of the endurance racing that we do, have come to Silverstone maybe indeed just to watch this race being dragged along. We were expecting that Peugeot would provide the major competition for Audi this year with a diesel car and a diesel hybrid car, much the way that Audi has split their effort this year. But a very late decision before the start of the season, so the French firm completely pull out of endurance racing and stop its racing operations as far as endurance is concerned. Just watching Alex Wirtz being very decisive indeed through traffic, as he has to be, because the bright LED lights of the Audi are not too far behind. Toyota, well, this year was meant to be their, not toe in the water year, but certainly a year where they were finding their feet. They weren't expecting to be the principal competition. They've stepped up into that mantle, and actually I think they've done pretty well, Paul.
Absolutely. It was described to me as a test year, and it was largely constrained, as a lot of business activities are, by budget. And it was interesting that whereas Audi saw increasing the budget as being a way of increasing the exposure, Toyota merely the media exposure, Toyota merely saw increasing the budget as being a way of increasing the risk. So keeping it low budget, they said, no, that's the best way for us to learn. But as you say, they've been pushed forward into the limelight like the opera star that has to take over from the principal singer.
Yeah, I know, and that is actually a very, very good analogy.
How often do the sports car racing get compared to opera?
Well, yeah, I mean, the understudy is a very good word. In fact, actually, it's probably even a little worse than that, because I don't think anybody could have predicted it. It was such a sudden decision from Peugeot, and the guys at Toyota run out of Germany, have put together a second car in double quick time for Le Mans. They had their problems. They wrecked a car just before Le Mans and were unable to, in fact, race at all before they went to the 24 hours. That was their first race of the year, meant to debut in Spa, but had a testing accident, put two cars together for Le Mans and performed very well, led the race on pace just before Anthony Davidson had his big accident with Pierre Perezzini. And he, again, we've seen them not have a perfect weekend here, Paul, but some electrical problems on Thursday and Friday, but they've engineered this new rear wing. You'll notice, if you can either see the pictures, particularly from head-on, or if you're here at the circuit, the little box sections on the outside part of the rear wing of the Toyota that aren't there on either of the Audis. The Audi seemingly has a much narrower rear wing. That's because that's how wide the rear wing is allowed to be. What Toyota have found is a loophole in the regulations, a wrinkle, and it says that the rear wheel arches pretty much are free. So they have extended the rear wheel arches up towards the rear wing.
Yeah, I mean, full marks to Toyota for doing that, and especially as the World Endurance Championship moves on to what can be regarded as perhaps more normal circuits. Le Mans, a very low downforce circuit, much more downforce is required at a circuit like Silverstone and will be required for the rest of the season. So we'll see whether or not Toyota is able to continue to hold this advantage. The gap itself has gone up to 5 seconds as Wurz runs very wide there as he exits the loop. He wasn't running off the track quite, but he certainly was running quite wide. Andre Lotterer in second place there, and they're kind of threading their way through the traffic. The traffic kind of comes in clumps. You get a couple of laps which are free, and then another couple of laps where you have to overtake 5 or 10 cars.
Yes, clumping is a technical term we invented a few years ago at Le Mans to describe the inexorable grouping together of cars, no matter how few cars or how big the circuit. It's the law of physics. Cars will get together and drive around in small groups or clumps, hence the clumping term.
Do you know the spectators here are going to be treated to around about 3,000 overtaking moves in this race?
Wow. Well, did you just look at last year to find that?
Yeah, it's quite. I mean, if you would come to a motor race and see some overtaking, don't go to a Grand Prix. Come here, 3,000. Just think about that. 3,000 overtaking moves
in one race.
In this race.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Paul. A raft of information. Half an hour down, 5.5 to go. Alex Wurz leads for Toyota by 6.8 seconds from the #1 pole-sitting Audi of Andre Lotterer. That's the e-tron Quattro. The R18 Ultra, similar-looking machine, but diesel-only powered. Tom Christensen is 4.5 seconds behind his teammate as Alex Wurz puts in the fastest final sector of the race so far, and a 1:44.7 is his reward. Just a couple of ticks of the clock away from the fastest lap that was set on lap #2 by Andre Lotterer, 1:44.5. Leading the privateer category, and it is a class here, is Neil Yarney, Hop Suisse, in the Lola #12. But splitting the two Rebellion Lolas now, Johnny Kane for Straka in the HPD chassis with the Honda engine. And just 1.2 seconds between those two at the moment. On board with Neil Yarney, who is behind the GT Pro car. And I'm looking behind him, and there is the Straka car right behind him. Less than a couple of car lengths behind him. He's got a Ferrari between him. They're down the straight in front of me now. They flash past my window, left to right. Turning into the very, very fast first corner, which needs super commitment, and now back into your vision, the light blue, silver and silver open top car in second position, proudly wearing the Union flag on its fin. That is the best thing to do with fins, car livery designers. The Venezuelan guys at Starworks have done the same. We had Muscle Milk Picket Racing in the States with the Stars and Stripes. That is exactly what honking great fins are for. Put your national flag of the entrant on it.
Yeah.
Love it, love it, love it.
Yes, I think the Gulf Coupe has it as well, doesn't it? The Gulf Racing Middle East has their national flag on the fin as well. So yeah, I encourage that and you know, sort of shades of national racing colours of years gone by. We don't have that these days. But
Paul,
it's nice. Yes.
Toyota are out in the pit lane. Nick Damon is powered by Nissan in the pit lane, and it looks like there's some movement at the far end of the pits, Nick.
Yeah, slightly early, I'd have thought as well. I mean, I don't
Very
know whether
much
they're trying to get off sequence. The cars were thirstier. I know it's usually different fuel, but they were thirstier than the Audis at Le Mans. So we expect them earlier. Picking up on something Paul said a long time ago, I expect the Ultra to run at least a lap longer than the e-tron every single time.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens with the Audis, but I'm expecting the Audis to come in on lap 28. I'd projected for the Toyota to be in on lap 27. Well, he's currently on his 19th lap, is Alexander Wurt, so it's too early by my reckoning for fuel, but he may be deciding, get the fuel in now, you're going to be out of sync at some point during the race, but at least then the pit lane's going to be relatively empty when you come in, so you'll get a fast in, although there is a pit lane speed limit, you'll get a reasonably fast in and possibly a fast out again.
They are definitely waiting for him in the pit lane, Paul. He's got 8 seconds now, and he's lapping consistently a half to 3/4 of a second now, quicker than the chasing Audis. I can't believe that the Yost Audi Sport Team Yost cars are already on a fuel-saving strategy, but you never know. Ralph Juttner and the guys at Audi Sport Team Yost are very clever guys and may feel that the thing is, if you're going to save a stop, you've got to start off with that in your mind in a 6-hour race. You can't decide at 4.5 hours that it would be a good idea to have been a bit more frugal earlier.
No, exactly so. It's, yeah, one is reminded of road driving when you suddenly think, oh, I wish I hadn't gone quite so fast then. I wouldn't have had to.
Yes, when you find out from your sat-nav that the nearest fuel stop is 35 miles away, and all of a sudden when you scroll through your driver information system, you find that you've only got 15 miles worth of fuel.
Something like that.
Then it gets a bit scary.
Wurt's getting a bit held up there, not deliberately held up, but just finding traffic where he didn't need to find it. He's heading down the Wellington Straight. He's still got a useful advantage. He's extended it. It's now very nearly 10 seconds first to second. I wonder if perhaps they didn't fully fuel the car before the start, and they've kind of put him out on a half a tank in order to give him a chance to get into the lead and establish some quick laps. Although he's not gone as fast as Andre Lotterer did very early well, as you said a moment ago, John, on the second lap of the race, the first flying lap of the race.
But they were on new tyres, remember, which is not the normal case.
Yes, that's a fair point, Nick, from the pit lane there, just in the background. The third place Audi, Tom Christensen, has been off the circuit, or at least not respecting the track limits at 13, which is Chapel, really, isn't it? That sort of area, out of Beckerton into Chapel. So that's an interesting place to have been off the circuit.
Yeah, that doesn't strike me as a place where you would go off in order to try and gain an advantage, but yeah, it sounds more like an avoiding action. But as you say, they've been very consistent about it. If you go off the bit between the white lines, then you will be noticed.
Don't forget, you can get in touch with us here at the circuit at Radio Le Mans, all one word. And Eve is looking at that for us, wherever you are in the world. Don't forget radiolemans.com on the forum as well. We've got the live chat going. There's a healthy bunch of sports car and endurance fans there. And they would be happy to see your contribution. Any sign of any more movement? The Toyota guys came out, Nick. I haven't seen them go back. They're still out.
Despite the fact that Alex has been passed twice since then, so that makes it even more curious, because standing about, actually holding the fuel nozzle and sitting in your overalls with your helmet on isn't the most comfortable thing to do, and they've been out now for about 5 minutes.
I'm going to opine something here. He was asked right before the start of the race, and we overheard it on the effects mic from the camera the front of the grid, check your radio. I wonder if they're having a communications issue with him and they're just waiting in case he does dive in, maybe getting half a conversation or can't talk back to him, and he reported a problem and then it's gone quiet about it. Just a thought. Just say it.
His pit board, which is all electrics, is saying box exclamation mark, box exclamation mark.
So they're trying to bring him in.
Trying to bring. Maybe he only got that signal last lap. But he's saying box against Alex's name. It's currently not. They only extend it when the car's going past, of course. So he should be in this time. If not, then your hypothesis may well be correct.
Yeah.
It's a hard place to see as well. He's going fast and you're sweeping in. There's a lot of things you're doing, but at the point where that Toyota pit hut is, I mean, you're doing a lot less where the Audi one is.
Yes, true. Just coming out the corner. Nick Damon down in the pits there. More from him in a little while. Nick Manassian leads P2. No, he doesn't. Nick Manassian is third in P2. Stefan Sarrazin leads P2 for Starworks, ahead of ADR Delta, and that is John Martin. HPD leads Orica, leads Zytec as far as the chassis are concerned, and between them about 18.5 seconds. So the P2 battle yet to explode into life in the way that we saw in qualifying, where there was only 0.7 of a second between the top 7 cars.
One of the questions I think Nick should ask Alexander Wurz when he comes into the pits is how many Gulf Aston Martins there are out there, because every time he comes out of the loop he seems to be behind a Gulf Aston Martin. He gets past another one there. I think he'll probably answer at least 8 as he continues to lead the way on his 22nd lap, so he's not going to be far short of a full tank full of fuel anyway by the time he gets round. As I say, it'll be 22 laps even if he comes in at the end of this one, which is only 5 short of what I was projecting anyway. But as you were saying during qualifying, weren't you, Nick, the pit lane is fairly tight, even though it is on Formula 1 dimensions.
Yeah, it's an interesting point there, because the garages are very, very deep, like so deep you can have a couple of small countries at the back of them. But the actual width of them individually is not much more than a car. Then they have big blank spaces where they have the throughput and various extra entrances for the wing section. So certainly when you have 4 or 5 running together, it was most noticeable around the Aston Martin, but they've got 3 Aston Martins in 3 pits. And I think it's...
Verts in the pit lane.
Okay.
Verts in the pit lane. And Audi number 1 appears to be getting ready to cover as well. In the pit lane, down to the pit lane speed limit, turning hard right. Alex Verts then heads into the pits. Do either of the Audis come in behind? Well, no, the number 1, E-Tron Quattro, will go through, and Andre Lotterer will regain the lead as he comes across the line now and goes down to what, in fact, he hasn't been scored in the lead, because such was the distance that Alex had. He was scored across the line in the pit lane. Now Lotterer's got to get his foot down here as Alex Verts comes to Nick Damon. And
it will be a simple fuel-only stop, 73 litres, I believe, for a hybrid car of petrol going in. This is the petrol hybrid. The windscreen is being cleaned. That's the only thing you're allowed to do. The pit board is being held not in the centre, as is the new rules. The man is standing off to the right with the pit board in front of him. Ignition off, brakes on, pit speed, it says. Door shut, ignition on. Still the fuel going. Now, not sure if I can hear with the background noise whether this is going to go away on milk float power or normal power. Normally it goes out on milk float power. This is a very long fluid. Yep, when it goes with milk float power, and he's off and away, fires up about 15 metres afterwards. We have a second car coming in, but I think it's a P2 car, John.
Thank you, Nick. Now, we should be able to get some data on how much fuel went into that, Paul.
68.6 litres.
68.6 out of 73 would tend to suggest that either they used a lot of fuel or they short-fueled that car at the beginning.
I would tend to go for them having short-fueled it at the beginning. So Andre Lotterer then back into... sorry, just 3 abreast through the loop.
It's just normal.
That's what comes of information overload. Yeah, 3 abreast through the loop. What I was going to say was Andre Lotterer takes the lead of the race. He's going down the Hangar Straight. In fact, he's probably already through Stowe Corner by now. And so he will be going into the Vale. Now, he is on his 23rd lap, and I think he'll have fuel for 28. So another 5 laps of potentially Andre Lotterer back in the lead of the race. 2 changes of lead so far.
Just saw
sorry, go ahead, Nick.
Sorry, just saw a standard stop for the 23, which is in early this evening at Nissan. Normally the P2 cars come in en masse because they've all got Nissan engines and all use the same amount of fuel. They normally come in a couple of laps after the Audi, so they've all they're already staggering themselves. So people can't be back timing already, can they? Or they already think about how they're going to get their silver and bronze drivers in, do you think, John?
I'm just hearing that there was another engine change in the 32 Lola for James Rossiter earlier today, and also that just an interesting opinion just been floated to me by Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com, and don't forget all of their coverage of the WEC is free to view thanks to Nissan. And he said he's wondering if Toyota are deliberately trying to make Audi push harder than they want to go, knowing that Audi are on a fuel-saving strategy. So once again, it's the variety, even possibly in the tactics here, gentlemen, that is keeping us interesting as we're watching GT cars nose to tail.
We have two more pit callers, John. We have the Status Grand Prix Lola has called in. Going past me is another one of the LMP cars, the 26 Nissan, the G-Drive Signature car, and the 25 Oak car, who I can't remember which team that is. And we're going to see the Greaves Motorsport. So in fact, the LMP
25 ZDR Delta.
The LMP2 cars are all coming in. Sorry, the 35 car. The LMP2 cars are all now coming in pretty much on similar laps, but after the Audis, who are obviously, you say, running on a long strategy per run.
Felbermeyer and Aston Martin. In fact, the Felbermeyer is the meat in the Aston Martin bread at the moment, Paul, going down the Wellington Straight.
Yeah, I couldn't see any daylight, and bearing in mind that those cars are no more than 100 yards away from me, there was no daylight to be seen behind the Aston Martin.
And we've got a problem for the 35 guys. It's gone up on the jacks. It's going back into the garage. The 35 Oak Morgan P2 car took up the fuel, changed the tyres, left the driver in, who I think is... Is it Bertie Breadstick in the car at the moment?
I see he started that,
and he's now gone back into the garage. So when I find out what the problem is, I'll tell you. But that's the first car that's had to visit the garage since the race actually started.
Three-car battle in the GT for second position. The 98 Aston Martin of Stuart Hall has lost the lead. There to Marco Ciocci in the 61. Sorry, forgot to tell you about that. And now he's got Paolo Roberti and the other Aston, the number 99 of Johnny Adam, right up his tailpipes of that V8 Vantage. That was the battle that Paul was watching. And Marco Ciocci has pulled out a decent bit of a lead there, something over a second as they go down the Hangar Straight. So the 61 AF Waltrip car with a new driver lineup, which we expect to see hopefully for the rest of the WEC season. Talking to Matt Griffin earlier on this weekend, has more P2 callers than Nick Damon.
Yeah, we also picked up the number 12 car from the petrol Rebellion engine. It's the Yarny car, isn't it? We now have the 40 to 42 Greaves Zytek car, which is the World Endurance Championship entered car, rather than the ELMS cars of Brundles and Lucas Ordonez. The 24, the second Morgan car, the Jacques Niclet, Mathieu Lehay, Olivier Pla car, just getting fuel. Away goes the 49. That's the Peacock car. In comes the 41. So it's like this is like the cars are coming into the circuit. There's a traffic jam of vehicles. That's the Oak leaving. The other Oak is having a quite intensive examination of the rear of the car, looking like the front of the rear. So it's not a gearbox issue; it's an engine issue they've got there. And two more cars come towards me, including the Gulf car that's been so fond of Andre Lotterer and the other P1, and there's one of the Lotuses as well, Lotai. So it is the P2 cavalcade, but still no sign of much move from Audi. In fact, just now, I think the number 2 team will have begun to have a bit of a look at the fuel hose.
Okay.
Yeah, they're on their 26th lap, so I would say 2 laps before they're in, but bear in mind that 2 laps is barely 3 minutes. Now is probably the right time to be deciding to make the move into the pit lane. The 2 Audis, 1 and 2, separated by less than 10 seconds over at the Copse Corner part of the circuit at the moment. Still Lotterer from Christensen in the lead of the race.
Andre Lotterer from Christensen by nearly 8 seconds. Alex Wirtz a further 36 seconds behind. Then Johnny Kane, the best of the privateer cars. It is interesting, this tactic from Toyota, And a number of people trying to second guess us at the moment. We've got 3 wide going down the hanger straight as the number 1 of Lotterer has to go by them. There were 3 different classes of cars there for a moment, and Lotterer goes up the right-hand side into Stone. A very unconventional line. Have to be careful as he comes out of it. But and someone's locked up right in front. Here comes Lotterer. Lotterer is in the pits. Now this is more like the sort of time, Paul, we expected the P1s to come in.
Yeah, exactly. 26 laps completed then for the race leader, Andre Lotterer, as he comes in for his first pit stop, and I expect that to be fuel only. And of course, being diesel, it'll go in more slowly, but there's only 58 litres to go in rather than the 68 that the Toyota had to take on board.
Yeah, it looks like a standard stop. They're taking off a windscreen tear off. The number 2 team is ready. I assume that they've gone through there, haven't they, for do one more lap, or are they that far behind now? I missed the distance, but certainly the Lotterer car goes away. That seemed to me like a quicker stop. It seemed that they got the diesel fuel in quicker than the petrol went in, which shouldn't be the case because I think the petrol flows will be greater. But it does look like the number 2 car is going to do an extra lap.
Alex Wurz was in the pits for 59 seconds when he came in, and I'm waiting for Lotterer car to break the beam. There it is, 54 seconds. So, 5 seconds quicker in the pits for Andre Lotterer, but it wasn't quick enough for him to take the lead back because the lead has gone to, the lead has gone to Tom Christensen in the number 2 Audi, which hasn't yet made its pit stop. But the number 7 Toyota, more importantly, is ahead of number 1 Andre Lotterer in the Audi.
32, James Rossiter with engine problems before the race. That's why they didn't get on the grid, and now he's had a spin. He's got the right-hand side door open on that car as well, off the circuit on driver's right at Brooklands by the look of it to me. Waved off by one of the ever helpful marshals here. Great attitude by all of the men and women in orange. And out on the pit lane, Nick, the second of the Audi stops seems to be imminent, and indeed as I say that, Tom Christensen dives into the pit lane.
Yeah, also this time they've laid out tyres. They didn't even bother laying out tyres for the number 1 car. I know it doesn't mean they're going to take them, but they've actually laid them out, which they didn't do for the number 1. I'm just next to me, about 6 feet away, is Alan McNish, who just gave me a wry smile, as in this isn't quite going to plan either as far as Toyota are concerned, or the number 1 car. The tear-off comes off. The very exciting dry brake drink bottles go in for a change of refreshment for Tom Christensen. The fuel flows in its normal lethargic diesel manner. I don't think they're intending to change tyres. They just tend to take more of a kind of a precaution than the number 1 team. We're obviously quite happy with it was. And indeed they haven't. They just sat there with the tyres. Off goes Tom. That also seemed like a reasonably quick stop. So I would say that's probably another 54, 55, and they'll rejoin the fray in 3rd.
Sorry, was that tyres or no tyres? Did you
no,
say?
What they did do, they actually put tyres out, whereas the number 1 team didn't even bother putting tyres out in a kind of like, we might need them. So they took them out, they put them out and then rolled them back in again.
Andre Lotterer took on board 56 litres of fuel out of his maximum allotment to 58, so he wasn't going to go any further on that lot. He wouldn't have got another lap out of it. Tom Christensen, he also took 56.9 litres.
Wow.
But he was entitled to 60 litres. So
because he's not hybrid, of course.
Because he's not hybrid, he's allowed a little bit more. But he got the extra lap in. So Tom Christensen did 27 laps plus the formation lap. Andre Lotterer did 26 laps plus the...
That was 41 at the final corner.
Plus the formation lap. Alexander Wurz came in after just 22 laps, but he now leads the race again to the tune of 7 seconds, which is a little bit less than he was leading the race by when he came into the pits. He was leading the race by 10 seconds when he came into the pits. So we've had 50 minutes of the race, and we haven't really proved very much yet, have we?
You see, you do like to have things cut and dried early, don't you? 26 also being pinged for track limits as well. Back at Cops again, turn number 9. So as it stands then, with just under 10 minutes to go to the first hour being completed, we're showing Alex Wurz leading again by 7 seconds, as Paul mentioned. So it's pretty much a wash after the first pit stop cycle. Although the Toyota coming in very early and taking nearly full fuel load would tend to suggest that it didn't have a full load when it started. may have been a conservative call by them and maybe even a slightly softer tyre, so they went light at the start, as Andrea Lotterer takes some time out of Alex Wurz at the head of the field. 7, 1 and 2 are the works teams at the head of the field. Wurz, Lotterer and Christensen on board the Toyota, Audi and Audi in first, second and third. It is still in fourth position the number 12 Rebellion Lola, the Toyota powered coupe. Different engine from the Toyota in the 7 car. Nothing shared between those 2 cars. This is a customer engine program, different block, etc. And he has just 2 seconds between himself and Johnny Kane in the 21 Stracker HPD with Honda power. And then it's 13 seconds back to Andrea Bellici, the teammate of Neil Yarney, the 13 car in 6th position. Peter Dumbreck has fought his way back to 7th after that first corner, first lap incident. And in fact, he's still that 30 seconds that he was when I mentioned that he'd got back to 7th place before. Paul said, yes, he's back in place, but he's 30 seconds behind the guys ahead of him, and he's still 30 seconds behind those guys. In P2, Stefan Sarazan leads for Starworks ahead of ADR Delta's John Martin, 44 from 25, and Sarazan's just crossed the line. Where is John Martin? Answer, some distance still to come around. There he is. He's 10 seconds behind. Pierre Caffer is third in the 49 Pecom red, white and black car. He's just crossed the line another 5 seconds further back, but he's got Frank Mayer for company in the black Signatech Nissan. The 23 car is in 4th place in P2. Alex Sims is in the pit, so that's both. No, sorry, scrub that. The 32 car I saw in the pits, but Alex Sims is in the pits in the Status Lola Coupe.
Yeah, that's not a standard one, that's an extra stop. He's already been in once.
Right, thank you, Nick. Ricard leads from pole position from Darren Turner in 2nd in the Aston Martin, 77 and 97 the GT Pro. That's blue Felbermeyer Porsche. 77 is the slightly wider one. Actually, quite a lot wider one, 2 inches plus wider. 77, 97 and 51 separated by just under 5 seconds in that battle for first, second and third in GTE Pro and GTE. Marco Ciocci has fought his way from third on the grid to lead, but he's only got 0.6 of a second between himself and Stuart Hall in the 98 Aston Martin, with Paolo Roberti and Johnny Adam still just, well, a 10th and 3 seconds further back, and that gaggle of cars has been scrapping for what seems like an age, and in fact just being passed by one of the Audis. I think that's Andrea Lotterer down the national start-finish straight and into Copse, as we're in fact on board with Paolo Roberti at the moment, who it looks to me has got past Stuart Hall. Yes, he has, as they go into Maggots and Beckett's. Paul, that's a change for 3rd position in the for 2nd position, excuse me, in the GTE AM category.
In the amateur category, yes, you're absolutely right. As they turn through the Beckett's S's, noticeable that the AM cars, yes, there was a sudden group of them there, and it was noticeable as they went through the Beckett's S's how much slower they were than the prototypes, when you tend to look across and get used to a particular pace from the prototypes. But the AMs right on their own particular limit, but just not as quick as the prototype cars.
And damage there for the Felbermeyer car, and that is the rear of the, I think that was the pro car, was it, that was getting the damage, Johnny?
It's got an orange number. It's the AM car, I think.
Yeah, you're right, it is. And that was a little tap on the back of the AM car. They've lost a bit of the left rear wheel arch. Good spot there by, oh, quite a sizable chunk of the left rear valance, in fact, not just the wheel arch. Yes, you can see that missing. That's Stowe Corner, and it is right on the racing line, as in fact the battling pair of cars go one either side of it, and the Aston Martin tries to take advantage and go down the inside, but I think there's a yellow flag there at the moment, so Stuart Hall had to drop back in behind Paolo Roberti as they come down through.
No, that was the Leitz and Turner battle.
Oh yes,
John.
You're right.
It was the pro cars heading into Stowe Corner. And now back on the screen is the AM battle, and then nose to tail as well. The Felbermeyer Porsche, despite shedding a bit of bodywork, it's lighter now, of course, and it's got ahead of the Ferrari.
Yeah, so he's gone up from third to second and now leads the GT category.
At the entrance of T15, we have Devries on track at the entrance of T15.
I do love Eduardo Freitas' cool, calm and collected way of telling everybody. Let's just have a look at the way that the GT lead changed. Stock, slingshot, drivers left into Brooklands, and Paolo Roberti goes past Marco Ciocci. One or two people watching in the pit lane. Just over the 5 hour mark still to go. I can't see that debris being moved unless somebody hits it, because there's not a chance that there's enough gap with the cars spread out as they are, Paul, for some, I know our marshals are brave here, someone to run out and get it. You'd have to be Usain Bolt to get out and get that, snatch it and go straight across the track, I think.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? I suspect.
Oh,
that
as I say that, somebody does it, picks it up, looks back behind. Fantastic. And
Round of
once
applause,
again,
that man.
that is
Absolutely.
a massive round of applause.
I had visions of seeing.
The entrance of T15 is now clear. Marshals have done a good job. They've removed the debris.
I had visions of seeing crazy priests wandering down
That
the
was
Hanger Straight then.
Nowhere else in the world do you get people who are that well organised and that brave to go and do stuff like that. Hats off to our marshals, corner workers, call them what you will. No full course caution required. Just pick the spot on the track, get someone to spot for you, and then get your fastest man to run out and pick it up.
The advantage was where it had happened on the track, because it was the end of Hanger Straight, so you've got a long view of them coming out of Chapel Curve then. So lots of warning as to when the next car is going to come through.
This battle for GTE Pro has really warmed up as well, as Johnny rightly says. Felbermeyer Proton leading in the shape of the pole-sitting car with Ricard Leitz at the wheel, and Darren Turner has gradually fought his way past James Walker, Jimmy Bruni, and now is within striking distance of that blue, two-tone blue and yellow leading car. And Darren loving being at home. He's a short car drive away from his own bed and his base performance simulator business across at Banbury, which I've visited lately, and I'm sure he's logged plenty of laps in reality and virtual reality around this circuit, as Alex Wirtz is coming through that battle now, and behind him is the 44 leader in the P2 category. So we've got GTE Pro, P1 and P2 leaders all on the national straight, the national start-finish straight at the same time. I'm looking back to see if there's a GTE YAM leader there as well. They can't be that far away. Well, Paul, we're just on the hour mark. How do you rate the first hour of this race? The Toyota guys in particular haven't played fair for you because you've not been able to really assess them, given that it appears that having taken a nearly full fuel load, somewhat 5 or 6 laps easily earlier than we expected to them, they seem to have started that car without using a full fuel load.
Well, I hope they started without using a full fuel load, and I hope that their next stint is going to be longer. But it did just occur to me that maybe they do have high fuel consumption, and they are, remember, running this rear wing now. The rear wheel arches, which make it look as though they've got a wider rear wing. That is going to make it give it more downforce. That is going to mean that it takes more energy to drive the car through the air. So they may actually have a fuel consumption problem. We'll see what happens as the race unfolds. So that for me is going to be interesting. See how the Toyota's fuel consumption is going to pan out over, we've only got 5 hours to go. But that's going to be one key thing. The other significant thing that we've learned is that the Toyota is quicker than the two Audis, whether it's hybrid R18 e-tron Quattro or whether it's the non-hybrid R18 Ultra, both numbers 1 and 2 with the Toyota, certainly when Alexander Wurz is driving it, and I wouldn't necessarily expect that either Nicolas Lapierre or Kazu Nakajima are going to be any slower. So certainly in terms of the 3 works cars at the sharp end, the business end of this race, Toyota seem to have the pace advantage. Question mark, what's their fuel consumption?
Just very quickly before we go down the GTE battle in the pits with Nick, if you're just catching up, the 32 started from the pits because they'd had another engine change, and that car therefore missed the pit exit time, and therefore has got to start after the start of the race for not being on the grid and having the. I presume actually it's for the engine change. There's a rule about engine changes on the morning of the race, so they may actually have had that car ready, but they would still have had to start from the pits. Nick Damon, we've got the GTE Pro leaders in the pits, and very quick service.
They came in, they changed drivers, they changed tyres, and they actually came off the jacks at exactly the same time, which does mean the Feldmeier team were a fraction faster than the Aston Martins. They came in nose to tail. They've left with a slightly bigger split between them, but again, that battle's going to go straight back out. We've also now had one of the amateurs, we've got the 99 car, we've had the Cron car, so right in the meat now of the changes. But of course, people we've not seen the Ferraris, because their big advantage is the better fuel consumption they can get out of those 458s.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Roger Davies at the Soapbox Racer tweets to at Radio Le Mans, the cheer that went up in the grandstand when the Toyota took the lead reminded me of the Panos leading at Le Mans in 2000. There is a great atmosphere here at Silverstone, and if you're not here, you really have missed out this weekend. I was really moved at the start of the race at the amount of people that were in the new grandstands on the International Start-Finish Straight. With just over an hour gone, Alex Wurz leads by 12.2 seconds to Andrea Lotterer, 7 from 1, Toyota from Audi. The two hybrids then leading out from Tom Christensen, who's dropped some 24 seconds back from the leader. Neil Yarney is just a lap off the lead now, so the leading three Works cars are the only cars on the lead lap. Yes, they are. Johnny Kane is 2.6 seconds behind Yarney. That's a great battle for the privateer honours. In P2, Stefan Sarrazin in the 44 Star Works car, that's the one with the Venezuelan flag on the fin, is ahead of the ADR Delta 25 by some 9 seconds, and another 12 seconds back to Pierre Caffer, who's now up into third in the Pecom Racing car ahead of Frank Mayer. Pit stops have just thrown them around a bit, and it seems that Nick Manassian has lost out. He was right up there, the 38 side deck struck way back. Jimmy Bruni currently shown as leading GTE Pro for Ferrari by some 23 seconds, but remember, he is yet to stop. James Walker also yet to stop in the 66 Dunlop shod JMW yellow and black striped car. And Andrea Bertolini makes it a 1-2-3 for Ferrari in the 71 AF Corsa Pro car. But all of those cars have yet to stop. Leading GTM, Ferrari. Are you getting a pattern here? The FBI would call this a clue, I think. Ferrari, 61 of Marco Ciocci, the AF Waltrip car, leading in AM, but owing us a stop. They are really getting very good mileage indeed out of these prancing horses, Paul.
Aren't they just? Yes, and of course it is going to be significant the fact they can go more than an hour, because that means you're not going to need a splash and dash at the end of the race.
Oh, good point.
To catch it up. So if you can go over an hour, then it's, I say very easy, it's relatively easy to then break the race up into hour petrol, hour petrol, hour petrol, hour end of race. Bingo. Whereas if you're only going 50 minutes or 55 minutes, then at some point you're going to have to do a short stint to top up.
The Felbermeyer AM car just heading out of the pits, having had its service. The 88 car, and it's now Gianluca Roda who is driving that one. Also in the pit lane at the moment is the number 70 Chevrolet Corvette. Christian Bure brought that car into the pit lane. That looks fairly standard. The GT cars tend to get a set of tyres at every stop because of the distance that they go. And
well, also
that
heavier,
was just,
aren't they?
I
so
think that might have been just 2 tyres for that car. Very interesting.
Yes, the GT car's also heavier, so that accounts as well for higher tyre wear, John.
Yes, very good point.
That's why fatter people get through more pairs of shoes.
Well, do you know, I've still got a pair of trainers that I've had since 1970.
Still like you are, John.
I'm a shadow of my former shadow.
Andre Lotterer on the Wellington Straight. He's on his 37th lap now, and it's a little bit too early to start plotting when we're going to have Alexander Wurz coming in for his next stop, but around about 49 laps.
Let's just recap on that, Paul, because we need to get our heads around this. Thank you, Motors TV, is the sign on the Lotus garage. They're sitting watching at the moment. They did how many laps at the start for Alex Wurz?
22.
And we expected them to do something like
27.
We think they probably had 1 or 2 laps ultimately left in the tank. So even then, they still would have been at least 3 laps short of that. It's interesting, isn't it? I just wonder. However, they will have also done their formation lap and an out lap to the grid, not albeit at racing speed. But even if you add that in, they still seem to be a bit short there.
Yeah, they had 5 litres on board when they came in, which would have been enough for 1 lap probably. But in any case, it was slightly early. And then it was Andre Lotterer was the next one in on 26 laps.
Ferrari stop. AF Corsa, Andrea Bertolini.
71,
the 71 car is in the pit lane. Nick Damon.
Yeah, 71 came in. He managed to smack the sign, which is no longer a person's. That was good. He overshot by a few inches, getting a fuel tank of fuel. I could see that the Pierluigi Perentini is getting ready to go into the 61 car. No, the 51 car, of course, which is the leading car on the whole for AF Corsa. Well, Giancarlo is suited and booted, but they look to be quite tight to get out next lap. They're not ready for him as such, but I don't know where he is on the track. So yeah, the tyres are coming out now. So Giancarlo, so Bruni will be in the next minute or so, I think.
Waiting for the 71 car to go back down, waiting for the right-hand side Michelin tyres to go on. A lot of these GT cars employing a system that spins up the flywheel so that they can fire the car easier and not have to use so much battery power to turn over the engine on the starter motor. Very clever, saves them probably half a tenth or a tenth of a second, so that they can actually have that flywheel spinning before the car hits the ground. Not allowed to start the engine before the car hits the ground, of course, but if they can get the flywheel going, it's very clever, isn't it, how they think of all these things. So let's wait and see if Jimmy Bruni, leader of that GTE Pro class, comes in this time around. And if he does, Paul, that would be at the end of lap number 34, which means he has done how many more laps than the Aston Martin, let's say, of Stefan Mucker, or indeed the Porsche 77 of Mark Lieb?
Yeah, Lieb, or Ricard Leitz it was who came in.
Yes, it was.
Handed over to Mark Lieb just exactly on the hour. He came in just before the hour and just after the hour when he was on 28 laps.
So he's, if Bruni comes in next time around, that'll be 34. So that is significant. Six laps is significant in that category. Remember, this is a timed race, so it's not like you've got to worry about how many laps or what distance the leader is doing, which we would have had to do had it been, the reason I mentioned that, in the days when it was 1,000 kilometres, it's only 1,000 kilometres for the first car across the line and those that stay on the lead lap. For the GT category cars, it's never going to be 1,000 kilometres, and that's the clever bit of working that out. These guys have to go 6 hours, but if they've saved 6 laps in the first hour, that is quite remarkable. It's a minimum of 6 laps for Jimmy Bruni.
It is, but it's not going to be enough to save a pit stop. So it is a significant difference, but the only way it's going to make a difference is because the pit stops themselves will be shorter because you're putting less fuel in. You're not going to save a whole pit stop.
Yes, good point. However, it does give you more flexibility.
Indeed, and certainly if the safety car would appear or some...
Bruni's in the pit lane. Jimmy Bruni is in the pit lane, and it will be the end of lap 34. Write that down. And Nick Damon, there are 2 cars then in the AF Corsa pit area.
Yeah, the 61, the AM car, that's quite a long way through its routine. The rear left tyre is going on. I think it's the third of their particular dance of the multiple jacks. Giancarlo Piquet, only he pushed out the way when the car came in. Now he's hopped in to take over from Jimmy Bruni. Everything looking very standard. They've got to get obviously, as they always do. The JMW Ferrari comes in as well. That one's got as good fuel consumption as the others. So that's the roar 61. Work still going on with Fisichella's car. He's being helped in. The changeover's been done. They can spin out now. Bruni out the car. Fisichella in it. Second tyre going on. Running around the back of the car. Desperately trying to keep out of the way of the various other drivers who are spinning up and down.
Now what we've got to watch for now, Nick, is Mark Lieb coming around, and where he is on the circuit, I'll tell you, he's just come through Stowe and heading down.
Fired up. That's a Ferrari leaving.
And it's going to be mighty close because the Felbermeyer car is just heading down the start-finish line now, looking back from turn 1. It's going to be close. The Ferrari, I think, is not going to get out back into the lead. Here comes the 77. Those of you at the first corner will see the blue car has gone through, and the Ferrari is just now coming to the end of the pit lane. So for all the fact, Paul, that he's... and off has gone one of the Signatech cars, a big lot up there heading into the loop area. For all that he saved 6 laps there, Paul, he hasn't managed to be able to hang on to the lead, and that is significant too.
Absolutely right, yes. I mean, that's the classic difference between pace on the racetrack, speed of the actual pit stop itself. Mark Lieb, or Richard Lietz handing over to Mark Lieb, was in the pits for 1 minute and 25 seconds. Fisichella, taking over from Bruni, was in the pits for 1 minute and 28 seconds, so marginally longer. But interestingly, the Porsche actually took on more fuel, so these performance enhancements that the Porsche has had seem to have made it a thirstier Porsche.
Well, bigger restrictor. It is, almost...
More air, more fuel required.
Correct. More fuel, more power. More air, more power, but more fuel. So, yes, it's
nose to tail, the 3 cars going through the Beckett's S's then, with the Porsche just leading the way from the Ferrari, which has no more than 5 lengths behind it. The charging Aston Martin number 97, which now has Stefan Mucker behind the wheel, doesn't it? Yes, 97, Stefan Mucker driving now.
It was the 23 of Frank Meyer in 5th position in P2 that had a spin, in fact, down at Village. I caught in the corner of my eye while we were watching the GTE cars coming out of the pit lane. So now, at least in the GT category, we are getting an idea. Let me just update you on that, because with a full set of pit stops done for the GTE Pros and indeed the GTE arms, Mark Lieb leads, but only by 1.5 seconds to Giancarlo Fisichella in second. 77 Porsche from 51 Ferrari from Stefan Mucker in the Aston Martin. So that's swapped around, because DT, Darren Turner, was in second when the pit stop started, but he is only another 1.5 seconds behind Fisichella. Johnny Cocker is on his outlap at the moment, and I'll tell you that he is 32 seconds behind the leading trio. Well, that's Bure in the 70 Chevrolet Corvette with a small fire at the back, and I have to applaud Eduardo Freitas, our race director, for reporting that as ever he ever does in his dulcet tones. Nick Damon.
Got a problem here for the 42 Greaves Motorsport pole sitting Zytek. It's come in again, which is completely out of kilter. By the way, they did take Alex Brundle out of the car the first, and it's Lucas Ordonez in the car, but unfortunately he's come in. I need to look around the other side. It almost seems to be like there's a bodywork that's got loose. They're doing a fit and refit. They fueled him. Walking around, they're not just trying to pick up. It looks like the bodywork may have come loose. There's no real indication of contact with anything, but they're pushing it around, trying to get the various Dazoo fittings to remate. Although he has had some sort of minor coming together, because the top of the wheel arch on the front left is cracked. So there has been a slight coming together of that Greaves car with something, and they've had to reposition the nose. They're taking an out of sequence stop as well, John, as that 23 Signatech problem comes down the pit lane as well.
Yeah, Zeus fasteners. What would we do without those in motor racing? As essential as gaffer tape and tie wraps.
And stopwatches.
And a large lump hammer. Alex Wirtz continues to lead by 15.5 seconds. We've had an hour and a quarter of the 6 hours that this race will run to.
Alex Wirtz is on his 43rd lap at the moment. He came in at the end of 22. Now bear in mind that the first stint had a formation lap on the beginning of it.
Yeah.
Nick, I know, is keeping a close eye on everything that's going on in the pits, but I don't think that the Toyota's going to come in after 45.
No.
But I think it's going to go on till 49, but that's going to be the key evidence in the question of the fuel consumption that the Toyota has.
Meanwhile, the 23 Signatech car brought in by Franck Mayer, and he is out of the car, and Olivier Lombard, real star. What a star he was at Le Mans a couple of years ago and has continued his career progression.
This is the second scheduled stop for that car, isn't it?
Yes, it is. First of the second stoppers. We've had Alex Sims in for a couple of stops in the Lola, and Lucas Ordonez, as Nick reported, with an unscheduled second stop for the 42 car, Nick.
The second stop for the States, I think, was a Control-Alt-Delete reset. Because they came on, they looked confused. They were going to take it back in again. They just gave a little top-up, and then he was pressing lots of buttons, and suddenly he got the big thumbs up, and off they went again.
Andre Lotterer fights his way through traffic at the end of the hangar straight, and again has to take an unconventional line into Stowe, but manages to do that as through goes Alex Wirtz to start lap number 44 in the pristine blue and white car, and out onto the apron at least have come his team, and it took him 2 or 3 laps, I seem to remember last time, from when they walked out to Alex coming in, and we were wondering if there was a slight communications problem between pits and car. Have they changed the front at Kaz Nakajima, by the way, who's ready to get in to that Toyota? Have they changed the front end of that car, Paul, since Le Mans? The shape of the headlights on the Toyota look a little more stylised.
They've done major changes to all parts of it, so I don't know, to be honest, to be 100% certain.
There's a lot of aero tweaks, I think, around there. I mean, the car betrays the Formula One roots of the team because it is an immaculate piece of design and finishing, and they've clearly been working very hard since Le Mans.
I mean, the whole approach of that team has been to make the car better and better over the course of the season. Don't forget, Le Mans was its first race, first ever race. So, I would almost be surprised if they came with a car that was the same as the one at Le Mans. And they've clearly been working on it at the rear end, and in order to make that work, you'd have to do front end changes as well.
Permission to speak, sir. Permission to speak, John.
Go ahead, Godfrey.
I'm wondering about the number 23 Signatech Nissan, in that it stopped on lap 21 for its first stop, and it's only got to lap 39 for its second stop. Is that a question of sort of back timing it?
No, they were looking at that car, Nick said, when they came in.
They had a moment, didn't they? Just before they came in, they had a moment, and they weren't far off when they needed to come in. They were the first of the stoppers. So I expect they thought, right, heck, we need to have a look at it. Let's come in 4 laps early.
Okay, I'm with you. All right.
So the second set of stops for the leading runners, not imminent, but not too far away. And it'll be interesting to see when Alex Wirtz comes in.
Yes, as I say, he's on his 23rd lap of the stint now. So, as I say, if he was the same length as the first stint, then this would be the one that he's due in on. But he had 5 litres left in the tank when he came in, and I think the car wasn't fully fueled in the first place, but we'll see the evidence of that. As I say, over the next couple of laps, Wirtz is into the Beckett's S's. The field is getting itself nicely spread out now, so that the little clumps of GT cars that you had earlier on aren't so much of a problem now. You tend to come across cars kind of one at a time as you're going round, and so Wirtz is able a little bit more to pick his time. Andre Lotterer in the Audi goes through the Beckett's S's behind him. That gap has increased and increased and increased. I mean, I said that the Toyota has the pace. It's up to 20 seconds now, the gap first to second, worst to Lotterer. And a further 10 seconds behind is Tom Christensen. That's been a bit more consistent, the gap between the two Audis. But the Toyota certainly seems to have a couple of tenths per lap that it can make up on the two Audis.
The Audi is coming around, and in the pit lane is the Toyota. Nick Damon is near pit outs.
I am. He's about to sweep past me. He'll form a bit of a right-hand kink, come into his position, and he hits his marks absolutely perfectly. Out will get the lanky Alex Works. In will get the significantly less lanky Kazuki Nakajima. So a massive seat insert goes in for the Japanese driver. We're still in the case of where they're trying to get the fuel in. They're cleaning the windscreen. There's a sock puppet man helping with a lot of the work there on the right-hand side. We love those.
Just fuel, is it, Nick? Just fuel, is it, Nick?
No, there'll be tyres as well. Interestingly, I can't. There's no point changing drivers. You're not going to change tyres. Even they have done that. I don't think they're going to get quite. They were talking about triple stinting, and that was going to be the key. Now, normally we would discount that in the first run because the tyres would have been used in qualifying. These haven't, so it looks like this fresh set can't triple stint. And it'll be interesting to see what happens with the Audi. So I have already seen that Ben Troy is suited and booted, which makes me think they're not going to try and triple stint the number one car at least anyway. So unless the number two car is some sort of ultimate economy drive of tyres and fuel, we may not see. Off it goes, the milk float's gone, and that was a very, very standard stop. And a very efficient one as well.
And that puts the Audis back into the lead, and the Audis are going to be able to stay out there for another 5 laps. So it would seem that the Toyota, with its new aerodynamic tweaks, is a very much thirstier car than it was before, because it was 1 lap short at Le Mans, but it seems to be more like 4 laps short here at Silverstone.
Yes. That's very interesting. So the AF Corsa and Aston Martin Racing battle has gone the way of Aston Martin for second position in the GTE Pro category. Giancarlo Fisichella has given best to Stefan Mucker, much as Jimmy Bruni did, but much later on in the stint to Darren Turner. So Stefan doing a good job. The Aston was 2 seconds longer in the pit than the Ferrari, and in the tightness of battle there, and the Aston having a look at another Ferrari. That's not for position, but he wants to get through and get after Mark Lee. The Aston 2 seconds longer in the pit lane, and with the closeness of competition in GTE, they need to look at that. They cannot afford to be losing 2 seconds and more every pit stop.
Absolutely right, John. That's something else to keep an eye on. I'm running out of desk space here now with notes. But
we should explain, Paul, that you have been working with Alcamel Systems, the guys who do the timing. And if you've got a link to the World Wide Web and you go onto the WE site, that you can watch some of the facilities that Paul have. But you've been working quite closely with the guys, and you're actually doing some testing, effectively, of their system, aren't you?
They are extremely helpful, and moreover, they are extremely willing to change their system on the basis of feedback received, not just from me, but from the teams and from the race direction, in an effort to provide better data. The problem comes when Team A makes one suggestion, Team B makes another suggestion, race direction says, no, we don't want that. So they have to balance the needs of many people. It's a bit like you when you get emails in, John, saying, can you put a music bed on the hourly updates or something like that?
No, can you take it off? No,
well,
can
yeah,
you
exactly.
do the numbers and the names, not just the numbers?
But Alcamel are very receptive to all of that. And, I have nothing but credit for Pepe, who is the chief timekeeper. On the subject of that...
Oh, 51 and the Aston Martin very close together again. That was Stefan Mucker, I think, taking second place there. We got a replay. And also the number 2 Audi of Tom Christensen, now in second place, of course, because they haven't stopped, getting a little bit too close to the competition. going through Stowe. Sorry, Paul, carry on.
Yeah, just to say, the Toyota, which came into the pits, it took on tyres. It also took on 68.7 litres of petrol. And again, that just leaves something over 4 litres in the tank. So they weren't going to get a whole lap out of that. So the Toyota seems to be restricted to about 23 laps on its fuel.
Fine. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com, coverage of the 4th round of the WEC at Silverstone. It's been a brilliant hour and a half or thereabouts so far. 4 hours and 34 minutes still to go. Powered by Nissan and in association with Sim Raceway, online racing world. Hello everybody in Sonoma, getting ready for the IndyCar race, who I know are tuning in to us in the early hours. Very early hours. They'll be getting into the track a bit later on, but I know there are 1 or 2 people tuning in to find out how Sim Raceway Pro driver Alan McNish is doing. His car is in 2nd position and driven by his teammate at the moment. And as a lot of you know, I'm involved with Mobile One The Grid on various TV channels, and we've got a feature on the real versus virtual world, the Audi R8 LMS, much beloved of sports car enthusiasts, as James Safronas of JMG will be driving both the real and the virtual cars, and we've sent a crew out to see just how close to real life Sim Raceway is. You'll see that on the Mobile One The Grid in September. A quick mention that in P2 it's still Stefan Sarazan from John Martin by about 0.3 of a second, I think, at the moment. That one's really closed up. In fact, there it is on the grid. In fact, the picture there would suggest that that has just changed. Yes, it has. The ADR Delta has gone through into the lead. So John Martin has fought his way through and displaced the Starworks car of Stefan Sarazan. Hello to UK Audi driver Ollie Jarvis. How you doing, mate?
I'm very well, thank you.
Bet you wish you were out there right now.
Yeah, you're not wrong. We'd love to be out there. You know, it's hard coming to watch, but you know, because you just want to be in the car. But it's great to be here and sort of see the atmosphere, and also what a fantastic race so far.
First of all, I mean, I don't know if you were out there on the grid. We were listening to what Nick was saying, but even in our hermetically sealed box, the atmosphere on the grid was spine-chillingly good. Absolutely. I've never seen the front grandstands packed for a sports car race like this.
It's always a good atmosphere on the grid, but I think what surprised me most was coming in this morning, queuing to get in the track. Yep. You know, there's people everywhere. It's fantastic to see and great for sports car racing.
How has your year been since Le Mans? Obviously, we talked to you then. We know that you are doing some more racing for Audi. What have you been doing since Le Mans?
So I had a couple of GT races. Mixed results, really. We're struggling a little bit with the performance, but you know, we came away last weekend with a 4th place, considering we started last on the grid after a puncher in race 1. It wasn't
Where
bad.
Was
that was in Slovakia, Ring.
Oh yes, of course.
And next week we're off to Russia, so you know, keeping me busy. But I have to say, itching to get back in the LMP1 car.
PCOM in, Pierre Coffer out of 3rd place in P2. We'll keep an eye on that, and Pierre's out of the car. That bright yellow racing helmet, always very distinctive. When are you next to the prototype for racing rather than testing?
Well,
it's the great unknown.
Yeah, it's a great unknown. Testing coming up later on in the year, and then I guess a few discussions to be had for next year. But you know, I'm hopeful that you'll see me back in the car again at Le Mans. The rest of my program, you know, still, like I say, a lot of discussion to be had, but I'm very hopeful you'll definitely be seeing me back in the car.
Just watching the action, which is, as ever, close on the circuit. The Oak Morgan and the 23 Signatech Nissan getting very close together there. What's it like being... I'm hearing that the 35 Oak problem was a starter issue. Thanks, Graham Goodwin. What's it like being part of the Audi family? We hear people talk about the Audi family a lot. And you know, clearly you've driven in different forms of racing for Audi for quite some time. So, you know, you're an established member of that family now. What's it like as a driver?
I think a lot of people just assume that it's sort of a media spiel as such, but that's not the case at all. There really is. I mean, Dr. Ulrich done a fantastic job. When he's brought drivers on, it's very important for him that the people have gelled. and he's worked very hard on this, and there really is a sense of community within Audi. So, you know, you're here supporting the team, but even at Le Mans, you want your car to win, but you really feel that you're part of a bigger team and a bigger picture.
Tom Christensen, sorry, no, Andre Lotterer just getting pinged there for going off the track at turn 9. There's big wide open, we've got a driver here, well, big wide open spaces here at Silverstone. As a racing driver, how disciplined do you have to be to stay within the white lines? Because clearly you can go off here without getting damage, potentially getting a little bit of an advantage, but the worst thing is if you make a mistake, you're not being penalised for it, are you?
No, I mean, tracks have changed and developed over the years. Silverstone's a perfect example. You know, where there used to be gravel traps, there's now tarmac. So as a driver, you're pushing to the limit, knowing that if you do make a mistake, there's that extra little bit of runoff. And it does change the way you approach a corner. But, you know, when the guys are running off wide, what you'll find is they're not trying to gain an advantage. It's just been they've got a little bit of understeer in the middle of the corner or a bit of oversteer. And for the safer option, they've decided to run wide. But, you know, you've seen a lot of caution so far already.
Could you not just lift off? Would not that do the same thing? Or is that you are gaining an advantage there, because if you just lifted off, you would have stayed within the track, but you would have got a worse lap time.
It depends, because it might be that in the middle of the corner they might have had an oversteer moment, so they've had to correct it and therefore run out wide. But what you can say, if there was gravel there, they might not have gone into the corner quite so quick.
Yes.
So it has changed over the years, and as a driver, you're going to exploit every advantage you can. So if there's extra runoff, you're going to push the car to the limit, and if you need to use it, so be it.
A driver once said to me, and I won't say who it is, and there's someone right off the circuit at Village there. I think it's in fact, there's one of the Greaves cars as well.
Yeah, it's 41. It's the other Greaves car, if I can put it that way. Christian Zugel in the car, not the Brundle's brother car, but the other one. Yeah. Harmless spin, nobody hit him, he's got on his way again.
Ollie, just finishing off that thought, as I say, a driver who shall remain nameless says to me, as we're watching the number 1 Audi.
We have car 48 without left front wheel. Car 48 with lost left front wheel.
Oh dear, that is Brendan Hartley in the 48 Murphy Prototypes car without a left front wheel, according to Eduardo Freitas, our race director. I'll get this point made. Somebody said to me that if there's runoff there, drivers will eventually lose it. If you flatten the curbs, the drivers will lose it. And there is pictorial confirmation of that left front wheel missing from the 48. The wheel nut's not on the rim, so something's gone awry there. The only way to stop us doing that would be to put a moat or spikes or a wall at the edge of the track.
I mean, we've had the discussion so many times as drivers, you know, for using runoff. The problem is they can't control it. It's very difficult. And I'm a great believer in when you go to a street track, you don't use the runoff because there's a brick wall.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think it's great. They've improved tracks for safety, but certain tracks you feel they've maybe gone a little bit too far, and the drivers aren't punished like they used to be in the old days. So they do take advantage of it, and it's very difficult to control unless they're really going to impose strict penalties.
And
we just see the wheel coming off there.
There's the wheel going off track, so most of the car actually stayed on the circuit. Oh no, Brendan's actually done a good job. That's a quick entry into the first corner here. That will have caught his attention there. Never a good day when part of the car does a faster lap time than you are.
No, I think he's been very lucky there because the wheel come off mid-straight rather than turning in. I think it could have been much worse, but
he's done a good job getting that car around as well.
A very good job, and hopefully he hasn't sustained too much damage, but it does look like it might have been an error in the pit stop to see the wheel come off like that with no damage or no contact.
Lotterer due in.
Debris drivers right hand side and pit straight near the wall. That's not going to affect anything too much. Quickly before we get back to the racing, Ollie, so when are you racing again? And I mean, more GT stuff presumably for you?
Yeah, Thursday morning next week I'm off to Russia, and you know, we've got 2 races out there that weekend, and followed a couple of weeks later at the Nürburgring. So, you know, I'm still keeping busy, and like I say, just itching to get back in the LMP1 car.
I mean, it's a huge difference, isn't it, getting into a GT car? Any normal mortal like myself or any of the team here would jump into one of the GT cars, and it wouldn't be like any street car, even very well developed and fast street car we'd ever driven. But for you, jumping back from a prototype into a GT car, I mean, the weight for one thing, you must really feel that. Yeah,
there's huge differences. I mean, the LMP1's got so much more downforce. Also driving the diesel, the power delivery is completely different. And you feel much more the roll in the GT car. You feel the higher centre of gravity, and the whole driving style's, you know, it's completely different.
Mention there's degree in all of this. You guys can feel rolling go-karts that we can't do. Ollie, thanks for coming in. He's one of your teammates coming into the pit lane out of the lead. Andre Lotterer brings the number 1 car in at the end of lap number 54. Nick Damon is in the pit lane.
I am, John, but firstly, I'm with the man who's caused the most recent stirs, Brendan Hartley. Brendan, 3 wheels on your wagon. What happened?
Actually, I don't know what happened. I was struggling for quite a while. We didn't make a stop for tyres, so was really struggling on the tyres. So I just figured the tyres were going off. I didn't feel a vibration, but the wheel just came off really unexpectedly going into cops. So yeah, it was a bit scary. We lost a lot of time from that. I dropped right to the back on the first lap. There was an incident in turn 1, and I got kind of caught up in it. So yeah, hasn't gone to plan so far.
Thanks, Brendan. I think that's the understatement of the year, isn't it?
Yeah,
when you're down with the wheels. I can now just pop out and then look at the end of the number 1 pit stop, which I believe was a full service.
Was indeed.
The driver swap, so Benoit Trollier would have got in, and out would have got Andre Lotterer, and then they joined very clearly. I know that just seen the 13 car come in, the 12 car came in I think a lap ago, as well as the petrol P-class begins its changes as well. So it's all go here all of a sudden again. After it's calm and then panic.
So through has gone Kaz Nakajima and Tom Christensen. Ben Trellier confirmed in the Audi number 1 on his out lap. So 2 of the top 3 have made their pit stops. End of lap 53 that was, Paul, was it, for the Ben Trellier car?
Yes, it was, that's right, 53 laps, so a stint of 27 laps, which is 1 less than I was expecting, but in fact it's the same stint length as they were doing last year.
And you thought they might get 1 or even 2 more, didn't you?
Yeah, well, on the grounds that they were getting more at Le Mans, but as I say, indeed, one of the cars got 28 laps in, but it was the non-hybrid car that got 28 laps in practice, in pre-practice yesterday, on Friday, in fact. So there was 28 laps done in pre-practice, and I thought that the hybrid would be able to do the same, but the hybrid seems to be a thirstier car, bizarrely. It's got a slightly smaller fuel tank, the hybrid running with a 58-litre tank as opposed to the R18 Ultra non-hybrid, which has a 60-litre fuel tank. And at the moment, that means that, and it's got Tom Christensen in. Tom Christensen routinely uses less fuel. So we'll see what McNish can do when that car comes into the pits, probably at the end of the lap that Tom is currently on. He is on his 55th lap at the moment. So yeah, that would be right, wouldn't it? Yes, 55 laps. We'll see Tom Christensen coming in to hand over to Alan McNish then at the end of this lap. And then that will hand the lead back to Toyota. So we get Toyota in the lead most of the time. Then it comes in to make its pit stop earlier than the 2 Audis. The number 1 Audi takes over in the lead, but then it comes in to take fuel, with Tom Christensen in the number 2 car having better fuel consumption still. He stays out a little bit longer and leads the race for a couple of laps before it all turns back again. So nice pattern developing in the race, John.
Yeah, are you happier now, Paul?
Well, I'm interested at how much of an impact the Toyota seems to have had on its fuel, because the cars weren't, as I say, at Le Mans there was only 1 lap worth of difference. Now, because Le Mans is so much of a bigger track, obviously it makes a bigger difference. Here at Silverstone, it's only 5.8 kilometres round, and so the individual differences have an impact, because you can stay out more closely to the limit of your fuel tank.
GRM Racing have been in, I think. Yes, they have. Karen Chandok has replaced Peter Dumbrek. So they've gone through, and they are still sitting in 7th position. That'll be a bit disappointing for those guys. James Rumsey and the rest of the JRM team were hoping for a little better luck this weekend. Struggled with an issue right at the start of the race when the car did spin around going at the first corner. Fabulous onboard shots from Ben Trellier as he carves his way through traffic through the complex and out on through Woodcote onto the national pit straight. Alan McNish is ready to get into the car.
Christensen has stayed out for an extra lap. He's now on his 56th lap. So Tom certainly getting good fuel consumption there in the number 2 Audi, coming out of Copse Corner now and down into the Beckett's S's. He's going to be handing the car over to Alan McNish from the lead, but by the time Alan gets into it and the tyres get changed, then Alan will be back to 3rd place. Another factor to bring in this battle between Audi and Toyota is that the total pit stop time for the driver change and tyre change and refueling for Toyota, 1 minute 27. The total time for the Audi to do the same thing, 1 minute and 18.
Yeah, that's too long.
9 seconds of a difference.
Huge sideways slide by Tom Christensen, the leader, as he gets down towards the pit lane speed limiter sign. He catches the snaking Audi R18 Ultra and brings it to a halt. Alan McNish will stand by to get ready, and Nick Damon is there to watch the Scotsman get in the car.
Put in the seat insert, John, as they carry on this. Looks like they're going to clean the windscreen this time rather than go for the full insert. Tom looking to see if there's anything he can do to help. The car looking nice and grubby now. It's got quite a bit of oil sludge on it from the various other classes of car it's been following. Some shouted instructions by Tom there to try getting in. The door will be shut in a second. A lot of consternation after the stop by Trullier. There was a long examination of the rear tyres by the Michelin tyre technicians. I don't know whether it's symbolic of anything. I'm hopefully able to ask Andre in a minute. He's in the garden shed with Lena at the moment. The door's shut, so I don't want to knock on the door in case who knows what's going on there. And they've got a slight problem. They've cocked up. There's been a cock up on the front left. Audi have made a mistake on the dance of the tyres. It came off the jacks. I don't know whether it lost the air pressure. The hose came off. It went down the jacks. And the front left couldn't come off, so they had to raise it again. So this is not going to be a copybook stop. It's going to cost them at least, I think, 5 or 6 seconds as Alan gets away and goes. So an error there.
That was a bit un-Audi-like, Nick, wasn't it?
I can't believe they made a mistake of putting it down without being asked. So I can only think that perhaps the system lost a bit of pressure. Perhaps it wasn't quite seated properly on the air jack, and it just lost a bit of pressure. It began to come down, and that was because at that point you can't get the tyre off, but it's sitting on the ground, which is never an easy thing to do. So
1 minute 39 in the pits then, as it comes out, which is
20 seconds, yeah, 21 seconds
more
slower.
than 20 seconds slower than the number 1 car. That's right.
That wasn't a 20-second error. It just seems the 1 car was ridiculously fast. I'm just wondering, did the 1 car? I mean, I wasn't there, so I didn't see it. Did the 1 car only do 2 tyres or something?
That you'll have to ask, because I don't get that information.
What was the difference in fuel, Paul? Was the fuel similar between 1 and 2?
Fuel on the number 2 was 57.3, Trellier 56.1.
So that's a bit difference, but not that much.
A litre of difference.
That tyre cock-up was a maximum of 10 seconds. I don't think it was even that.
Maybe that, but even so. Completed the second cycle of pit stops for the prototypes, and Kaz Nakajima leads, having just done the fastest 3rd section. Toyota number 7 then, and it is Kaz Nakajima at the wheel. I saw him change. I know there's some debate about that here at the circuit. Ben Trellier is second, and he's 13.5 seconds back. Alan McNish on his outlap, 7, 1 and 2, as a change in position in 5th and 6th as the Rebellion number 13 goes past the Stracker number 21 at Stoke Corner. In P2, John Martin leads for ADR Delta on home ground. Enzo Portolicio in second for the 44 Starworks car. Then Nick Manassian back up to 3rd in the Zytek. He seemed to lose an inordinate amount of time in that pit stop run. Dropped way down. May have been that others were just still to do their pit stops, and Nick stopped early. Olivier Plat is in the 24 car now in 4th position. But there are big gaps between those PTs, which I'll be honest to say I didn't expect to see. Now, here's another look at that front wheel, and it did cost some time, but clearly not the 20 seconds we're talking about. Before we get into the next set of pit stops for the GTs, Mark Lieb leads by 2 seconds from Stefan Mucker. 77 Porsche from 97 Aston Martin. and it's another 3 seconds back to Giancarlo Fisichella in the 51 car, and still 37 seconds back to Johnny Cocker in the GMW Ferrari, the yellow and black car. In the GTE AM category, now wait till you hear this, it's Fernando Reis in the Chevrolet Corvette who leads by 4 seconds from Johnny Adam in the Aston Martin and Stuart Hall in the second of the Aston Martin. So 50, 99 and a 98. 4.5 seconds between first and second, and about another 6 seconds from Johnny Adam back to Stuart Hall. The Porsche of Gianluca Rolla, the 88 car, which was doing so well earlier on, is another 30 seconds near enough further back down the road. So there's been a big shake-up in GTE AM, which I apologise, but I can't tell you how that happened. That was through the pit stop cycle, clearly. And that's how it stands with 4 hours and 13 minutes of the 6 still to go. Don't forget, you can contact us here at Radio Le Mans on Twitter or at radiolemans.com and on the forum. And in the next hour, a chance for you to be a winner with our Sim Raceway competition. This is exclusively online at radiolemans.com on the forum or at Specutainment. There will be a Sim Raceway competition, based competition. You'll have to go to simraceway.com to register and have a look. It'll be about the cars that are available, but it's free to do that. But you must be following at Radio Le Mans, all one word, or go onto the radiolemans.com website and the forum to get that question. And you could be a winner of the exclusive SRW1 wheel by Steel Series, which Nick uses, and it's certainly recommended by Nick Damon.
It is. I recommend it fully.
Thank you. The 97... Right, well, I'm going to ask Johnny to explain what he's just handed to me. It's easier than trying to read the notes. Johnny's
John,
been...
can I just interrupt you? I've got Tom Christensen.
Yeah, you may.
Tom, we were speaking on the grid, and you were absolutely right. Off the start... We spoke on the grid, and you were right, because off the start line, the Toyota was able to get past you, but then you seemed to drive a very controlled 2 stints.
Yeah, the start, actually, I tried to be aggressive, and it didn't work, because, of course, the hybrid cars has more grunt off the start line. After that, it was quite controlled. I had a few issues, a little bit too much oversteer, and the car a little bit snappy on me, but it worked well, and in the second stint, everything went well. I had a small offline at a chapel, and then in traffic, I didn't read it well. It's very difficult with the different cars. Some people see you, some people don't, and I didn't have a smooth run, to be honest. But the car is coming to us, and now we just lost a bit of time at the pit stop. But I think we still have a race on our hands.
Thanks, Tom.
Now, the Labra vet caught and passed the 2 Astons on the track rather than in the pit, says Joe Taylor, tweeting to us at Radio Le Mans. Thank you very much indeed. And Johnny's been looking at the GT pit stops and what went on there. Johnny Palmer.
Well, to a certain extent, yeah. This was handed to me by Graham Goodwin from dailysportscar.com. I'm struggling to decipher all of his handwriting, but I know that the Aston Martin number 97, that's the pro car, has been struggling with front-end grip all weekend. And they have changed the front tyres already in the race, but apparently the car behaving much better in race trim, so they feel confident that they can double stint with those front tyres, indeed all 4 tyres from now on. He's spoken to Darren Turner, and of course Darren handed the car over to Stefan Mucker at that first stop, and the car is a lot better compared to where it has been in the previous 2 days.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Johnny, for deciphering that. Don't forget, at Radio Le Mans or at radiolemans.com and on the forum for a chance to be a winner in the next hour or so. All the details on the forum on the WEC thread there from Silverstone, as the number 7 Toyota of Kaz Nakajima continues to lap, but lost a couple of seconds last time around, Paul, to Ben Treluer, who's got the lead down under 10 seconds now.
Yeah, now I wonder if that's Nakajima or whether that's traffic. I mean, another aspect of endurance racing.
McNish is in the pits. McNish is in the pits. This is not a replay, and this is not on time.
Absolutely. Coming in at lap 60.
They've got tyres ready for him, Nick Damon.
Yeah, obviously I was walking the other way. Lucky I haven't got too far from leaving Tom Christensen. Car goes straight up onto the jacks, and they're replacing what looks like it was a single tyre change, was that one?
Yeah, right rear tyre only, Nick, thank you. And he's gone. That's very interesting. Must have had a tyre warning there. Must have had a tyre warning. Martin Pass is just sent me a letter and says slow right rear puncture. So that is further problems for McNish and Christensen. As he rejoins, he will hold on to third position, but that will cost him very, very dearly indeed.
Yes, it will. Yes, I mean, they've lost 10, so well, up to 20 seconds, depending how you measure it, on that front wheel change that problem they had in the pits. They've lost a further, in the pit lane, 45 seconds, plus the slowing down and speeding up again. As far as the fuel is concerned, they'll have topped it up a little bit, and they will at some point have to do a splash and dash. But it does mean that car is now completely out of schedule with the others. It was going out of schedule anyway because it was getting better fuel consumption. But you can't afford to have little things like that go wrong, and the only way that car is going to get back on terms is if either the Toyota or well, in fact, if both of the Audi and the Toyota have a similar little niggly problem, and then it's just a case of managing the small problem.
A lot of people are going off the road through the first corner at Abbey and into Farm. Seeing a little montage of that, and there is a lot of debris, tyre debris offline as well, that will catch out the unwary.
You know, the next pit stop for Nakajima, you get amazing how quickly this comes. He's going to be coming in on lap 68, currently on 61, so another 7 laps is all. That's about 10 minutes or so.
And he's coming round to Alan McNish. So he is a crucial part of the race for Alan, because he's got the leader behind him, about to put him a lap down, albeit towards the end of the leader's stint, but that not, I am sure, in the script that Audi were looking at earlier on in this race. So drama, oh, and more drama for the 32 Lola B1280 Coupe. I am not an expert in these matters, but I would say that's another engine for that car. They've had engine wars already. Kevin Weeder brings the car to a halt on the... It's on the left-hand side of the hangar straight, probably just out of your sight, Paul. You might be able to see a small pall of smoke.
You know. No, can't see any smoke at all. What I can see is bags of traffic for Andre Lotterer to have to deal with. He'd closed up quite well. He was within 7 seconds of the race leader, but as I say, bags of traffic, and I think that might actually have to drop him back a little bit again. So Kazuo Nakajima getting a break in the traffic. There goes McNish, almost a lap behind. Then Nakajima with the Toyota. He's a lap ahead.
And the number 1 car, Ben Treluer, coming together with the 97 Aston Martin of Stefan Mucker as they came through the loop there last time around. There's a gaggle of GT cars, and Mucker getting involved with the Audi, 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, but not clever by either of them. And thank you to the Reverend Al Green, who has... It's just dropped into my inbox on the Twitter. 13:51, car 32 off power, sounding rough. That was very, very apposite, as we have the Krone Racing Ferrari with a spin, and it's Tracy Krone who has spun it. Now, did he get help there? He did. Oh, and again, it's an Audi that's done it, pulled right into the side of him, going down the Vale. Now, which Audi was that?
Number 1.
I think it was the number 1 car, Nick, do you?
Yeah, it was the white car, not the silver car.
Right, well, that's 2 incidents recently for Ben Treluer. He must be treading a very thin line at the moment. The stewards will be looking at both of those And again, pulled out right into the side, got up close behind another car, pulled out right into the side of Tracy Crone, who was blameless in that accident. Absolutely nowhere for him to go.
The green Crone racing car is running again, crucially. I think that was on the run from Stowe down the Vale and
absolutely
into Vale
right,
corner.
downhill, yeah.
That's right. And it was, here's a replay from the other side. No, in fact, this is a different incident.
So that's the Pecom racing car going for a lurid spin.
Yeah.
So we've got a lot of drivers struggling for grip out there at the moment as Alan McNish is working his way through traffic. But crucially, McNish has stayed ahead of the Toyota.
So far.
So far, yes. It was indeed the number 1 car. We're just getting a replay again. And just not looking in his mirrors. And the Ferrari is halfway down the side of the Audi, and Treluer has turned into him. That's just nonsense.
Yeah, it was way before the corner, wasn't it?
I know he was passing another car, but he just didn't look. He'd had to lift off because he had a P2 car ahead of him, Treluer, and he's pulled out from behind the P2 car without looking.
It was a rebellion, one of the rebellions he was trying to get by. But naturally a slower car because that's a petrol machine against the diesel. But yeah, you've got to be aware of the GT cars that you're lapping at the same time as trying to lap another prototype car.
And stand by for a problem on the circuit. The safety car has been asked to stand by. This must be for the 32 Lotus, which is stranded drivers left on the Hanger Straight.
Safety car.
And the safety car is rolling, says Paul Trustwell. But the safety cars are rolling.
Indeed, one will join in from the old start-finish line, and the other will join in from the pit lane.
Well,
Safety car is currently being deployed. Slow down, queue up. Safety car is being deployed. Safety cars are on track.
64 laps completed then, and
it looks like Toyota are going to jump this safety car. Kazuki Nakajima had 5 laps of fuel left on his countdown, but the Toyota boys are all in the pit lane there. So they're going to make the most of this one and try and not
got to be
lose too
careful,
much.
Nick, because don't forget the pit lane light will be
red. Steve Tarrant has turned the thing red, so that is as we were expecting.
There was an interesting conversation in our box this morning between Steve Tarrant and Gerard Neveu, the man at the head of the WEC and the man who actually physically turns the light to red or green, about which way that was going to work. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, the safety car has picked up Alan McNish. I mean, it's not quite in front of Alan McNish, but what I was wondering was whether or not that would aid Alan McNish to get his lap back, but it hasn't, because what it's done is it's squashed Alan McNish back into Kazu Nakajima, as it were. But Nakajima, we're expecting to pit. What the Audis will do, I don't know, but they are ahead of schedule. My suggestion would be the best thing to do is to stay out there for Audi, and the Toyota will come into the pits, and this will change the shape of the race because of the way the fuel consumption's working.
In the pit lane, Jean-Denis Delatraz in the 29 Gulf Lola. Graham Goodwin is here for a quick update on 1 or 2 people who've had problems. Murphy.
Murphy, a bit of an odd one there. They were double stinting the tyres from the start. Brendan Hartley reports that he was beginning to struggle pretty soon after the second stint, and then really struggled. Thought a tyre was coming off the rim, but that appears to have been a wheel just lost, but it was his in-lap.
But that tyre and wheel had been on since the start of the race?
Had been on since the start of the race. So
that's very
something
unusual.
very, very unusual. So that's Murphy.
What about Jota?
Jota, we wondered, didn't we, why they changed tyres at the first stop. The reason is they're looking to triple stint Nick in that car, Nick Minasian in that car. They can't triple stint the tyres, therefore give Nick a fresh rubber twice.
Yeah.
He's now out for a double stint on his second set of tyres.
Lotus LMP2?
We thought engine at the beginning, didn't we? Remember this car joined late, exhaust actually, and then James Roster's problem a little later on was a fire in the wiring loom.
And finally JRM.
Not quite finally JRM. No, JRM and JMW. JRM, their race, of course, race starts characterised by that spin for Peter Breck at the start of the race. Pretty crowded into that first corner. He got into a little bit of a tangle with one of the Rebellions, I think Andrea Baliki's car. He thinks he made a little bit of light contact. There's no damage to either car, but that was, I think, a bit of confusion about the braking zone. And finally, JMW, that Dunlop shot, the yellow Ferrari 458s, they're pretty happy with where they are. They know they've got a bit of advantage on fuel, but they were struggling to get temperature in the tyres from the start, but they're going to run their own race, and as James Walker's just told me, when we've done that so far this year, it's come out okay in the end.
Yeah, true enough. True enough. Graham Goodwin, dailysportscar.com. All of their weekend's words are free to view, thanks to Nissan. And radiolemans.com brought to you by Nissan and in association with Sim Raceway. Don't forget that competition, but you must be following at Radio Le Mans on Twitter or be on radiolemans.com and on the forum. The 88 Felbermeyer is in the pit lane from the ARM category. Came in third.
Got both the amateur
third position, I think. Nick.
Yeah, both the amateur Astons are in as well, as is the it's been an amateur fest actually, because one of the 50 car as well. I can see up one of the Greaves cars. I'm assuming it's a 41 because the 42 stopped early. But most people apparently are skewing their chance to stop here because of the with the rules as are let's call them the Le Mans rules rather than the UK rules. Stopping on the safety car really is basically a disadvantage.
Well, you can get stuck. I was talking to Sam Hancock about this morning, Paul, and we were discussing this, and he said, we need to talk about this with our team management and work out what the best way is to do it.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, safety cars are always going to be difficult, and you get different opinions depending who you talk to. But there's one approach, which is whatever the rules say, you just work out what the best thing to do is, and the other approach is to try and get the rules changed. Now, certainly once the race is underway, you can't get the rules changed. So, the difficulty for Toyota is that their car is not yet running out of fuel because they'll have 68 laps worth on.
And they can use their hybrid system to extend that, of course, can't they? Because that car has to be able to run at least the length of the pit lane at Le Mans on hybrid power only.
That's right, yes, and I don't know quite how far that will take them. The good thing is that, the leading three prototypes are all behind the same safety car, which is bad news for Alan McNish because it means he's not getting any of his lap back at all. There's a GT car and a P2 car, and then you've got Alan McNish, and then it's the Toyota a lap ahead.
And just to let you know, there's a line of cars moving in the pits.
The Beechstein amateur Aston has stalled in front of the lights. Now he's got going, so they're all sitting there. No one was following for a bit. They were waved past by the marshals. They've allowed the Beechstein car to join, as the 42 car does as well. So that's that could be
going out of the pits was the 50 Chevrolet, the 98 Aston, the 88 Porsche, and the 99 Aston Martin, as well as I think the 42 Zytek.
42, exactly right, John. So all of those cars having been held in the pits
for a long time. The 50 car, I think, lost a lap easily because they just missed the next window because they had a problem on their their left rear tyre. They actually changed it twice for some reason.
At the very worst, you're going to lose half a lap. At the very best, rather, you're going to lose half a lap. You're never going to get in and out before at least one safety car's come through. So, because as soon as you come in off the end of the line, effectively the pit lane is closed until the next crocodile comes through. So you're going to lose at least half a lap at best. At best. If you time it wrong, as Nick says, you can lose a lap or a lap and a half in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, it depends what you're doing in the pits, of course, how long the pit stop is, because you can make up some time by taking advantage of the fact that it's a longer pit stop. For example, you would change the tyres on a stop that you wouldn't necessarily. It all kind of pans out one way or another. Very difficult situation.
Yeah,
go on, Nick.
No, it's interesting really because the Toyota guys are standing in the pit lane as they have done, effectively since the safety car was called. Nakajima was on a countdown of 4 as he went past. So he had 4 laps of normal running, which is equivalent to about 8 laps behind a safety car, of course. And they've obviously decided that he's not worth pulling him in during the safety car period. So my guess is that as soon as the safety car is pulled off, I think that actually as that car peels off at the start-finish, they will send him down the pit lane at that point.
If he's behind the right safety car, but I
think
he
should be. He's the leading car, so that's just how it should work. So I think he'll be peeling off at that point, literally as soon as it comes off.
I love your boyish enthusiasm, Nick. Just over the hour has gone by. We have 3 hours and 55 still to go, and Kaz Nakajima is the leader in the number 7 Toyota. Just ahead of him is Alan McNish, who is third and just on the tail end of the lead lap. So whatever happens, McNish has got to stay out to have any chance of staying on the lead lap. He comes in, he loses the lap.
Yeah,
See what I mean?
Well, there's no point in McNish coming in anyway because he's pretty much fully fueled. So,
yes, true. He's not been that long out of the pits, has he?
No, exactly. So McNish is in good shape. Treluet is in reasonably good shape.
Is Treluet in the same safety car line as Nakajima? Right,
yes,
that was my next question.
Yeah, the first three are all behind the same safety car. My difficulty is that I have one safety car on my right at the same time as the other safety car is on the left. So I have to kind of go a bit like Marty Feldman, if anybody remembers that far back, with one eye pointing in one direction, the other one pointing in the other direction.
You should know that we thrive on like 60s, 70s and 80s obscure British TV references.
Quite. There is 1, 2, 3 cars between Nakajima and Treluet. Nakajima is directly behind Alan McNish, and hopefully the safety car is in this lap, it says.
Correct, the lights are out. The lights are out.
I'm having a quick banana break.
So the two start lines are being used. The old start-finish line and the current start-finish line. And in green all over the track. Now, interestingly, the safety car that pulls off here is the lead safety car, and there goes Kaz Nakajima. He's got a fantastic start. He goes up the inside of Alan McNish, and McNish has gone a lap down on the restart. Crucial part of the race here for Alan McNish in the number 2. He's getting the Audi up to speed, but he could not contend with the hybrid power of the petrol-engined Toyota as Kaz Nakajima unleashed the power of the supercapacitor on the restart and disappeared up the inside of McNish. McNish now right up the tailpipes of the Toyota, going down the hanger straight with the very bright headlights flashing, trying to get the attention of the Japanese driver ahead of him, trying perhaps to unsettle Nakajima, but Nakajima's had a great restart, and he's got 3 or 4 cars lengths as he comes round at the end of the first lap of green flag racing. He will be peeling off into the pits in a lap or 2, but for the moment, Alan McNish has gone a lap down, and that is certainly not how it was planned when they sat down, I'm sure, with Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich and Ralf Juttner and Reinhold Jost before this race. In P2, John Martin is leading from Nick Manassian by a margin now. They got separated between the 2 safety cars, and it's now 56 seconds between Martin and Manassian, with Olivier Plat sitting just a couple of seconds back from Nick. In GT, it's Mark Lieb by just 0.3 of a second from Stefan Mucker, who's right in there with the Ferrari behind him. 77, 97 and 51 are having a cracking battle as the 70 car, it has spun again. And in GT Arm, it's Perezzini from Bornhauser from Roberti. So Perezzini on the restart has jumped the Labra competition Corvette.
Yes, I mean, the safety car really livened up the GT battle, because we had the number 77 Felbermeyer Porsche, the Aston, and the AF Corsa Ferrari absolutely together. And we still have that as Nakajima comes out of Copse Corner into the Beckett's S's. He is now on his 69th lap, and I was scheduling him to come in on 68, but that's slower running behind the safety car. But Nakajima has not yet come in. He may be in at the end of this lap, but if not this, it'll definitely be the next lap, and that'll enable Alan McNish to get his lap back. But he's not travelling as quickly. I mean, that Toyota is a very quick car, and the Audis cannot keep up on pace alone.
Very, very interesting indeed. Nick Damon in the pit lane.
Yeah, the interesting thing really is how that's going to wind out, over time. Is that has that safety car actually been an advantage or a disadvantage as the Nakajima goes round for another lap?
Another fastest, the fastest lap of the race, Nakajima there.
I'm just going to try and have a quick word with someone in the pit wall, just get a bit of update what happened right at the beginning of the race. With Peter Dunbreck. Peter, a good stint but a bad start. What happened there?
Well, just... The pack bunched up at the first corner, and I was there on the inside, and I think it was one of the Rebellions just turned in, swiped over in front of me. Guess he didn't see me. It's just one of those things. Very unlucky. No damage to the car. Quick spin back on the track. So we're just trying to catch up now to the other cars in front, and that safety car really didn't help us.
Yeah, I mean, you had managed to get most of that time back, hadn't you? And you were pushing through the field, well, the other petrol cars pushing through the field, but again, these safety cars, they fall at awkward times sometimes.
Well, it's such a short track here. I think this track doesn't really need 2 safety cars. And it split the pack up, and we ended up on the wrong end of that, so we're, you know, a minute behind, but Karun is pushing very hard now, so hopefully he'll do well.
Thanks, Peter.
Look behind you, Nick. You've got the GT leaders in.
I was about to say, look at me corner of my eye, because it's a 77 car, looking like a very textbook start. Well, they have now got the world's thirstiest Porsche, unfortunately. One thing I did notice on his sister car, the 88. You know, the 88 car had a massive amount of bodywork knocked off early on.
Yeah.
They appear to be allowed to continue without it. And it's missing like what you would say was the vast majority of the rear 3 quarters. I'm really quite surprised they haven't been pinged for anything there. As Richard Leitz goes away on the 77.
It's going to be a race out of the pit lane.
And there's the 97. So that's how. And they're basically, that is what, an hour and a safety car, and they're exactly as far apart as they were the last time.
Yeah.
And there goes Nakajima beneath me, John.
That's 2 hours in a safety car, mate. Don't forget. That's how quickly it's gone by. Thanks, Nick. Nick Damon, the powered by Nissan pit lane. As the Ferrari number 51 of Giancarlo Fisichella then goes through and retakes the lead. They got 6 laps more out of that car last time around. Kaz Nakajima in the pit lane, Nick.
Yeah, again, he came in, I think he's done a couple of pretty impressive laps. That boy's got a lot of speed. That's never been doubted. Sometimes it's the doubt about Nakajima, which he needs to prove to us all, is that he can think and concentrate for a double or triple stint. But so far, he's covering himself in glory in this massively, rapidly quick blue and white flying machine. And that was a good stop that time, I think, the fuel-only stop. Hopefully the pit stop tyre will tell you. I don't think that position in the pit lane is the fastest place. I think that box is costing him a second or so, 2 seconds to stop.
Now, where is the number 1 Audi then?
Number 1 Audi has gone through.
Yes, he said Beckett's. Turn around, Paul.
Yep. Going through the Beckett's S's. The pit stop from Nakajima exactly 1 minute long and 70 litres of fuel. So he uses even more fuel than Alex Wurtz did, although that's due to having done a few more laps and of course having been behind the safety car. But yeah, 70 litres refueled there for Nakajima.
How many litres is their tank? Toyota's tank, Paul. How many litres did Toyota have? That seems a lot.
Is it 75 or 73? It's one of the two.
Okay. It's more than 70.
Yeah, it's I can't remember. I think it's 73 or 75, depending on whether it's the. They have the same reduction in litres being a hybrid as the diesels do over normal.
Over normal petrol.
Yeah, which is 3, I think. But they are very fast, but a very thirsty car, which is quite ironic, really, because they had the fast but frugal run here on the Toyotas on the way here, which was one of their PR stunts.
So, Tralliway back in the lead, but he's the last of the leaders to need that pit stop. Although McNish's pit stop, third pit stop, was not for fuel, it was a tyre only. He'd only just got in that car, let's not forget.
Yes, they put 8 litres of fuel in.
Ah, they did.
I
didn't see that. Thank you, Paul.
But, you know, 8 litres is, well, you wouldn't be allowed to in your local filling station, would you? They'd say, no, that's not enough. You've got to put 10 litres minimum or something.
How do you fill up a scooter then?
I think it's 5 litres minimum, actually. It's normally about a gallon.
Yeah, but it's there or thereabouts, 8 litres, so just over a gallon. I suppose it's still a bucket full, isn't it?
So that's what he must have used. That's what Alan used in those laps between Tom bringing the car in, him going out.
John, can I just cut across you, because I found someone to talk to.
Okay.
Mark Lee, it's a pretty epic battle at the front of GTE Pro. I suppose the worry you must have is that both you and the Aston Martins are significantly thirstier than the Ferraris.
Yeah, this is our main problem, and the safety car didn't help at all. This was a big help for the Ferrari, but not for us, so they can do 4 stops now without a problem. And we have to do a splash in the end, probably half an hour, 25 minutes to the end. We have to pit, so we have the same fuel consumption as the Aston Martin, or a little bit better. They have a bigger fuel tank. But anyway, we have the same stint length with the Aston, so we're fighting probably for P2 at the moment. yeah, car is definitely back in the ballpark where we want to have it, but still we have to work on some issues. It was very difficult for me. I wasn't very comfortable in the car. I had some issues. I was fighting hard at the end with Mücke, and but it was a good, you know, at the end we were still in P1 and it's okay. But the Ferrari, if it stays like this, we'll win it in the pits.
Mark, thank you.
Very clever lad is Mark Lieb.
He gave the best answers we've had, I think, in about 3 races where we talked about how the changes to the car were adjusting the new 911, how they so much needed the 991.
He is the last of the great engineer-stroke drivers. I mean, he's got an engineering qualification, and when you think down through the years of the people who've driven Porsche's success, they've all had some competence, a large degree of competence in engineering, and some of them have been able to drive as well. And Mark is that a real throwback, and he does a great job for them. The 24 Olivier Plat with Nick Manassian on the circuit, and that's the battle for second position in P2. John Martin has cleared off into the distance and used that safety car to his advantage in the ADR Delta. But at the end of the hangar straight, the white with the black rear end of the Nick Manassian Jota on a triple, remember, is trying to hold off Olivier Plat, the very fast Frenchman in the Gulf-coloured Morgan behind him.
Yes, the P2 battle was the one that was really spoiled a little bit by the safety car coming out, wasn't it?
Massively, yeah.
John? The GT battle was nicely preserved, the prototype battle was nicely preserved, but no, it didn't quite work in P2. What's that car we've got in the background? Was that an onboard shot?
That was an onboard of the 88 Felbermeyer car.
Okay.
The sound of it, yes.
It's a very strange sound, doesn't it?
That's Paolo Roberti. He's fighting to stay ahead of Pier Giuseppe Perettini, the 88 and the 61. In fact, he's just gone by him and taken the lead in the GTM category. As I see the pictures now, I was looking to see if I could see the Ferrari from the onboard picture, realised I couldn't. And if you are a follower of @Radio Le Mans on Twitter, stand by for the competition. You have been given a 5-minute warning. And if you're not, follow it straight away @Radio Le Mans.
Good timing as well from the point of view of the race, because we've got around about 7 laps or so, 8 laps or so before Trellier comes in for his equivalent pit stop. So a little bit of a hiatus in P1 pit stop activity.
Up at the ELMS at Donington a month or so ago, a little more than that, we didn't have the P1 cars. We were allowed to focus in much more on the P2 battle, and it was absolutely fantastic. And again, we've got a field of P2 cars here that, just to go back to what we were talking about, sadly being split up by those 2 pace cars, but safety cars rather. But still, with 3 hours and 41 minutes to go, you would not bet against that coming back together. And there are some top drivers. John Martin, Nick Manassian, Olivier Plat, just the first 3. Hughesy's out there now. Olivier Lombard's out there. Roman Rusinov is out there. Martin Brundle's out there at the moment in the 42. It's a long time since Martin Brundle's driven in a World Championship sports car race here at Silverstone. I think you've got to go back to 92 for that.
Something like that. Yes, I mean, stint management is what P2 is all about, isn't it?
It is.
Yes, having said pit stop intervals, we need to be looking out for the GTE Pro cars, though, John, because on lap 68 or thereabouts, we'll be getting the Ferrari coming in, number 51, the AF Corsa car. The Felbermeyer car has already had its second stop. The Aston Martin Vantage Stefan Mücke will be due in on or around lap... no, it's had its pit stop as well, hasn't it? So Mücke's had his pit stop. As I was going to say, his next pit stop is due a long way away. So Mücke and Leitz have both had their pit stop. The Aston Martin is the one I'm looking for, which is number 66. Yikes, I need to do some work on that one. Go back a second.
Yeah, there's a big gap between Fisichella and the rest of the field, but of course he hasn't pitted yet. He and Johnny Cocker are the two Ferraris out front. And I mean, Fisichella's now got 1 minute and 8 seconds on the first of the non-Ferraris chasing him. And Johnny's got 20 seconds. A bit harder for the GMW car. I mean, they're at the moment, if all things stay the same, when do they ever? It could be certainly a good podium for GMW. Whether it will be a win without something befalling the 51 car, I'm not sure. As Nick Manassian and Olivier Pla continue their battle. Oh, and on the track, a rabbit on the turn into Copse, and I'm afraid the bunny bought it there. The front end of Olivier Pla's car, it wasn't Copse at all, was it? It was coming through Abbey. I am still struggling. Oh no, the rabbit has survived. It's a hare. The Silverstone hare has survived. I am really struggling with the two pit lanes here. Camera positions at either end of the two pit straights are very similar. Team manager of car 1. 88 and 1. Well, you know the 1 is Ben Treluet. And the 88 is Paolo Robetti in the leading Porsche. That's 2 class leaders, the overall leader and the Porsche number 88, the Felbermeyer car, which is very smoky at the moment. And no, that's the 77. That's the 77 car. Well, it's a suspension failure. It's not a flat. Yeah, I think that's a suspension failure on that car because the wheel's sitting right up in the wheel well, Paul. The 77 car, this is the leading Porsche in GTE Pro, and in fact, the leading car that had made 2 stops, just being passed by Stefan Mucker. He's gone through, and it's a long way back. Half a lap or more, Paul, back to the pits.
Oh, it's more than that. It's only just gone through the first split.
Oh, has it?
At the end of the Wellington Straight. So it's an awfully long way back there for Ricard Leitz in the Porsche. And, of course, that's going to really scupper their chances.
Yeah.
So Ferrari Aston is the remaining GTE Pros.
That's Stowe, and remember last year it was at the final corner that the AstroTurf was being pulled up quite badly. That has lasted very well this year. It's
not AstroTurf, it's paint.
Say again, Nick?
It's paint, it's not AstroTurf.
Oh, at the exit of the final corner?
So I meant to say on the pit walk, I noticed it the first time, it's not AstroTurf, they just painted it green.
That's why it hasn't come up then.
Well, it's amazing, isn't it? It's miracle stuff.
Miracle, yeah. Through goes Alan McNish. And the team manager's being called to race control normally means that a penalty's coming and they will be asked to explain themselves. I'm guessing that going back a while, we had a safety car in between now and when this incident happened, which will have taken the attention of the stewards. But I think this will be the contact between the number 1 Audi and the 57 Krone Racing Ferrari that has been being looked at by the stewards. It was just at the exit of Stowe where we're watching the Krone Ferrari now, in fact, coming down, where the Audi driver, and it was Treluet in the car at the time, got caught up behind another prototype, one of the Rebellion cars, jinked out to the left to find the Krone Racing car halfway up the side of the Audi. Now, they both survived the incident, but a big spin ensued for Tracy Krone. And it would appear that that or some other incident has been spotted. A lot of cars being warned for going off the track. We haven't had anybody penalised for it as yet, Paul. And it will be, I mean, patience will run out finally as into the pit lane comes Julien Jus. Comes Maxime Jus. No, I'll try that again. Comes Olivier Pla in the 24. Completely the wrong car there.
We've got the 77 now, John, just coming down the pit lane. I'll try and look at the behind and see whether it's tyre or suspension. Oh, it's suspension. You're absolutely right, John.
I thought there was still. I thought there was still air in the tyre.
Yeah. No, that's a suspension failure. That's game over. I'm wondering if the 88 has been pulled up for this lack of half its rear bodywork.
Possibly. Possibly. Oh, there is the confirmation on the screen of. Is there a bit of? Oh, when you jack the car up and the wheel just flops over, you know it's not good. Is there a bit of damage on that BBS rim there as well? Has there been a bit of side-to-side
No, I don't think so. It was looking clean. I'm just about a garage and a half behind him. So I wanted to get a look behind him. I'll go and stick my expert eye in my CSI Silverstone notebook. But my feeling is, I think that is just a failure. That's in the world of one of those things that you don't want to happen.
Now there's about to be a change of position, I think, for 6th place overall and in P1 as Karen Chanduk has caught up to within a second or so of Nick Leventis, the 21 and 22 cars, the HPD chassis with the Honda engines, possibly competing for a Honda Works contract for next year. Straka and JRM respectively, both cars from the UK, teams from the UK. And Karan Chandok, a very pleasant meal with him on Friday night and asked him what he was expecting of coming to sports cars, and then Bruno Senna, who's a very good friend of Karen, did not enjoy his time with Orica and basically said, it's awful, don't go. And Karen is a wit and raconteur, and it was a good evening with him, Dumbrek and Brabham, saying that he'd scared himself witless at Sebring as he takes the opportunity perhaps to get that position, trying to go around the outside of the Felbermeyer Porsche, and they're side by side going through entry, and Karen Chandok does indeed make the pass with an opportunist manoeuvre through traffic that brings that car back up. Remember the spin early on for Peter Tumbrek, and Karen Chandok has made up the time and goes up into 6th position. He said he scared himself a lot at Sebring in his first sports car race. And Nick Damon has news of the 2nd place GT Pro car in the pits.
Yeah, it's the Jaguar Ferrari just came in, so it's the first of those cars which have got their unbelievable fuel consumption for an incredibly fast sports car. Just that noise you heard with the Starworks car, that was a second stint for Vincenzo Pontelicchio. So he'll be getting his silver area done as quickly as possible. I'm not sure. I think they may have snuck him in for a bit of the safety car actually, which is why they pulled Sarazan out slightly early before, trying to get the laps, the time, should I say, of that third driver used up when there's no chance of losing time, as we can see is currently happening with Nick Leventis in the Straka car. But yes, it's a pretty standard stop here from JMW. 4 Dunlops going on, which is the only Ferrari where that happens on. Fuel's already in. And they'll probably be coming out, I would assume, somewhere slightly behind the Aston, but they may be now able, as I noticed at the other end of the pit lane, the amateur Ferrari is in from AF Corsa, and it's all going very well for Ferrari, John.
Yeah, that'll be Fisichella to hand back over to Bruni as far as the AF Corsa Ferrari is in. James Walker going back out then after 1 minute and 34 seconds. And Ben Trellier is going to be due in shortly in the leading Audi car number 1. A couple of laps in hand for him because better fuel consumption behind the safety car will mean that he can go further than he went last time. And on his last stint he did 27 laps. He is on his 28th lap of this stint now, but as I say, a couple of laps he should be able to get out of the car as a result of the reduced pace of running behind the safety car. But Trellier will be the next one in, and that'll hand the lead back to Kazu Nakajima, because the number 2 Audi is not going to get its turn in the lead this time as a result of the right rear puncture, which delayed it and let it at an extra pit stop in the last hour.
Yeah, and McNish, remember, fell off the lead lap for a moment as 2 AF Corsa Ferraris exit pit lane, as does the number 12 That's the Rebellion, which is the best, or at least was when it came in, the best of the privateer cars.
We had a driver change as well on that Rebellion, John, so that was a full service tyres and drivers. And obviously, we've seen the two AF Corsa cars go by, about to the Murphy prototypes coming to the pit lane with the requisite number of wheels on Warren Hughes' car for a change.
Oh, that's harsh. It was only the once. It's not exactly a real pattern, is it? Let's be honest.
That reminds me of a joke which I can't tell on the radio about I only do it once, and that's what I've known as forever.
Yeah, if that's the punchline, give me the joke. 3 hours and 29 minutes to go. Another half an hour of racing has passed us by, Paul, and Ben Treluer leads it.
Yes, he does, but as I say, shortly due for the pits. 61.
Alan McNish has dropped a minute back from Nakajima since he was... no, sorry. No. He's a minute behind Nakajima because Nakajima's pitted.
That's right.
Yeah, sorry.
But it is noticeable that, although interestingly on that last lap, McNish was actually quicker than Nakajima, but most of the time Nakajima can lap more quickly than McNish. McNish has less fuel aboard his car than Nakajima has aboard his, but apart from that, the Toyota does seem to be quicker than the Audi. As McNish just pulls out and goes past Nick Leventis down into the Beckett's S's.
On board, this is what an Aston Martin Racing Vantage V8 sounds like, or was. That was Stefan Mucker, who is now leading the GT Pro class, of course, from Jimmy Bruni, both with 2 stops. James Walker in third. 9.5 seconds between Mucker and Bruni. And in GTE it's still Roberti in the 88 Porsche, from Bornhauser in the 50 Chevrolet Corvette, and Perrottini in the pits in the 61 Ferrari will give up his third place to the 99 Aston Martin, Paul White.
There's our leader.
Say again, Nick?
It's the leader in the pits.
Oh, thank you. Yes, it is. Ben Treluer.
And it's going to be a fuel-only stop. They, again, have even prepared tyres. They are actually behind Reinhold Joost at the moment, so the tyres and his hair colour exactly matched. Fuel going in. Car beginning a little bit. I can't see any... okay, there's a little bit of damage on the very left rear where it clouted Tracy Cron. So it's just kind of scuffed it. It's got the old-fashioned scuffage from that incident. It's now releasing up and away, so it'll be interesting to see whether there's going to be any action taken on that or just a slap on the wrist. But that was certainly the definition of a textbook stop. Bunks of fuel and send her off and away again.
So Ben Treluer will lose the lead despite a textbook stop. 56 litres put in the car, 54 seconds lost in, or not lost in the pit lane, spent in the pit lane. So 54 seconds is exactly the same time as that car spent in the pits in the first pit stop when Andre Lotterer got a tank full of fuel and he got 54 litres instead of 56. As I say, slightly less fuel with the car having been out during the safety car.
Listen to the hybrid spinning up there on Ben Treluer as he was braking. It's 45 seconds between Nakajima and Treluer out on the circuit. Treluer coming round past the national pits. I had to wait there to make sure I was right. Honestly, I am really... I'm never this lost normally. It was like yesterday when people keep talking about yellow flag at turn 6. Yeah. I can't even visualise that because to me, Copse would be turn 1. If Copse was turn 1, then I can kind of make it work. But turn 6 would be Brooklands, you know. So through the traffic goes Ben Treluer.
But he's not very far behind the Toyota, having come out of the pit lane. I was right in saying that he's lost the lead.
Yeah.
But he's not far behind, John.
He's about half a second behind. That
Is it as little as that?
That caption that I've just seen was obviously taken it when the guys went across the line beforehand. And that was clearly the wrong amount of time because he has got Nakajima almost as a lock here. Now, can he live with him? And he's on his. This is his first flying lap across the line, and no action after investigation for car 88, says the purple line at the bottom. Now, car 1 will be the next decision from the stewards. And he at the moment is just a second or so behind the leader of the race. And this is very interesting indeed. 1.4 seconds at the line it was. On board again with Treluer. That's the noise of the Audi. Through Woodcote. The diesel engine. And in the pit lane, the leader of P2, Nick Damon.
Yes, and more interestingly also, that the 77 Feldmeier Porsche just been released off its jack, so they've obviously fixed what it was. It was something must have popped or slightly snapped. They replaced whatever it is. But the ADR car, the Anthropin racing machine, which is the big gainer from that pit stop situation, the safety car situation. I think Jan Charouz has got into the car. John Martin's got out. I think that's what's happened. You'll need to tell me where we turn the sticker on, but that's, I think, was the plan. That he was certainly suited and booted prior to that. Just seen Nick Manassi, of course, after his very long stint, get out of the ADR Delta car. Nick
Leventis is in the pits.
He is. He's trolling down, but he's already a long way behind, or will when he comes out behind the second HPD. So it's get the constant flow. I wonder if I can see anyone to talk to here at ADR. I've walked all this way.
I'm also hearing the Audi number 1 may have passed a car under yellows. The safety car was coming out. Past a P2 car just as the safety car came out. So a couple of reasons that they might have been called, and still no decision on that on the bottom of the screen.
Well, before we get there, I'll just have a grab with the man who left his car in the lead of P2. John Martin, great drive, and one of the drivers who did benefit in a way from that safety car.
Yeah, you know, it swings and roundabouts at Spa. We got massively slowed down by this safety car. So here, if we can, you know, if it was a bonus to us, then karma.
I mean, it looks very busy and difficult out there. I mean, how is it in the middle class where you're overtaking and being overtaken?
Yeah, obviously it's quite hard. You got to watch your mirrors and look forward because it's so high downforce here and such high speed. The GT cars are quite a bit slower than us. So. And obviously the P1 cars are quite a bit quicker than us, so there's quite a speed differential in the corners. But so no, it makes it quite difficult. But no, we survived that one, so we're looking okay at the moment.
Thanks, John. The biggest, broadest smile I've ever seen in a man go. Yeah, with swings and roundabouts, we appear to have gained on that one. He was like, I can't believe how down. I think the Cheshire Cat wouldn't have really matched his smile.
Okay. It's Johnny Palmer up here in the box as John Hindhaugh takes a little bit of a break, but John Martin has done supremely well. A lengthy stint for him, and he's clearly chuffed at
Johnny,
the end of it.
Can I just jump in? I'm sorry to jump in so quickly. Just bumped into Lucas Ordonez. Lucas has just got out a little while ago from the Greens car. Lucas, you had in that stint you had an unscheduled stop. What happened?
Yeah, well, it was not an easy stint. We had a few issues, I was really quick on the stint, really fast, consistent. But first of all, I had a contact with Nicola Minassian down here on the straight. He touched me. We were side by side, so I had to run off. And also, I hit a big cone. It was on the middle of the track in Brooklyn's corner. I had nothing to do, just cross around him, and the cone was below the car, so I had big understeering, no grip at all, so we had to pit earlier. So it's a bit disappointing because we have the best car, we have the best lineup for this weekend. We could win this race quite easily, to be honest. We were really confident on pole position, but we just can't avoid these little issues during the race, which are killing the race.
It seems, I don't even know this English word, very frenetic out there. There's always something happening. All the classes are constantly moving. It's not like, I've not seen this before in a race. It's very strange.
Yeah, no, LMP2 class is the most competitive class we have, and we just can go flat out, no? We have to go flat out every lap, and you see the level of the competition, no? Every lap the leaders change, and You know, we were on pole, now we are P7. Anything can change, but we are quite positive. More than 3 hours to go for the end of the race, and I'm sure Martin and Alex will do a good job at the end of the race.
Lucas, thank you very much.
Very tight for the overall lead of the race, just half a second between Kazuki Nakajima in the Toyota and Ben Trelier in the number 1 Audi. Paul, did you want to interject?
No, I was about to say exactly the same words as you were saying there. I mean, fantastic battle going out on the track, and of course, Trelier is really trying to push Nakajima into a mistake, or just to put him under pressure, get the Audi up there on terms with the Toyota. When we had the battle earlier on between Alexander Wurz and Andre Lotterer, it struck me that Wurz was able to make a little bit more of the Toyota, but Trelier is really having a great charge and putting Nakajima under the pressure at the moment, going they're down at Luffield at the moment. Alan McNish in the number 2 car is getting further and further. I don't say he's not getting any further and further behind, that's an exaggeration, but he's nearly the best part of a minute behind in number 2, and also he owes us a pit stop. He will be into the pits around about end of this lap or the one after, I think. So number 2, Alan McNish, not only a minute behind, but once that pit stop's completed, he may well be struggling to stay on the same lap as numbers 1 and 7.
Just 3.8 seconds the gap between the top 2 in P2. It's the Oak Racing number 24 that leads the way. That's the Morgan with the Nissan engine, and Olivier Pla at the wheel of that. Also a Nissan-engined Orica for ADR Delta in second position, with Tor Graves now on board after John Martin's fantastic opening stint. And the Jota car is down to third within P2. That's car 38 with Simon Dolan now at the wheel, having had Nicola Manassian for the most part. Now, the gap at the head of the order has opened up a little bit as they come across the line to complete lap 87. The gap is 2.1 seconds, so Trelier's not had a good lap that time through.
Oh, it's massive, isn't it?
Yeah.
Race is over. I mean, 2 hours and 40 minutes into the race. I mean, you're right, Johnny, it has just gone up, but, you know, 2 seconds, and that's going to come down now because Nakajima getting held up a little bit by another Gulf-sponsored Aston Martin. There always seems to be an Gulf Aston Martin in front of a Toyota, and Trelier goes down the Wellington straight hard on his heels.
My point there was that it's fluctuating quite a bit, because at the end of the previous lap it was half a second rather. Now it's up to 2.1. It'll probably be down in the 1 second by the end of this lap again. It's kind of dependent on traffic and also what part of the track each car favours.
Yeah, and where you come across the traffic as much as anything else. Yeah. How cleanly you're able to get through, waiting for the cars to come out of Copse Corner, where I'll see them next, and there is a gaggle of slower cars to come past there. Nakajima goes through, Trelier goes through. 1.5 seconds is the gap as they go into the Beckett's S's. Traffic as they come through the Beckett's S's, and in a minute you'll see them coming down Hanger Straight once again. And as I say, Alan McNish, meanwhile, has just gone through, hasn't he, to complete the lap. He's coming up towards me now. So best part of 2/3 of a lap behind Alan McNish in the number 2 Audi R18 Ultra.
So the Peugeot, see the gap is now down to half a second through sector 2, and the Audi therefore, in fact, they complete the lap and it's down to 1.3 seconds. So the Audi on that occasion has had a better lap than the Toyota, and there's absolutely nothing between them as they'll head back towards you, Paul, in a moment. Alan McNish is third in the number 2 Audi, that's the black car, and then the 2 Rebellion Racing Lolas with their Toyota power, 12 and 13, 4th and 5th. 6th position is the JRM HPD in the hands of Karen Chandok now, with Peter Dunbreck initially taking that car from the start. And Danny Watts on board the number 21 Stracker car is now in 7th and last position effectively within the P1s, also HPD, and a lap behind the number 22 car. Nose to tail for the lead of the race though, heading through Luffield, and again the Toyota getting caught up behind traffic. One of the prototype machines desperate to try and get away. Could be one of the Signatech Nissans.
Yeah, Trelier having a super run through the loop and as a result of that was quick out and onto the Wellington Straight. So yeah, he's right on the tail now. It's the number 26 Signatech Nissan on the tail of which they are at the moment, which is Roman Rusinov, as Nakajima swings left, right, left through the Beckett Sesses out onto the Hanger Straight again. Possible opportunity for Ben Treluet as they get down to Stowe Corner, Johnny.
3 abreast going up towards the right-hander at Stowe, and yes, Benoit Treluet is looking for a move up the inside of Kazuki Nakajima, and he makes that move, all because they were, and in fact Nakajima now back on the fight back. He's got the overlap on the approach to the Vale Corner, and actually does him on the driver's right there prior to the club complex to end the lap. Nothing between them, almost as if Treluet didn't get in front there. Everyone on the start-finish line won't have seen that happen, but the Audi was briefly in front. It was only for a section of basically Stowe Corner, and all because the Toyota was delayed onto Hanger Straight because it was caught up behind the second of the Signatech Nissans, I reckon, having to lap both of them more or less back-to-back. And the Toyota and the Audi right together, Paul.
Yeah, I'm afraid it doesn't count as a leader change if it doesn't happen across the start-finish line, although it happened in reality. I know.
Harsh.
Don't deny it.
I have a question. Have we had any resolution of the number 1 team manager being called to teacher's office? It hasn't come up on the screen yet. I haven't seen it. No?
The teacher's office isn't far from you, is it, John?
No. I suppose I could have a wander round.
Well, I was thinking you might have a man there who could have a wander round.
Yeah. Into the pit lane comes Alan McNish out of 3rd position. We've still got just over 3 hours to go, 3 hours 13.
Yeah, that's going to lose him that lap, isn't it? On the race leader.
Maybe. They're just in the 2nd sector now, aren't they, the leaders? So
yeah. Just to mention for Martin.
Oh, my goodness me. Now, that was the Toyota going all 4 wheels off by about 3 Toyotas widths. That was Nakajima, so that he didn't have to slow down for an Aston Martin. Now, that was gaining an advantage. Quite clearly, that is gaining an advantage. He's coming through the final corner. He doesn't want to follow the GT car, so he just keeps his foot in and goes 3 car widths wider. He's got to be pinged for that.
Fast round there, though. It wasn't the final corner. That was the final corner on the traditional circuit.
Yes, sorry, at Woodcote. At Woodcote, yes.
It depends where he saw the Aston and at what time. I mean, he would have seen it in the distance, I suppose, but to come round from the pit wall, where he's a bit of a blind entry through Woodcote, are you approaching that a little bit too hot and then have to think, oh, I've got to jink it across and over the circuit here?
He's followed him out of the complex. He's got to be, you know, all he's got to do is sit behind him, but he doesn't want to because he's got
the Audi on his
exactly. He didn't want to lift off.
Indeed.
Nick Damon watched the Audi stop.
Nick? The interesting thing was they did a full tyre change.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which certainly wasn't to the strategy you would expect, unless they're going to try and run Alan for 2 more stints after this, the same triple stint concept they have with Nick Manassian up the road at Jota, and run him for the 2 stints, and then perhaps that'll be just double stint left for Tom at the end.
Just a word for Martin Brundle in the Zytec Z11SN Grease Motorsport car. It's overtaken Olivier Lombard's Signatech Nissan for 6th position in P2. That happened a lap ago. And Brundle pushing on now. He's right behind Roman Rusinov as well in the number 26 Signatech Nissan. So could well do both of them in quick succession. Let's have a look at the pace of Brundle. Yeah, he's 2/10 or so quicker last time around. So that's a nice little scrap involving cars 26, 42 and 23, where they are 5th, 6th and 7th in P2.
Hello to Andy Donovan, at Dr. Andy Donovan on Twitter. He's up at Cops, watching sports cars for the first time live. Hope you're enjoying it, Andy. Thanks for the kind words. I have a suspicion that there's a lot of people here watching sports car live for the very first time. A lot of people asking what the crowd has been like. It's big. Silverstone's a big circuit. There's an awful lot of places to sit. The grandstands were packed along the start-finish straight. They've certainly thinned out a little bit as people have gone for a walk around the circuit, and as Paul Trustwell mentioned earlier on, that's easy to do.
And we've got large numbers of people in the grandstands overlooking Village, overlooking the Beckett Sesses as well. So and in bright sunshine, and everybody wearing t-shirts and possibly getting sunburned. Hope not. But That stop from McNish. McNish stayed behind the wheel of the car.
Yes, he did.
I think they must have changed tyres.
They
didn't
did. No, Nick said that, definitely.
Right, good. Okay, because it was a 1 minute 20 stop for McNish, 57 litres of fuel. Now, does that mean that McNish is now going to do a double?
Yeah, a double-double.
So he'll have done, he did a 4-lap stint, followed by 29 laps, and now he's going to do a double.
Yeah,
so that'll be a triple and a tiny bit.
Yeah, that's the same tactics as Manassian, wasn't it, in the Jota car? Give him a set of boots and then let him do a double because you can't do a triple. Should say congratulations to Olivier Pla, by the way, who has taken the lead in P2. We've been mentioning that. He started 12th, let's not forget, or at least that car did. Tor Graves in the ADR machine is 12.5 seconds back in second. Then Simon Dolan doing his stint in 38. Zytek is in third. He's just 8.5 seconds ahead of Potolicio Vincenzo in the Starworks car. What a run the Starworks guys have been having lately. Roman Rusinov is in 5th position in the 26 Orica. In the GT category, Aston Ferrari 97 51 66. Still just those 2 seconds between Staffan Mucker and Jimmy Bruni, but Bruni just doesn't seem able to catch the Aston, although he goes longer on his fuel. But by the same token, Mucker can't pull away either. It's an interesting one. I feel will not be played out till the end, and no less competitive or indeed interesting in GTE Am, where with just under 3 hours and 9 minutes to go, Paolo Roberti leads in the 88 Felbermeyer car. That's the one with the missing left rear quarter. Patrick Bornhauser keeps the Labra Competition Chevrolet in contention. He's just 36 seconds behind. And Paul White is at the wheel of the 99 Aston in third. Everybody having done 2 stops there. It's not been a good run for the 35 Morgan. David Ennemeyer Hansen is a driver that I really, really rate. Down in 24th position at the moment, and not even on the tail group of the P2 cars, which at the moment are sitting in 8th to 20th position. Only one retirement so far, that of Kevin Weeder in the Lotus, the Lola number 32. Came to a halt with an exhaust stroke engine problem on the Hanger Straight. And next to pit Paul of the leaders will be, with 5 seconds between Nakajima and Chaliway, by the way, now.
Will be Nakajima coming in, and that'll be for the end of his stint, won't it, in number 7. And he will be coming in on lap 95. So in only another 2 laps for Nakajima. Yeah, they're only doing 23 laps. In fact, it'll be sooner than that, won't it? Because it was 25 laps with the benefit of the safety car, 23 laps under normal running. So, Nakajima will be in again, and that will hand the lead back to Trellier, who is anyway just 5 seconds behind as they head down the straight. He's dropped away a little bit, having briefly snatched the lead down at Stowe Corner 5 laps ago. He's now dropped 4 seconds off the pace.
I've been taken to task by none other than @Alex_Verts. Naka had to go wide in Woodcote as the GT car didn't see him and didn't give space, just to be clear and fair. So he's siding with you, Johnny. He's a tall bloke, I'm not arguing with him.
Although has a slightly vested interest, I would say, as well.
That might well be being clear, and it might well be being fair, but it's not independent witness, that, is it?
No.
I wouldn't stand up in court, Alex.
So Alex Wirtz, obviously with too much time on his hands, if you can do that, because he's had his stint. Lafayette will be getting ready to get into the car, and Lafayette will be doing a double stint as well for an hour and a quarter, an hour and 20 minutes, something like that.
Martin Brundle just bringing their 42 Greaves car into the pit, and they have been called to the steward's office as into the pit lane comes the leader. This will be at the end of lap number 94, Paul, which means they have done.
Hang on. 24 laps.
Okay. And Nick Damon is in the pit lane. Nick?
I am. He's just drifted underneath me, and he comes to a halt at his pit stop, and he's yeah, just about right. Not quite on the mark as Alex. He may have missed him by about 6 inches. And it's obviously a complete service because Nicolas Lapierre were getting in the car.
Yeah, clearly Alex is not getting in the car because he's got time to tweet me and listen to me on the radio.
No, he's just having a go at you. Can you believe him? He's telling you to any minute later on, he would say it wasn't Anthony's fault in the Le Mans accident. Just having a can of worms.
Don't start that again.
Well, you won't let it go. The Toyota pit stop, currently the fuel is still going in. The driver change has already been made. Lapierre being belted in. Tyres about to start. The ballet of the single jack 2-man. There's 2 men run behind to the front left. Then they'll run back. One man runs back. The jack man then does the rear left. Another man runs out, put it in. I really think this is one of the most ridiculous parts of world endurance racing. It's an FIA World Championship. For goodness sake, let them have 4 or 5 people and 2 jacks. It's just ridiculous. And there he goes. Milk float away. Fire it up. Off we go.
Milk float away. I can't be a verb. It really can't.
But
69 litres, well, very nearly 70 litres going in, so just 3 litres of fuel left in the tank when it came in. A minute and 25 seconds for the stop, so marginally quicker than the last full service. And the other thing, that Nakajima seems to be a little bit more economic. Bear in mind as well that he put in the fastest lap of the race.
He did, yes.
During that stint.
I managed to catch up with his teammate, the erstwhile regular Twitterer, Alex Wirtz. I don't want to start a row, obviously, between you and John. He's sticking to his story. The car is very, very quick. It's also very thirsty.
Well, hi, John. It's very good you stick to your point. It's nice to have different opinions. That doesn't mean we have a fight. Obviously, people see it different. Whatever, that's what it's all about. The car is thirsty, not more than it should be. It's the rules for our fuel tank to be a little bit smaller than the diesel tank. That's why we have to come in more often.
Were you surprised how easy you found it in that first session to get past the Audi and then pull away?
Well, I went to the starting grid to tell Ralf Hüttner that in lap 17 I will overtake them and take the lead. I was a bit more in a rush, so took the lead a bit earlier because I knew that we worked hard for a race setup, and I said I will do the same then in Spa. Was it last year? Yes, last year, and take the lead and extend it. And the car felt very good, exactly to my liking. Was a lot of tire management to do, so I'm very happy and pleased that already in the second race of our new project, we are really a big challenge to Audi.
Now, you're a big man for analysing things. We're halfway through the race. You've just made the second driver change. I'd say it's slightly in favour on tactics to Audi. Where do you see it?
Yeah, exactly. They have to do 2 stops less to us, and it's very hard to make up that 1.5, 1 minute 40. 1:20, which we lose in the pits. In French, you would say c'est la vie. So we have to keep pushing, but you know it's still a long race. We're only halfway.
Alex, best of luck. Thank you very much indeed.
And the collective have collectively said, hello, Alex Wirtz, by the way. That's a midweek motorsport thing. If you don't know about that, listen on Wednesday night, 8 o'clock UK time, radiolemans.com. And great to get Alex on in video as well as in sound there as well for those of you on the screen. Congratulations to Ben Tomey, who's the winner of our Steel Series SRW1 wheel. And he correctly said that Sim Raceway Pro driver Dario Franchitti is driving at Sonoma this weekend. There'll be another competition later on. And it was very interesting to hear what Alex had to say there. Nick, you're right. He's a student of the sport, as my co-commentator in America on ESPN, Jeremy Shaw, would say. And he's always made himself very much available to us. In fact, I was just listening back to your long interview with him in Spa a couple of years ago when he was a Peugeot driver. You've known him since his Formula 1 days, of course.
Yeah, he's one of those things, like Mark Lieb, it's obviously a Germanic thing. He is very engineering focused. He has I think he did engineering degree whilst he was driving in the Formula Ford races. Very analytical, and also always willing to put his opinions across. I mean, that's the good thing about Alex. He's never really been shy at coming forward. He didn't feel things were going his way, and that was quite evident if you listen to the long interview we did, the problems he had during his years at Benetton and with Flavio Briatore and the what he sees. I think most would probably agree the unfairness of the situation with him and Giancarlo Fisichella for a couple of years, which made him look not as good as he was. I think that's he looked for a level playing field. And I think it's always good when you can go and ask a driver a question that's a little bit more than how was it, and they can give you a read of the race as well.
And the tyres?
They're brown and black.
3 hours to go, half distance here at Silverstone for the 4th round of the FIA World Endurance Championship. And for the moment, as we're into the pit stop cycle, Ben Treluer leading, but owing us a pit stop. The 97 laps completed for him. In second position, Nicolas Lapierre has just got into the 7 Toyota and is 55 seconds ahead of Alan McNish. 3 pit stops for Treluer, 4 each for Lapierre and McNish, but McNish slightly off kilter because he did a short 4-lap stint. In the classes, Olivier Pla from 12th on the grid leads by 19 seconds in the 24. Morgan over the Oregon number 25 of the ADR Delta car of Tor Graves. 21 seconds, in fact, as he goes across the line. A minute further back, Simon Dolan is third. The 38 Zytek in the GT Pro category. Aston Martin, the 97 of Stefan Mucker, remains 2.8 seconds. 2.8, 2.7, 2.9, 2.6. It's been that for at least an hour or so between Mucker and Bruni. And the 51 Ferrari in second, getting 6 laps at least better fuel consumption than the Aston, but unable to close it down. And crucially, when it stays out and takes the lead, has not always been able to hold the lead before it comes out of the pitch. James Walker, by the way, is in third place in GTE Pro in the 66 Ferrari for JMW. In AM, Paolo Roberti has 44 seconds of a lead over Patrick Bornhauser in the Chevrolet for Labra, the 50 car, in second place, and Paul White in third in the 99 Aston Martin. Is about a minute further back. They've all done 2 stops. That Matt Griffin and Michele Rugolo and the 2 Ferraris aren't a little higher up, although in fairness, Tracy Crone was punted into a spin, wasn't he, by the number 1 Audi, for which I've still not seen whether there's going to be any action. I presume now not. Car 57, that team manager, Michele Rugolo's team manager, being asked to report to race control. Meantime,
I reckon we've got another 7, where are we? 9, another 7 laps before the leading GTE Pro Aston comes into the pits. Stefan Mucker will be bringing that car in on or around lap 93. But compare that to the other car that it's ahead of the Ferrari at the moment, the AF Corsa Ferrari of Jimmy Bruni and Giancarlo Fisichella. But Jimmy Bruni will be able to stay out until lap 106. So that's a further 13 laps worth of fuel economy that the Ferrari has, that the Aston Martin is going to have to overcome. So it's a similar situation in GT as it is in the prototype class, where the faster car which leads uses more fuel and therefore has to do more pit stops.
It's interesting what Alex was saying there, again, going back to just how considered a driver he is, Paul. He's thinking they might have to make as many as 2 extra fuel stops before the end of the race. Certainly one.
Yes, I think they... as you say, Alex is a very considered driver. He was comparing his car's fuel economy with that of the non-hybrid Audi, which of course is not his immediate competitor. But it'll certainly be 1 full fuel stop and possibly a splash that they'll both have to do, and then it's purely a comparison of how long the different splashes take. But no, Alex is... I love the way that he always says what he thinks in a very careful way, that after he said it, you say, I wonder if he meant that.
Well, the good thing about Alex, and I've done this before, that you can have a reasonable disagreement with him. As he was saying there, always good for people to have different views, and he will quite happily sit down and talk you through something and put his point of view.
Just because you're wrong doesn't mean you're stupid, you're just wrong.
No, yes, but you know, he's changed my mind on a couple of things in the past, and he does it in a very
nice
non-combative way. Yes,
Absolutely.
exactly.
Absolutely. That's why Austria's never. No, I won't go down that route.
Can I ask a quick question?
You may.
Paul, is the Toyota being thirstier than the other petrol LMP1 cars? I haven't really noticed. Is it coming in earlier than those as well?
Sorry, say that again.
Is the Toyota more thirsty, using more fuel than the other petrol LMP1 cars?
Yes, it is, because we're getting 28 laps from the two Rebellion cars.
That's a very good question, Nick. Thank you.
Now, let me just check that wasn't a safety car affected. No, 26 laps from the 12 car, 27 laps from the 13 car, whereas the hybrid car will only do 23 laps. Now, Alex did refer to the different size fuel tanks, but it's only 2 litres. If you're a petrol-powered car, hybrid only costs you 2 litres. So the Rebellions are running with 75-litre fuel tanks, 75-litre fuel tanks, whereas the Toyota hybrid TS030 is running a 73-litre fuel tank.
Which suggests, does it not, gentlemen, that the hybrid system from the supercapacitor on the TS030 is being used for extra speed, not for extra
economy.
Economy, yes.
Absolutely, yeah.
It suggests also that the Toyota have sat down with a very big program and worked out that maximum fast, more pit stops is the quickest way to do this 6-hour race. Because I'm sure that is a totally wick turned up, because that is very, very thirsty. 3 laps out of 26 compared to an equal petrol car. But they've obviously done the calculations that running it full rich is the fastest way for 6 hours, and might explain why they're suddenly so much more thirsty relatively than they were at Le Mans.
Yes, I'll buy that for $1. They're also, Nick, don't forget, they've put a honking great extra bit of drag on the back of the car.
Yeah,
Pascal,
oh!
Sorry to interrupt. The LMP3 car, that's the number. Which car is it? It's number 38. It's the number 38. It's Simon Dolan, the Jota car. 3 blue lights on the side of it, coming together with a GT car on the exit of the loop at Aintree Corner, getting touched sideways, and then Simon Dolan couldn't quite hold it in a straight line.
And also Olivier Pla, I believe, driving straight into an Aston Martin. No, it's not Olivier Pla, my apologies. I'll have to pick him up as he comes through, but going in between Warren Hughes and one of the Aston Martins there, and he'll be coming round across the start-finish line. Now it's the 42 Nissan. It was Martin Brundle. Martin Brundle drove into the Aston Martin and threading the needle between Warren Hughes and the GT car, and he's pulled off his left front dive plane, and the stewards, I'm sure, will be looking at that. Car 71's team manager has been asked to report for an explanation as well. So once again, we've had a quiet period. Now it's all gone mad again, as we are just inside the 3 hours and just gone over the 100 laps as well. Brent Trelliway now on his 102nd lap as he leads. Paul sitting car down through Maggots and Beckett's, which is just glorious to watch. Notice there's quite a few people have made their way over there. And we have been, so far, touching wood, tap myself on the head, blessed by it, nothing of the inclement weather that the forecast suggested even as early as this morning. Some showers were predicted for through the race time. And in fact, if anything, the skies are clearer now than they have been. We've had sunshine pretty much all of the race, but there have been some threatening clouds around. And for the moment, at least, that threat seems to have abated. There's now 4 seconds between Stefan Mucker and Jimmy Bruni. That's as much as we've seen for a wee while. David Hennemeyer Hansen has fought his way back past the GTE Pro cars and is now making a nice long line of blue P2 numbers on my timing screen from 8th all the way down to 21st. Although he is almost a lap back from Gonzalez in the 41 Greaves car. Audi number 2 being asked to watch their line at Stowe. Olivier Plas now 21 seconds ahead, and that time lost time to Tor Graves, which is not a thing that you see very often. Olivier, one of the faster P drivers there, as Ralph Juttner brings the boys to the edge. I think he said to the edge of the pitch there, Nick, to the edge of the pit lane. Well, he strides out with all of the confidence and manner of a football manager ready to make several substitutions, doesn't he?
Absolutely, and he is, of course, the big boss cheese today because Dr. Ulrich is over doing DTM, wherever that is.
He's a bit early as far as I make it.
Zandvoort, isn't it?
Is it? Can they run noisy cars at Zandvoort now?
Audi running 1, 2, 3, 4 the last time I looked there.
So I think, so yes, we've got the, is it the Aston that got hit earlier?
Yeah.
That's the 99 Aston's now coming down to me, sorry. And then the 88, so we've got the AM battle. These are the guys who all came in during the safety car, as the number 1 car comes into the pits as well.
And
Is
Paul
that early,
thinks
Paul,
that,
you say?
yes.
This is early. Unless I'm doing something wrong here.
No, stop go. It's a stop go. It's a stop go penalty.
There you go.
Oh,
That's
okay.
your answer. That was the, and he just failed to get it going. That was for the contact then, wasn't it?
Yep, stop go penalty. Obviously, you can't do a drive through here because it's too quick. You have to stop. But it was literally stop go, not stop hold and go. So it's not a massive penalty. I think about, what, 25 seconds, you think, guys, in total?
I'll tell you, as soon as he hits the pit out beam, and then it's a difficult thing to work out. It's 35 seconds.
So that's probably about what it costs, because you gain a bit at the front of it and then lose a bit accelerating at the back of it.
Yeah.
So that's given a splash and dash back to Toyota.
The interestingly, in the American Le Mans series, the minimum stop for penalty for avoidable contact is a stop in 30 seconds.
I'm surprised.
And I agree with that. I think in a particular circuit like this, there you go. I think on a circuit where the configuration's like this, Nick, it wouldn't be the worst thing to have a stop and hold for a minute or 30 seconds.
I'm surprised it wasn't a stop and hold. I thought it'd be stop hold for 10.
Yeah.
I must admit, it's 30. I think, you know, for what happened, it wasn't premeditated. It was you know, an accident. But I still think that stop go on this pit lane particularly, that's not. Yes, it's a penalty. It's not a huge penalty, is it? Let's be honest.
The car will be back in 5 laps, Paul. Does that satisfy you for its full service? And then handing over to Marcel Fessler.
Lap 111 was when it should have come in, if all had been normal. And of course, the stop-go, you're not allowed to do anything else. There was no fuel put in with that. So, yeah, you should be coming in.
Here's the incident again on the screen. Following the Rebellion car, decides to pull out. Oh, and the Ferrari's halfway down the side.
He's got the leader in P2. I believe that Olivier Plas was leading in P2.
He was when
he's
he
come in, but he's handed over to Jacques Nicolet. So this is the pain period for this car. Jacques Nicolet absolutely totally up to speed in classic endurance racing, but certainly not the fastest silver driver in P2. But he will now get in for a minimum, I think, of an hour and 15, so that'll be a stint and a half. And then they had the 2 hot shoes to come in and try and take the car home. It's been a pretty brilliant performance by the 2 French drivers, Mathieu and Olivier, to get the car in to lead this class, though.
Yeah, 12th. And above us is the mighty Vulcan.
Oh, where? Oh, yes.
See it? Look towards the south. I just caught a glimpse of it there. The TV cameras have picked it up. And the Vulcan, the most beautiful sight, surely, in aviation.
Well, now there are no Concords flying, which is a travesty.
Yes, but don't get Nick started on that. The Olympus engines, shared with the Concorde, of course. And the UK's first supersonic bomber. I think that's the last one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
503.
Yeah, there's only one flying, and every single year it's a battle to keep it up there. It's something Mike Newton's involved quite heavily in, isn't it, to keep that thing airworthy.
Oh, another car off the track is coming together between the Krone Racing Ferrari and the Lotus Coupe.
No, it's the Rebellion. It was the Rebellion.
Rebellion, you're right, John.
Yeah.
Yes, number 12 it was.
No.
And, the Pecan Racing P2 car was the other one that was not involved, but oh so nearly could have been.
Well, what's happened there? Oh! Well, the Rebellion was way past, and that time the Ferrari just drifted across into the rear quarter panel. The Ferrari seemed to be going very slow. Like to see that from an outside view if we could. Saw it from the onboard, it looked very scary from the 12 cars.
I mean, from where I was watching, I saw the, didn't see it start, but I saw it happening, and it seemed to be just two cars side by side going into the right-hander at Village, and it's quite a slippery kind of braking area there. I think there's quite a lot of pickup off the line, and inevitably, if you're going to overtake a car, you have to go off the line. So.
Quick bit of housekeeping, guys. The Pro car Aston Martin came and went during all that excitement as well. Full service driver tyres and fuel.
And has dropped to third because of that. Just a quick postscript. It's if you want to follow the Vulcan, try Vulcan to the Sky as a website, and on Twitter it's at XH558, which is the tail number of the Vulcan. That's X-Ray Hotel 558. And if you can spend spare a fiver, a tenner, or perhaps even a little bit more, as the number 1 Audi gets very sideways with Ben Trellier, then send it to them, because they need to keep getting its airworthiness certificate, and keeping that thing flying is not an easy thing to do. So X-Ray Hotel 558, and keep that Vulcan flying.
When you just said that Ben Trellier was a bit sideways, was that a replay you were watching on the screen? Or
Yes, it was.
Okay,
it was.
right. I saw it going sideways. I just wondered whether it was doing it again, in which case I was going to start being worried about tyre wear. But if you were just seeing the replay, it was just the same thing you were seeing. And it happened at that entry into Village, which is where the previous little schmozzle was happening. And I was trying to describe how there seems to be marbles off the racing line, which is... not catching drivers out, but just making controlling the car difficult in that area.
Just seeing the onboard again from Nico Prost's view, and that was very scary indeed. So Ben Trellier leads for Audi. 4 pit stops by all of the leaders.
That's misleading in the sense that the stop and go counted as a pit stop.
Correct, sorry, well done.
The Alan McNish had that extra pit stop for a right rear puncture, and the Toyota has worse fuel consumption, so it's doing more stops. So even though it looks nice and even, there's more that hidden behind that data, John.
Yes, and Ben Trellier started on pole and is still leading, so clearly nothing's happened in the last 3 hours.
Endurance racing is boring, isn't it?
Don't. Go ahead.
The number 12 car, Nick Prost, came in after that incident. Initially, it looked like it was just a check over. I think it's slightly out of sync. They fueled it. But they then stopped him and changed the front right tyre. So he must have flat spotted it. They actually had him stop, then changed their mind, decided to change it after a better look at it.
We're into that fascinating, even more fascinating part of the race now, where we're within about 2 hours and 3/4 of normal American Le Mans Series style racing distance, which is long enough for tactics to play a part, but also short enough to fit in a TV window, which is exactly why 2 3/4 hours was chosen originally for the American Le Mans Series shorter races. And we've got that situation now, Paul, where people who have very large brains indeed are working backwards from the end of the race, saying if all things remain equal, this is what we need to do. And that's happening in all the classes at the moment. We talk a lot about the cars that are leading, but there are battles, close battles, particularly in the GT categories, but P2 with gaps between them, but gaps that are not insurmountable between now and the end of the race.
That's right, and it's very difficult to do that for half a dozen cars, which is what I'm trying to keep tabs on. It's much easier to do it if you're just looking after one car, but you do have to have a forward plan for the rest of the race, and then be able to change that forward plan as various events unfold, like safety cars or stop and go penalties or punctures, various other things that have befallen various cars. So it is a there is a complexity there, but you do need to have a forward plan of how you're going to do it in order to know whether you've got the flexibility to bring your car in early because of not being able to run right to the end without another splash of fuel or something like that.
It's vulcantothesky.org, by the way, if you want to find out more about X-Ray Hotel 558. Magnificent. I've been lucky enough to be in the cockpit of a Vulcan, not flying, I have to say, but I saw the one that flew in, did a touch and go where Nissan plant is now in Sunderland, actually, while it was still Usworth Airfield, the third oldest airfield in the country at the time, before Nissan was built on it. And then they flew a Vulcan into it and set it down, knowing it would never be able to take off again, which I also watched, which was kind of great because we were getting at the Air Museum, but kind of sad as well because you knew it was never going to fulfill its potential again. So vulcantothesky.org is where you want to be.
Somebody was telling me that it's very unlikely we're ever going to see a Concorde in the sky again because they're too complicated to get up. All the hydraulic systems would have to be completely replaced on any of the existing Concordes.
Which was about to happen, of course, before that accident that that grounded it, which was nothing to do with the plane itself, as Warren Hughes comes into the pit lane in the Murphy Prototypes P2 car. BA were about to revamp all the aeronautics and avionics. New interior with carbon fibre seats, giving you a little more room. We've had the improper conduct and unfair practice note against Article 141 of the International Sporting Code for Benoit Treluet and Audi Sport Team Jost. That was the stop and go penalty, and Nick Damon is in the pit lane watching Marcel Fessler getting ready to go racing.
Yeah. 2 more laps.
Yeah, there's also down the other end we had the Murphy Prototypes. They're doing their third driver change. So they're changing. Warren's got out the car and in's got Jody Firth, who is of course a silver driver, but rather a good call for a silver driver. Benoit Treluet has been sitting there with his hat on for about 5 or 6 laps. He was like that before the stop-go penalty. So it'd be quite. I have no idea why drivers put their helmets on so early. It must get quite stuffy and unpleasant, I would think.
So Lapierre at just 37 seconds back will take the lead because this is going to be a 1 minute 25 or something. The 22 GRM car has got a problem with the left rear, which is now sorted, and they put the final tyre on for that car, which had fought its way back up into the top 6, but now drops back to 7th as Danny Watts has been reinstalled in the Strata HPT Honda. Karen Chandok brought the car in. Very noisy again out there. Clumping. And that is the noise of the GRM going out. They are not that far away from the end of the pit lane. So off comes the pit lane speed limit up actually it's a much bigger incline than you realise coming out of pit lane there. It's amazing how much the new start-finish straight actually climbs, Nick, because the pit lane is flat, of course, as it has to be.
I think it's 30 feet.
Yeah, all of that, yeah.
Having come out of that, you do really, if you're down the Toyota end, you cannot see anything apart from the edge of the pit wall, the Pratt perch as such. It's but yeah, all new FIA standard Grade 1 circuits, if you build a new pit lane, it must be flat. They'll certify the ones already there, like Suzuka on a huge hill. If it's new, it's got to be dead flat.
Yeah.
It looks like we're going to get the car 1, the leading car at the moment, coming in any second now. They're all ready to go. Tyres, driver, fuel, the whole lot. Ralph Yutner. I think you say to Marcel, play more on the wing. Don't forget to cut in. That left back's not very good.
And this one is going to lose it the lead because of that stop-go penalty that Benoit Treluet had to serve.
Oh, and he's being held up in the pit lane by the Jota car, I think, which was struggling a little bit as it came into the pit lane. And Simon Dolan didn't look like he was, even on the pit lane speed limit, it didn't look like he was going at full speed. The Audi has come to a halt and Nick is watching the driver change.
Yeah, that normal kind of air of calm which flows across any sort of Audi stop. In fact, a lot of people Ralph's not even bothered to watch it. He's kind of watching the track. The bottles have gone in, they've changed round. Trellier has his hat off over the far side. Tyres going through. They're starting. They start on back left, you see. Which is most right teams don't start with back. They go front to back. Audi go back to front on the left hand or the offside. That's in now. Come round to the front. The extra man is back across the line. Hopefully, there's a man. There's a number of WEC officials watching the whole time what's going on, and that's well, that's all went very well. The only problem is they made one more step they wanted to.
Yeah, that's a good point. Down the very flat pit lane to driver's left, the very banked line of the track, as through has gone Nicolas Lapierre, and Bart Hayden has been called to the clerk of the Corks office, race control, for the number 12 car. Oh, well, that's interesting, because that was the car that was involved in the incident with the 57, another incident with the 57 Ferrari, when Nico went for a wild ride. Now, are they being called to give evidence or to have wrists slapped? Again, the weird whining noise in the background is the big flywheel spinning up. It's the onboard sound from the number 1, who Ben Trellier cuts round driver's left of the Krone car and then driver's right of the JWA Avila car as he comes through Woodcote and onto the national start-finish straight and down towards Copse, the right-hander turning in. I guess that's pretty much probably flat there for a prototype. Maybe a slight breathe on the throttle, but it can't be much. And now has one of the York Morgans ahead of him, Paul, as he's coming through to the Maggots-Beckett's complex.
Yes, here he comes. Sorry, looking up to find out where they are. Already through Beckett's, and there's Alan McNish, the next one on the scene with the bright white lights in the third placed car, and he is now less than 20 seconds behind Marcel Fessler. That was the warning for the Ferrari, wasn't it? Number 51, the AF Corsa leading GTE Pro. So Jimmy Bruni getting a warning.
Nick, in the pit lane with Ben Trellier in just a second. I just want to quickly give you another news of a stop and hold, stop and go. This is for the 42 car for overtaking during the safety car procedure, Nick.
That was Martin Brundle.
Yeah. Benoit, that was a difficult stint. You picked up a stop and go for a contact with the Krone Ferrari, the green Ferrari. Did you see the car at all?
I couldn't see it, of course. I don't know why I get a penalty, because the guy should see me and should escape it, keep a march. I don't know why he came to touch me or why I touched him, but he saw there is many cars around and he have to take care too. You know, everybody know we can see, when we are in front, we can't see. So we got a penalty. He hit my car. We hit together, but honestly, it should not happen. And I tried to overtake smoothly to show him, but I couldn't know where he was. Just all have to make an effort in the car. We do compromise, and I thought I did my best for it, and I don't know why I get penalty for that.
Beyond that, though, it seems it's very busy 2 stints out there, but you do seem to have a car that's not quite as quick, but much more economical than the Toyota.
Yeah, but I think we could have been a little bit quicker, but because with the touch we have with the Krone, you know, I couldn't push so hard in the right corners because I have a little bit oversteer now. Anyway, we have to deal with that, and of course the Toyota have a very good pace, and but we save much more fuel, so we have to look on the strategy now.
Well, thank you very much.
How many drivers were involved?
Not sure I agree with that one.
Well, how many drivers were involved? That's how many different versions you have.
Well, exactly, but I think that one was, I mean, then again, what he's saying is the fact that once the car goes through, because of the coupe, they actually can't see.
Well, there's another incident we're seeing on replay now. The 31 car drives past James Walker in the 66 on the start-finish line, and as they go into the first corner, he's gone by on driver's right, and then he drifts back across to driver's left to take his line and clips the front of the 66.
I've said before, they need some form of proximity sensor on these cars, because it's simple beep, 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 so you know there's a car there. It can't be that hard. It's standard equipment on most road Audis.
True enough. enough. Now, just seeing a picture of the Audi mechanics looking like they were pulling out some of the plugs in the floor. Right, back on board with an Audi here for an incident, and it is the number 1 car. And he's gone straight on at the entrance to the loop there in close proximity with the Gulf Racing car. That must have been a lap or 2 ago, Paul. Don't know if you saw that. He's continued. The 29 car, the coupe, but it Marcel Fessler has continued. No harm, no foul, just run off the track there.
It's just looking down at the progress of Lapierre. Doesn't seem to be able to lap quite as quickly as Wurz or Nakajima somehow, which surprises me because Lapierre is usually very quick indeed, no matter what you put him in, and he's had the experience, but he's not quite putting the hammer down as hard as either of the other 2 drivers did. Maybe the car doesn't quite perform as well for him or something, but Lapierre due into the pits in 4 laps time. He leads the race at the moment. So far the race has had 11 leader changes, although all of them inevitably have been between the leading works cars, the 2 Audis and the Toyota.
Yeah, I just had a tweet about that actually, about the relative pace of the private cars. And I'm afraid for those that want closer action, we haven't seen that today in any way, shape or form. It's been a good 1.5 2 seconds minimum that the works cars, generally speaking, have had on the rest of the field. And now, in fact, the leader is 4 laps up on the best of the privateer entered cars, that being Nico Prost in the 12 Lola Rebellion, which has got its teammate Andrea Bellicchi behind him in 2nd place in their category, 4th and 5th overall. Danny Watts continues to lap in about a 150, which is a little bit slower than Nico Prost, tiny bit quicker than Andrea Bellicchi and the 2 Rebellions ahead of him. The problem, of course, is trying to balance works cars and privateer cars is a thankless task, because clearly the finances are, I was going to say, on a slightly different level. They're on a different scale, really, aren't they? They just can't bear any kind of comparison, Paul, between what a manufacturer throws at and what a private team would.
And it's still more complicated than that, because different manufacturers have different budgets as well, don't they, John? I mean, you think back to where Aston Martin were with their works prototype effort, where Peugeot were with theirs, and Toyotas are with theirs, because Toyota's budget and Audi's budget would be an interesting thing to line up side by side. And I think most people would be surprised at how different they were.
Joe Taylor has tweeted at Specutainment, hello Joe, blind spot monitors available on road cars, showing a light on the mirror when the car is present. Surely this technology is transferable to LMPs. Absolutely agree with you, Joe. It's a standard, you know, pretty much a standard fit on most of the Audis I've driven in recent times. I find it useful when as a motorcyclist, people laugh at me when I drive, because I do tend to look over my shoulder and do the lifesaver even when I'm in a car. But it's still easy to lose. Nobody's saying that people are doing this on purpose. It is easy to lose somebody in that every car's got a blind spot. It appears the prototypes and some GT cars have bigger blind spots than others. And quite clearly, if you've got a firewall behind you, if you've got a rear or a mid-engine car, or mid-engine car rather, where there's a firewall behind you and you don't have a rear view mirror to look out the back window, so all of the prototypes and the Ferraris, at least in the GT category, well, that blind spot is made larger by the fact that you can't see over your shoulder. And putting a camera on the rear bumper doesn't help when somebody's a quarter of a way down the side of the car. So yes, Joe, absolutely agree with you. And hello to Duncan Endy, who's just followed me on Twitter. at Radio Le Mans or at Specutainment. Martin Brundle, decision number 14, overtaking under safety car procedures. Article 82 of the FIA regulations has been breached. There will be a stop and go penalty, if there has not been already, for the 42 Greaves Motorsport machine. 2 hours and 25 minutes to go. And if I was to ask you now, Paul, is it Audi or Toyota's race, what would you say? Everything else being equal.
I'd need more time to answer the question. But at the moment, my instinct tells me it's still Audi's race. But I'm still trying to find enough gaps in other things that are happening to try and work out where we're going to be at the end of the race in order to start doing as you were suggesting, assuming that we're not going to get a safety car, assuming we're not going to have the intervention of any weather, and then start working backwards.
It's an interesting tweet here from Carl Withy, who says, I thought Audi had put something in the driver's ears, like a beeper system, to try and stop some of the proximity collisions. Well, we will ask then. Next time we speak to an Audi driver. That had passed me by, if that is the case, I have to say, and I apologise for that. As Nicolas Lapierre circulates in the number 7 Toyota, the single Toyota that we'll see for the rest of the season. A large amount of dust and dirt being brought onto the circuit halfway down the National Pit Straight, as Lapierre catches up with the GMW Ferrari and the Felbermeyer Porsche, that being the 88 car, excuse me, the 77 car, the wide-body car. As he goes through Chapel onto the Hangar Straight, and there's still a big crowd of drivers left there waving and supporting. Very, very bumpy. A lot of porpoising from the Toyota into the braking areas, short braking areas, such that it is at stall. And then, even as he gets back on the throttle and into the pit lane, comes Nicolas Lapierre.
Yeah, I was about to say he was on schedule to come in. So much is that fuel consumption on affecting that Toyota. 23 laps only for the Toyota. Nicolas Lapierre comes in on lap 117.
Nick Damon will watch that stop for us.
I am. He goes past me under full engine motive power. I am convinced though that bottom pit stall is a disadvantage for at least a second to run. I don't know whether they realised that they were given it, because of course they're the new boys. But I'd have chosen something in the middle, something where Aston Martin are probably. I think it's the ideal place to be here. Got a bit of space around it. This is obviously this is a fuel-only stop for Toyota. There's nothing else to do apart from clean the windscreen. Fuel up with petrol and send her out again, and just see how the stagger unwinds with the battle with the number 1 Audi.
Of course, the stagger doesn't unwind till the back straight of the second lap.
That's right, yes. This is a long-distance race, John. You're absolutely right.
I've always
goes, milk float power, fire up, off we go.
Always wanted to say that. Missed my chance at the Olympics.
And Alan's in behind me for what should be fuel only, I think, on this stop. Slightly out of kilter because they've changed tyres at odd times. They've had a puncture in the short fill, so they're oddly now coming on the same lap as the Toyota. Of course, they will be effectively a lap down by the time they finish this stop.
And I'm reliably informed by Nick Ovey on Twitter that the Audi beep is a gear shift assist, not a car proximity assist. Allows for precise shifting at ideal torque.
That was a very quick stop, that seemed to me. I don't know why it is that I thought the fuel flow on the diesels was slower than the fuel flow on the petrol. They seem to gain a large amount each stop on just the amount of time your pipe's attached.
Nicolas Lapierre spent 59 seconds in the pit lane, and whilst he was there, he got 66.8 litres. Alan McNish, you were right, very quick stop, 55 seconds. You spotted 4 seconds of difference, and he only got 56 litres worth of diesel, but that's because of the slower flow rate of the diesel. But it just gives you an indication. 59 seconds for Lapierre, 55 seconds for McNish.
And Al Green, hello Reverend, says the 30 Murphy prototype was off the pace a lap or so ago. Is it still running at the moment? Yes, it is. And in fact, it's gaining at the moment, I think, on Jordi Firth. Yes, it is. It's Julien Juste at the wheel, and he's down to 55 seconds. Did a 1:52.5 last time around. Not a shoddy lap, actually, for that car. One of the quicker ones. Only Martin Brundle, in fact, in the P2s, quicker than him last time around, as in the pit course, the 29 with
Kika
O'Hara at the wheel. The immaculately presented Gulf Coupe. New set of tyres being laid out for that car.
So
Marcel, they're taking a lot of time over that. They were not very well organised. They had the left side tyres out, but they lifted it up and didn't have the right. Carry on, Paul, sorry.
No, that's all right. I was just correcting myself. Marcel Fessler will be the next one in on what should be lap 138. So he's got 20 laps worth of fuel to go yet. So a good opportunity for, in effect, Audi to demonstrate the fact that they're in command of this race. The Audi is currently 20 seconds ahead of the Toyota. And I think the thing to do is going to be to monitor the lap times. They're on the hangar straight at the moment. At least the Audi is on the hangar straight. The Toyota is just coming through the Beckett's S's. So if you're around the track and you're in a position to get a stopwatch out, look at the gap. Watch the lap times between number 1 that leads, number 7 in second place. 3 hours and 40 minutes into the race, and not very much to choose between them.
My apologies. The reason I was caught out by one of the things I said recently was, I think I said 30 was Murphy. It's not, of course, it's status, and that rather threw me out with the driver in there. The status number 30, not the Murphy, was slow, but it is still circulating at the moment, thanks to everyone who's pointed that out.
Both Irish entries, John.
Yeah, I know, but
don't get very many Irish entries, but both Status and Murphy prototypes entered as an Irish national entry.
Now here is Jimmy Bruni in the pits for his 3rd pit stop of the race. He'll give up the lead, of course, in GT Pro. That means that James Walker's come in behind him as well. Yes, he has. So Darren Turner will go back through into the lead.
Well, that's a lot of laps. That Aston was in an hour ago, it seems like. You must, what are they right now, 17 laps longer this time?
Yeah, the Aston came in at 12 minutes past 3. It is now 42 minutes past 3, so it's half an hour. The additional in terms of time. In terms of laps, the Aston came in on lap 91. The Ferrari is on its it's at the end of its 105th lap. It's just 106 laps for the Ferrari.
And a completely standard stop there. I mean, in fact, the JMW Ferrari leads in front of him. So I see the JMW Ferrari is just under a lap behind, is it? So that is remarkable in a class like this to end up with a 5 or 6 lap a stint difference.
Yes, it's 30 as opposed to 36 laps on the stint for the Ferrari. The Ferrari doing 36 laps, the Aston doing 30. But in a sense, you've got a similar situation in the lead of the race with the Toyota doing 23 or 24 laps and the Audi doing 28.
Yeah, it is very surprising to see such big differences. I mean, the Toyota's obviously just gone for a full rich concept. Let's just go and see how fast we can go and just burn the fuel. But in what should be a balanced series with the restrictors to keep the power the same, so they're all producing similar overall performance. To get 5 or 6 laps more is just remarkable, really, isn't it? I mean, I don't know whether
I think it might be to do with aerodynamics, to be honest, Nick. I mean, you're possibly more technically minded than I am, but the amount of aerodynamic downforce that you apply may not give you an overall different lap time that much, but what it does do is to really massively ramp up the fuel consumption.
Well, let's see if we can find out someone might know. Jimmy Bruni, why is your car so much more economical than the Aston Martins and the Porsche?
It's all about drivers. No, I think me and Giancarlo, we did a lot of testing to concentrate, to just burn less fuel. we are using less fuel than also the other Ferrari. So it's something that we've been working all winter, and now it's the good work. It's paying. I mean.
Is it a bit frustrating in the cockpit that you're having to save fuel for the first moment of the race? I mean, obviously at the end you get your reward, but for the first hour it must be a bit frustrating, isn't it?
This is the great part of the endurance race. This is endurance race. Now it's all about speed, concentration, consistent, and using less fuel.
And you do a brilliant job. Thank you, Jimmy.
It's an interesting tweet. Thanks, Nick, down in the Powered by Nissan pit lane as his car goes out. Andreas Paccio says Toyota, by his calculations, have done their extra stop and 21 seconds behind. They have got a half-decent chance here. By his calculations, and I'm throwing this to you, and Andreas says same number of pit stops left as the lead Audi. Paul's brain goes
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think that there's the same number of pit stops, possibly, but the final Audi stop will be massively shorter.
Well, I'm waiting for Paul to say it. And hello to Dan Reagan, who's listening to us from the Dominican Republic. Delayed flight. See, sometimes delayed flights are good. You might get, well, hope it's not another 2 hours and 14 minutes before the end of the race. So, coming down to just 2 hours and 14 minutes to go then. Fisichella, Ferrari, Turner, Aston, Ferrari, Johnny Cocker. That's how it was at the end of the last lap. That will change, of course, when we go back next time around.
The number 1 Audi, by my calculation, John, will need 3 more pit stops. And I need now to do the same calculation for the Toyota. But let me just do that next pit stop for the Toyota first, because that will be in on 140. So we've got a little while to go, yes. So I'll come back to you on number of pit stops to go as far as the leading prototypes are concerned.
Marino Franchitti has just tweeted he's catching up on this race, so he won't hear this until he gets further on. And he said 2 observations. Watch Alec Wurtz's first stint for a masterclass in managing traffic, and there's no need for 2 safety cars here, he says. So then, Tor Graves leads in the ADR Delta car in the Oreca by 50 seconds. The 25 car leads P2 from the Jacques Nicolet driven 24 Oak Racing Morgan in second. He's got about 26 seconds, a little bit more maybe, on Ryan DL, who's in the Starworks 44 car in third place in P2 now. Giancarlo Fisichella by 12.5 seconds from Darren Turner. Right, that's interesting. So this time they did get back out without losing the lead there.
Yes, they did.
Yes.
And that was basically, as Nick was saying, that half-hour difference between one pit stop and the next.
Yes.
Or the pit stop for the Aston and the pit stop for the Ferrari.
Darren Turner lapping quicker than the leader, but not by much, about 0.4 of a second, 0.6 of a second. Johnny Cocker in third, but some way back on the 2 leaders. In GTE AM, Gianluca Roda, I feel like I've said this a lot recently, in the 88 car, is ahead of Patrick Bornhauser in the 50 car, and Matt Griffin has hauled the 61 Ferrari up into third. That was down in 5th or 6th the last time I looked, so Matt's got his head down and doing some good lappery. Fastest guy in that category last time around. Still wondering then how these tactics are going to play out, with 26, nearly 27 seconds between Marcel Fessler in the number 1 Audi, Nicolas Lapierre.
Yeah, potentially they'll both got 3 more pit stops to do, so it's the same number of pit stops, but the Audi is just spending longer in the lead. The length of time of the pit stops is roughly the same, and the And the difference is going to be, as Nick was saying, in that last pit stop for the Audi, they might be able to get away with just doing 2 more pit stops, and the last one will just be and then there'll be a third stop, which is just a splash. There's 2 proper pit stops from the Audi to come, the number 1 Audi, and then there'll just be a splash to get it to the finish, but that will be good enough if nothing else intervenes to mess things up, like traffic or all the other things. That should be enough to enable it to maintain that 27-second lead. The thing that perhaps is more significant, John, and I've got myself, I've been disappearing down various other rabbit holes, but Lapierre is just not lapping as quickly as Wurtz was earlier on. Or Nakajima come to that.
That's interesting. And I'm actually quite surprised by that, to be honest.
Well, I am, and I said this a little while ago, seems about 10 or 15 minutes ago, and I thought I must keep an eye on that, and then I didn't because I got distracted doing other things. But Lapierre's lap times are, actually I've got them here, haven't we? 49 on the last lap, 49 on the lap before. He did a 47 the lap before that, then he was in the 46s, 47. So that's since his pit stop. A 47, a 46, a 47, and then 2 49s. So now he's got it back down again. So there's a 45 on that lap that he's just completed. So it's a bit up and down with Lapierre, and I presume that's all to do with taking care through the traffic.
Yeah, give you that, definitely. Now the Pcom Racing Orica Nissan with Sohail Ayari aboard is in 2nd position at the moment, and is in 3rd position in class at the moment, excuse me. And the reason he's in 3rd is he's just gone past the Starworks car of Ryan DL, who's just gone into the pits. In fact, he's just come out of the pits, my apologies. So P2s with a mixed up pit strategy there. A lot of people on slightly different runs. You're listening to Radio Le Mans on Radio Silverstone and around the world at radiolemans.com, WEC website, and syndicated across the world on various TV channels, including Motors TV. Hello to you all. If you are just joining us here at Silverstone, we've still got a little over 2 hours of racing to go, and what a 4 hours we've had already. In fact, what a practice and qualifying session we had. This weekend has been top-notch in every single respect. Fantastic start by Alex Wurtz at the start of the race, got him into 2nd and subsequently took the lead in the first 15 laps for Toyota. The car has been very, very quick indeed, but has been burning more fuel. The Audis have not been problem-free. Alan McNish with a spin in morning warm-up. And then problems through the traffic, losing time for the number 2 car, the number 1 with a stop-go for hitting a Ferrari. Not seeing the Ferrari when he was overtaking, and I believe that Ben Trellyway didn't see him, but he was right alongside, halfway up the side of the car. But it is so difficult, the lines of sight from these prototypes. In P2, everybody's had a go, it seems. We've had Nick Manassian up there, Martin Brundle's been up there. We've had Olivier Pla fight his way through from 12th. Still a good battle. Broken up by a safety car when the only casualty in the race, and by that I mean car casualty, not driver or anybody else, thank goodness. Kevin Weider's 32 Lola expired on the Hangar Straight and needed to be recovered. And a safety car's out. That's Cops, and that's Julien Jus. I think he said 3-0. And that was Eduardo Freitas, our race director, that we have piped into us here. Our coverage coming to you, powered by Nissan and courtesy of Sim Raceway, Online Racing World. And I happen to know that even despite the time change, or time difference rather, over at Sonoma, where It's the next round of the IZOD IndyCar Series at the moment. There are a number of people in the splendid suite at Turn 1 that's attached to the Sim Raceway driving experience, which is based at Sonoma, and that are having breakfast there at the moment. So we'll try and get a word with Alan McNish, one of the Sim Raceway Pro drivers, when he gets out of the car, and maybe have him say hello to you if we can get Nick to do that.
Do I need to give him a script?
Yeah, he'll know. He'll know. He's done a lot of work on the physics and the dynamics of the cars and various Audis. Exciting time for simulations and Sim Raceway in particular. They've already modelled the new changes to the track at Sonoma, which will be raced on for the first time this weekend. The only sim to have done that. And if you're in the States and you watch the pre-show, Wally Dallenbach will be trying the new track out before the start of the race on the American Network show. And the R18 TDI that features on Sim Raceway is Alan McNish's all the way through. He has been intimately involved with that. 3 cars wide across the line in front of me. 3 different categories. GTE, P1 and P2. Fantastic stuff, and that's what it's been about all day today. In the Green X Challenge, by the way, clean, fast and efficient, it's the number 2 Audi of Alan McNish that leads from Marcel Fessler from the number 21 of Danny Watts. And if anything is guaranteed to get Alan McNish to push a bit harder, it's telling him he's winning the Green X Challenge, I would think. So out on the circuit, the battle between Alex Brundle and Sohaila Yari is what we're watching, which is the battle for 5th position in P2, coming up to the end of the Hangar Straight, and that is a battle for position as Alex, it looks like the rear tyres on Sohaila Yari's car is giving up grip. The Frenchman with some degree of difficulty getting the power down, and the car settled from turn into apex, and then the power down from apex to exit. And Alex Brundle comes out of the final corner across the start-finish line, right up under the rear wing. And that's the old start-finish line, is it? No, that is the new one. And heading back to you, he's going to have a little look underneath as they come through into the loop, and he's going to try and go Buffalo Gals round the outside. He'll not be able, surely, to make that one stick, but they're fighting very hard, Paul, and almost both of them off the circuit there at Aintree.
Yes, turning the wrong way, yeah, they are, and it's a very tight bit of the circuit, that, because you want to get maximum speed down the Wellington Straight, and so the exit speed out of the loop and hence out of Aintree, which is virtually flat-out left-hander, very important indeed, because Wellington Straight, the longest straight on the latest configuration of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Waiting for them to come back into sight again at Copse. You've got them on your TV screen, have you still?
Yes, have indeed. And the Audi number 2 is going past them at the same time and into Copse and splits them as they're heading off down to Maggots and Beckett's. The very fast entry into the left-hander. You can pretty much, in a prototype, hold onto the throttle all the way through and that little kink.
Interesting decision there from McNish, because he popped out of the slipstream of the Pecom car, saw there was another prototype up ahead, and then decided just to wait for a little while. So Alan McNish there, unusually in some senses for him, deciding to just be a little bit cautious, or rather perhaps not be foolhardy, if there's a better way to put it, because if he had gone through there, then he would have found himself kind of stuck with nowhere to go. You know, when you're kind of overtaking a lorry coming the other way, and you think, oh, there's another little tractor in front of him, and you won't be able to get back in again.
Yeah, it's a very good point.
As one of the AF Corsa cars goes wide on the exit to the loop. That's the number 71, the Olivier Beretta and Bertolini car.
It out, these two coming round Aintree again and on the Wellington Straight, and both of them seem to be perhaps struggling for grip just a little bit, but Alex Brundle gets into the slipstream and has a perfect position now. Will he try the overtaking manoeuvre down into Brooklands? He does, but he cannot get late enough on the brakes there. The braking areas for these prototypes are so short. Through into Luffield. And Alex will try, I am sure, to get a good run out of Woodcote and down towards Copse, the very fast right-hander, running right out onto the curb. There's traffic ahead that might help or hinder this battle. Through Copse, all the way out to the rumble strip again, on driver's left.
There's Felbermeyer Porsche is the one ahead. Alex Brundle, yeah, he just bides his time a little bit, but this time the Picon car is more held up ahead of him, and Sahali Yari then having to be very careful as he goes through the Beckett's S's, not to get held up and not to then compromise his speed down the Hanger Straight, and that might be where Alex is able to take an advantage.
He's right up again under the rear wing and fades to the right, goes to the left, down the hill, and that's a fantastic manoeuvre for Alex Brundle. Looked like he was going to go around the outside of Sohail Ayari. Sohail just moved slightly further towards the left-hand side of the circuit, and then diving back to his and Ayari's left to get the position under braking at the bottom of the Vale. Stop and go penalty for car 12 for the contact with car 57.
That's Nicolas Prost, then, who's currently the fourth placed car, the leading privateer. And that will put him right back into the clutches. It'll make it into a nose-to-tail battle, won't it? It'll leave him just in the lead of the best of the rest. But Andrea Bellicchi, who's the teammate car in number 13, won't have... it'll be very close indeed between those two once Prost has served that penalty, John.
That's an odd one for me. The Prost was gaining on the 57 car at a rate of knots through the first two corners, goes to the outside, clears the car, and difficult to see whether Prost drifted back to the left or because we've only got an onboard look at that, or the Ferrari drifted to the right. Contact on the left rear of the Rebellion sent him around in a lurid slide. The stewards have made their decision. I have to say, I normally side with the GT cars, citing the fact that the man making the pass has to be clean. I'd like to have seen more evidence of that. Comes in, stop, first gear, and go. So let's have a look at that again. Round the outside, in the left-hander, coming towards the, well, Prost's hands don't move on the wheel until he's slapping on an armful of opposite lock. Misjudgment by one or both of the drivers there, and blame put at the door of Nico Prost. Into the pits has come the David Ennemeyer Hansen, driven 35, the Morgan. Matt Griffin up to second place now as Julian Canal brings has just brought the Chevy Corvette out of the pit lane, and Matt Griffin 3 seconds quicker last time around than the Porsche ahead of him.
John?
Four more laps by my reckoning, John, for Marcel Fessler before he will come in to refuel. In theory, that will be a fuel-only stop for him. And then after that, it will only be another 4 laps before Nicolas Lapierre comes in for his next pit stop.
2 hours to go. 2 hours to go here at Silverstone, and I'll give you a rundown in a moment, but first let's go to the Powered by Nissan pit lane and Nick.
Yes, I'll try and grab a quick word with proud father Martin Brundle. Martin, could we grab a quick word? You enjoyed watching your son battling with some pretty hard men out there?
Yeah, well, we're having a very frustrating day because we're flying and we should be leading this comfortably in LMP2, but Al got taken out by the spinning LMP1. I think it was done Breck in the first corner. Then we had a bollard that Lucas collected halfway down Hanger Straight, where there are no bollards. Somebody obviously picked it up and dropped it there. Then Lucas had some contact with somebody being silly. I got a stop and go that I'm angry about because according to the rules, if somebody's not keeping up with the pack, I got something over overtaking before the safety car line. But the guy I would pass, and we were right at the back of the pack, was going so slowly that...
Sorry, was that when you were being collected by the safety car, when you were being released by the safety car? Were you being collected by the safety car, when you were being released by the safety car?
When we were being released by the safety car, a guy was going so slowly, he looked like he was sort of lifting off and moving over to let me through. I'd already lost several seconds waiting for him. And so and now because we're out of fuel sequence, so we've had 5 major dramas, but we're still hanging in there, and we're still 5th in class, and we might still just about get a podium yet if we... Alex's pace is immense, and I had a really good run. I was taking no prisoners in the traffic, so let's see where we end up.
Are you enjoying racing on the new arena circuit?
Say that again, sorry?
Are you enjoying racing on the new arena circuit?
Yes, first time I've raced here. I've been around it in a few things and on a motorbike, but it's great. It's really good.
Thanks, Martin. Cheers.
At least he put his hands up to the stop-go. So let's run down there. Marcel Fessler leads by 21.5 seconds. We're just under the 2 hours to go. This is 2/3 distance. Nicolas Lapierre in the 7 Toyota in second. Alan McNish just off the lead lap in 3rd position is about a minute and 30, minute and 26 in fact, behind Nicolas Lapierre. I'll let Paul explain about the machinations of pit stops and who's where, as we've got notice of debris again at the entrance to Stowe Corner. In P2, still up for grabs very much, as Martin Brundle says. Torgraves leads, Jacques Nicolet in second, so that's 25 from 24, and then just 18 seconds further back is Ryan DL, flying at the moment in the Starworks 44 car. Nico Panciatici in the 26 car is then in 4th position, just another 16 seconds further back, and then Alex Brundle at about a minute away, a little more, about a minute and 20. So where did the debris come from? Answer, another coupe prototype driver pulling over into a GT car. This time it was the number 31, and that's Mikko Schulstis, who just drove straight into an Aston Martin. Trying to clear him, but before he's cleared him, wanting to get back on the piece of track that the Aston's on. If Nico's was a stop and go, that should be a stop and go as well. Let's see if that gets called. Paul?
Yeah, still, it's almost stalemate, isn't it, as far as the Peugeot, the Audi, and the Audi and Toyota are concerned. Because it's staying at around 20 seconds, and it's come down a tiny little bit. It was 26 seconds on lap 123. We're now on lap 133, or we're on lap 134. 133 laps completed. The gap 21 seconds. So Nicolas Lapierre has managed to take 5 seconds out of Marcel Fessler's lead, but it's taken him more than 10 laps to do it. And as far as pit stops are concerned, which you were suggesting, John, that I was about to be able to explain, the Audi Marcel Fessler will be the next one into the pits. He's currently on his 135th lap. He's got 2 more laps to come, and then he'll be coming in for a fuel-only stop. Nicolas Lapierre will stay out until his 140th lap, and then he will come in, but it will be a longer stop for Lapierre because he'll be doing a driver change back to Alexander Wurz, and they'll be putting tyres on the car as well as fuel into it. So it'll be a longer stop from the Toyota when it comes, and although the Toyota will take the lead when Fessler comes into the pits, it'll then swap back again within about 2 laps.
Lapierre's pace, you mentioned it right from the moment he got in the car, hasn't been as quick as Nakajima or as certainly as Wurz. I just wonder, have they backed him off a tick or two, taking the clicks back a little bit on that car?
My guess is that there's something wrong with the car. Maybe the hybrid isn't quite working as efficiently as it should, or maybe the hybrid is being intermittent. Sometimes it's coming in, sometimes it's not. But I mean, I can't for a minute think it's Lapierre.
No, I agree with that.
So it's either an engineer who's put a couple of turns on the back of the throttle pedal, just to be mean.
If that's what they can still do. I'm sure that he's done that electronically if he has, yes.
Yeah, I'm speaking figuratively. But no, my guess would be that there's some kind of very, very, very slight intermittent problem, or maybe the tyres aren't quite, maybe he's flat spotted a tyre, or something's gone wrong with the tyre. But certainly Lapierre's times, whilst they're quick, and they are on average quicker than the Audi, they're not that much quicker. As we observed, Alex Wurz was able to take advantage in the early stages of the race and lead the race and draw away from the Audis.
Just want to flag up the privateer battle that's going on behind the works cars, 4th down to 7th. And that is a category in the FIA Championship, as Karen Chandok actually just comes out of that battle in, effectively in that battle in 3rd position. Andrea Bellici leads for Rebellion, the Lola with the Toyota engine, by just 12 seconds now, as Danny Watts takes another 2 seconds out of the lead. Chandok wasn't that far behind before he's pitted, and Neil Yarney, of course, after that stop and go, has dropped back behind them. But that's heating up, and those 4 cars are still battling for 3 places on the podium, and I think you could put them in any one of those positions, to be honest.
Yeah, it was bad luck for Nicolas Prost, because he was pinged for the stop and go just before he was scheduled to make a pit stop anyway. So he came in for his stop and go, went back out again, did a single lap, and then came in for his fuel stop, tyre change and change of driver. So Neil Yarney lost out, and that's why in effect he's fallen behind the 2 HPDs, because it was that car number 12 that was leading the way as far as the privateer prototypes were concerned. Now that's at the back of those 4 privateers, so it's very close indeed, as you can see. If just that little difference, stop and go plus a fuel tyre stop makes a difference. So you take away the 3 works cars from this race, and you've still got a very close race as far as the privateer prototypes are concerned.
Now, a couple of great points coming up from the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective, the forum at radiolemans.com. If you're not following along there, you should be. Hello, Collective. Cormac O'Connell says, regarding the Ferrari being ridiculously frugal, he says, I'm pretty certain it's the only car with direct injection in the GTE category. One of the reasons Porsche are so desperate to get the 991 RSR, because you can only have direct injection if it's fitted to the homologated road car. Problem with that though, Cormac, as I've been saying, the 991 RSR is based on the 991 GT3 street car, which is not due until the 4th quarter of 2013 at the earliest. The first 991 shaped race cars will be Super Cup and Carrera Cup cars, because they are built effectively on the road car line, and it's easier for them to be done. The GT3 and indeed the GT2 not due till the very end of 2013, which means 14, I think, at the earliest for the longer wheelbase new shape, the 991 designation of the RSR. And the other thing, and you're talking about stop and go penalty, this is from Rethmo Reza. Both Audis have just had another track limit warning. They seem to be taking a lot of risks, particularly when a stop and go penalty could cost the number 1 car the race. And Steve Allen backing that up, saying no one has had a stop and go for exceeding track limits yet. And as the race director has issued so many warnings, I'm quite surprised that no one has had that yet. We've had a black and white flag though, which is the final warning. I think that was for the 88 car from memory.
Well, yeah, but the number 1 had a stop and go penalty, didn't it?
Yeah, but that was for contact. That was for contact. That wasn't for exceeding track limits. And Cormac O'Connell saying what we're saying again. Audi number 1, all 4 wheels off at the last corner again. They are taking risks. It's a fair point there, because Marcel Fessler, who's just gone through in the lead, has just got 18 seconds between himself and Nicolas Lapierre, and that would disappear, Paul, in a stop and go penalty.
Well, it would if it happened. Yeah, that's right. So they do have to take care. But I'm sure, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's hard to know exactly how they're doing it. I mean, they wouldn't be doing it and thinking, oh, I hope he didn't see that, because they know how observant the observers are being. So
the guys at Stowe, they've been the busiest.
Yes.
There's no doubt. Turn 9 Stowe, turn 9 Stowe, turn 9 Stowe.
Yeah, the Audis seem to be suffering a little bit on the exit of Copse as well, don't they?
Yeah.
Treluay,
sorry, turn 9 is Copse, my apology.
Yeah,
not Stowe.
yeah, it's the exit of Copse Corner.
Yeah.
Marcel Fessler on his way down Hanger Straight at the moment. This is his in-lap, he said with a little bit of a pause, because we'll see whether it is or not, but my planning is that this should be his in-lap. Are you hot?
I'm just watching Nicolas Lapierre and the number 21 of Danny Watts very close together. The Stracker racing car at the moment ahead of the Toyota. As into the pit lane comes Marcel Fessler. Hello to Chris Suku, who is in the stands opposite us. He's just tweeted at Specutainment. Remember, you can follow us at Radio Le Mans. And don't forget, if you're enjoying this, Wednesday night, 8 o'clock, midweek motorsport. 2 hours of chat about motor racing at radiolemans.com. Nick Damon is down in the pit lane.
We've just had, whilst we watched Fazza going through what is going to be a very simple fuel-only stop unless something goes wrong, we've just had the Murphy Prototypes car come in, John, for one of those odd stops where they fueled it, they put it back on the dollies, went in the garage, and then before I had the chance to walk 4 garages, it was back up out the dollies and getting off again. So I've got no idea what they did. Probably a control alt delete reset or something, but they had a problem, as Fazza there does have a very, very clean stop. Underneath me, I think it's Danny Watts who's driving the Stracker on the 21 car. He's coming as well, so that will release Lapierre if he wasn't already passed. And we also have the 88 car, the constantly pinged and missing 3/4 GTE AM car as well, John.
Yes, the number 1 Audi goes back out still with Lapierre as Darren Turner comes in from 2nd place. Now note this down, he'd got within 2.8 seconds of Giancarlo Fisichella as he came into the pits, but remember it's a shorter run to the line there, and it's on the end of lap 121. That's the 4th stop for Darren Turner, and it's probably going to be about 19 laps before the Ferrari makes its next, and I'm not exaggerating there, Paul Hammer, they're making 5 or 6 up every single stop.
It's going to be 142 laps
when
my goodness,
the really?
Ferrari next comes in. He's currently on, what, 124?
121.
So 18 laps to go.
121 he's on.
Yeah. So 142, he's got 20 laps to do yet.
Is he going to? He's going to make up a stop or not? Not
easily.
quite.
Yes.
Oh, he's easily going to make up a stop. So Darren's got to get past him and get a minute and a half up the road to have any chance there, hasn't he?
Yes, he has, and well, it's a tall order.
Well, what that does mean, though, it brings the 66 car, the Ferrari of Johnny Cocker and James Walker, the JMW car, guesting in the series, one of the visitors to the series. It brings them into play because they're much closer than that to Darren Turner, and they are running on a very similar stop strategy.
Yeah, their biggest problem is the gap, isn't it? Because it's pace there. They'll be in, according to the schedule, on lap 139, so they'll be in before the Ferrari next time, because those two Ferraris, the AF Corsa car seems to be a little bit more economical than the JMW one.
Amazing fuel mileage they're getting out of that car. In the AM category, it's Matt Griffin now, who's fought his way up from 5th when I first started looking, saying, I think Matt should be further up the field than that. And the man who calls Thrapston his home now here in Northamptonshire is leading the category.
New fastest lap of the race as Marcel Fessler continues. Nicolas Lapierre, though, does the fastest lap of the race before he comes into the pits. He's on his in lap now, but that previous lap, a new fastest lap of the race at 1:44.059. That's a clear half a second faster than the previous fastest lap of the race, which had been set by Kazuki Nakajima in the same car at roughly the same point in his stint.
He is coming in now, and he's driving like a man possessed. He's just pushed off one of the Signatech cars at the first corner and made a very brave manoeuvre through Maggots Copse on one of the GTE Porsches. In laps and out laps, win you races. It's a long run under the 60 kilometres an hour speed limit down to his pit, where Nick Damon in the sunshine now in the pit lane is enjoying the afternoon.
It certainly is a late evening sun. We should really be having a watching game of cricket with some Pim, shouldn't we? But better than that, we have motor racing with petrol.
You're not drinking petrol, are you?
Well, not this time, no.
Oh, okay.
I had to stop after the last incident. Out pops Nicolas Pierre. Back in goes the lanky frame of Alex Wirtz. He's thrown away his BlackBerry. No more tweets for you, I'm afraid, John. He's got something else
Great,
to
I
do
can
now.
say what I like now. He's not listening.
Exactly. He's not even listening. Unless he had the radio plugged into us. Who knows?
Bluetooth on his helmet, yeah.
So this is the stagger basically unwinding with the Fazla car coming in a lap ago. It's really whether they can get to the end on these tyres, because they've got just over 2 stints of tyre to go, 140. I'm not sure they're doing quite 40 minutes to go on these 23 lap runs, so they want to keep these tyres on. They've got 2 stops, or 1 more stop and a short stop probably, and it's going to be all about what Alex is about managing this and whether he can make up the net deficit he has to a Fazla overall. But it's much closer, I thought, with them than I think any of us thought it would be yesterday. And it's a tortoise v hare battle. The only problem is the tortoise is quite quick as well, and that was a very good copybook stop. I expect a few seconds longer than Audi, just because it just seems that way because of the fuel.
Yeah, 1 minute and 24 seconds for the Toyota, whereas the Audi changed in just 53 seconds. But of course, the Audi was fuel only, and the Toyota had fuel, tyres, and a driver change.
2.82G is what Marcel Fessler is pulling at Abbey, according to the online telemetry from Audi. It's not in significant amount of G that he's pulling there in the P car, which has been wound back, of course, in terms of its downforce. The narrow rear wing very visible on the Audi as he comes up the Hanger Straight. Did Alan McNish get back on the lead lap?
Yes, he did.
Right, okay. So that is a battle for second position at the moment, with near neighbours Alan McNish and Alex Wirtz crossing the line in front of me. That's what drew my attention to it, Paul.
Well, in fact, McNish was on the lead lap already.
Yes, he was.
He was a minute and then 28 seconds behind. 16 and 12, yeah, minute and 28 seconds behind, and it's a minute and 40 seconds lap.
1.670 seconds between those two at the moment, but Tom Christensen is suited and booted. That will put Alan McNish out of that car. We'll be able to get a chat with him, maybe.
I've got a chat with Nicola Lapierre. How about that?
That's very good.
It looks hot. Nico, that was an interesting stint, because right at the end you were blisteringly quick, but in the middle you seemed to struggle to find pace. Was that just traffic?
Yeah, we had a lot of traffic and also tire pickup. So this was a bit of an issue in the middle of the run. But then I had a few clear laps and we could remove this pickup and push a little bit. I don't know what is the situation exactly because of the pit stop we need to do compared to the Audi. Our stints are much shorter. So yeah, we'll see how it ends up.
But I take it the team is pleased with the way things are going. Yeah, the worst, if it keeps going, the worst you'll finish is second.
Yeah, I mean, the pace of the car is really good when we are on track. Our trouble is refueling, because the refueling of the petrol engine is much longer than diesel, and every stop we are losing 6 seconds. And also our stints are much shorter, you know, so it's difficult for us to get it back on track, but at least we are trying and pushing as much as we can to try to beat at least one Audi.
Thanks, Nico. I mean, it's a good point you make, because I was sure the ACO had tried to adjust the fuel flow on the diesel, so it was going to take them the same amount of time to fill their fuel as the petrols, because the idea is it's done on kilojoules. So 56 litres of diesel has the same amount of potential energy, theoretically, I think, as the 70x litres of petrol.
Yes, and it's an insoluble problem, though, because on the one hand, the diesel doesn't contain as much energy as...
Sorry, Paul, interrupt you here.
Yeah.
This is JRM with a problem. And this is Danny Watts, has Karen Chandok, sorry, who has... this is at... Where is that? The exit of Copse, isn't it? Yeah. Karen Chandok, sorry, I looked in the wrong place on the timing it's going. And in comes Alan McNish. This is scheduled stop. He'll be handing over to Tom Christensen. The marshals are going to try and remove the car without the need for a safety car. McNish already out. Tom Christensen getting in.
Yes, I can see looking across to Copse, the marshals trying to push the car. Chanduk spinning the wheels on the HPD, and they still haven't got him going again. There seems to be some damage. Looking at it, it's difficult to tell from this distance. There seems to be some damage at the front end. But
that car was carrying damage when the last time it came to pit stops on the car's left-hand side. It already had a contact and had some broken bits and cracked carbon, so it has had some coming together. It's been quite a busy time for a number of these cars, actually. And that's Christensen on board the 2.
And gone. Yeah, new set of Michelins there. Hello to Sean Belby in the beautiful surrounding of Breckenridge, I think, this afternoon.
It was a slightly short stint there from Alan, but remember what it actually was a very long stint, if you see what I mean, because
he did those 4 extra laps at the beginning.
He elected to go for an extra stint and a bit because he had that short, he had a 4-lap stint, then they put a new set of tyres on, and then he did a double, and it was a short ending to the double, but effectively Alan had been in the car since... looking back, he got into the car at 1:41, and so he'd been in the car for very nearly 3 hours.
Karen Chanduk back underway, as you heard Eduardo Freitas, our race director, reporting. More great work by the marshals, covered by local yellow. As through comes Tom Christensen, his first lap out of the pits, still leading the Green X Challenge, 2:1 and 21. As Fessler leads the race by 40.5 seconds, 40.5 seconds. And once again, Alex Wirtz is managing the traffic expertly, down to 46s immediately, 46 flat last time around. Oh, and I can say as a double-decker bus crosses over from the infield bridge from Stowe Circuit to the outside. A cricket commentary there, he's talking about cricket and Pims. In to the pits has come Karen Chanduk, as Alan McNish is being spoken to by the team engineer.
We're calling in team manager, car 57 to the race manager, team manager, car 57 to the race manager.
57, which is the Chrome Ferrari again. Beats the well-worn path to race control. I'm trying to see if Nick Damon can have a quick word with Alan McNish in a moment. He's got his fans in Sonoma listening in, just giving them a warning. Try and get to him once he's done the debrief on the car. He'll be checking things like his average lap time. All of these racing drivers want to know everything as soon as they can. Just starting to get the time now, Paul, and you'll be able to tell me because you get the chance to look out of more windows than me. Is the sun going to become an issue?
It's certainly an issue for me.
Yeah.
Because it's straight in my face, and I didn't bring a cap, and it's making life difficult to see the screens. I don't think it's an issue for the drivers, except possibly where it's reflecting off the rear windscreen of the car in front.
Hello there.
Just at that angle. Nick.
First of all, I have to ask you, you have some fans over in Sonoma from Sim Raceway. So could you say hello to the Sim Raceway people in Sonoma?
Hello, Sim Raceway. Hope you're all doing well. Enjoying Daddy on the IndyCar. And I think I'm speaking to you later about 12 o'clock your time, 8 p.m. over here.
More importantly, that wasn't a very lucky session, was it? I mean, you got a few laps in, you had a slow puncture. I mean, nothing seemed to go right with it.
No, I went out and we got a puncture on one of the rear tyres straight away, right rear, and had to come in. Then the safety car kind of screwed things because I was then able to pull away from the Toyota, but then it just bunched everybody back up again. That's the way it goes. We tried to play a single stint strategy and then switch back to a double. I know which one I would have went for, looking back now. But yeah, we're kind of just fighting on, see where we can get to.
So basically now, I mean, Tom's just out there trying to strike the car home for third and hope for someone to catch a problem for one of the other two cars, I suppose.
Stroking the car home's a bit of a gentle statement. I don't think we'd be doing that.
All right, Alan, thanks very much. Cheers.
Yeah, he's never happy unless he's at the front of the field, and off has gone one of the Signatechs now. Which one is that? That's the PlayStation car. That is the PlayStation car that has gone off driver's right. This is the driver's left, rather, onto the hangar straight. It's car 23, which had Jordan Tresson at the wheel. Oh, and he's hit the wall really hard. The car riding up the wall. It's got rear suspension damage on the left-hand side. But that started coming through Chapel Curve. Looks like he was already sideways and out of control. Very odd-looking accident. He's staying in the car at the moment. The marshal's already with him. So he's on driver's left at the start of the run down from Chapel, down the hangar straight to Stowe. Now, we did have a full course caution to remove a car from a little further along from that, but I'm just wondering if that car can be pulled, pushed, cajoled about 30 metres or so, maybe not even that, to the gap in the fence, which is ahead of us. I think it's going to depend on how bad that rear suspension is. They'll try their best to deal with this under a local caution. I would say Jordan is fine. Yes, he is. He's just taken the steering wheel off and he gets out under his own steam. So no worries about the condition of the driver. And a decision now will be made about, now that the 24-year-old Frenchman has got out of the car, whether that car needs to be moved to a position of safety or whether it's far enough back down towards Chapel that it is not going to be a problem. Very, very odd accident indeed. At the very end of it, Jordan had the wheel turned. Hope he had his hands off the wheel, and it climbed the wall with the left front tyre. So Fesler leads by 44 seconds from Alex Wirtz. Slow lap from Alex last time around.
Yes,
you heard it from Eduardo. Safety cars have been launched. The two Audi S5s have pulled out onto the circuit from their positions roughly halfway around and at the start-finish line. Now, remember, with the way that the pit exit is controlled, there is little or no benefit to pitting with these two safety cars. It's a red light at the end of the pit lane, so the pit lane exit is closed now and will not be opened until one of the safety cars go through. Just 1 second, that looks like, oh, I thought we were going to see it. Oh yes, it was. Looks like there may have been contact between maybe one of the Astons or just a puncture beforehand. Yeah, left rear puncture before the incident for Jordan Tresson. He was trying to get hold of the car, but it came around on him. Great work by the guys in tape to find the other angle for us there. Thank you.
John, big loser in this sudden safety car is a 24 car. Jack Nicolai just got out, Matthew Hay just got in. They released it and they got within about 10 metres before the red light went on at the end of the pit lane. Now he's sitting there for at least half a minute, and they'll be sitting there for the half minute again. So they really suffer from this one.
Right.
Yes, I mean, the funny thing there is that they actually came into the pits before the safety car was released. So that was just misfortune for Jacques Nicolai. He was.
So he got caught in the pits then on the red light.
He came into the pits before the safety car was deployed. He wasn't being clever and trying to get away with something. He came in before the safety car was deployed, and then got caught at the end of the pit lane because the safety car was out by the time they'd finished working on the car. So just very bad luck indeed for Jacques Nicolai.
Paul, you have such things as championship points, etc. How many points do you get for third, and what will the result at the head of the field with Fesler winning Alex Wirtz in second, and McNish and Christensen. Of course, they are leading the championship at the moment. That's just something that I'm going to give that to you while we're under safety car.
Yes, it will be 25 points for Fessler, which will take them up to 95. And McNish, it'll all depend on how many McNish gets, whether McNish finishes in second or third place, because that's very close indeed between the Toyota and the number 2 Audi. But it will, they had a 7-point disadvantage. Second place is worth 18 points, isn't it? Yes, second place is worth 18 points. Third place is worth 15 points. There was also a point for pole position, which will go to Fessler, so that gives them 96.5, doesn't it?
Yeah. So it's tightened up, basically, the top of the...
Yes, if McNish can finish second, they will maintain the lead of the championship by 96.5... by 98 points to 96.5.
Oh, right.
And if McNish finishes third behind the Toyota, then they will get 92 points, and so they'll be just behind. So where McNish finishes, and possibly why he responded to Nick's question about stroking it to the finish in that, whether he leads the championship at the end of the race will depend entirely on whether he finishes second or third.
Well, he's not being helped by the fact that he's behind a different safety car than the Toyota.
No way.
The two Audis are within 2 cars of each other behind the one safety car, and the Toyota is behind the second one.
Now, the last time the safety car was out, which was for a similar type of incident, one car that had to be cleared, it needed 10 minutes. Yes, 10 minutes to clear, and that equated to a little under 5 laps behind the safety car. So it came out at 4:31. We're now at 4:35. Another 6 minutes or so, hopefully, provided the wreck can be, or the circuit can be made ready again fairly quickly. As far as pit stops are concerned, John, you were suggesting that if possible you should stay out.
Yeah.
As far as the leading LMP1 cars is concerned, they are all in a position to stay out. Fuel is not a problem for them. However, we have had pit stops from 2 of the LMP2 cars in the meantime. In fact, 3 of the P2 cars have come in. Number 41 has been in for its pit stop. The other Greaves Zytec Nissan. We've also had Ryan DL in the Starworks HPD, and number 26 in the other Signatech Nissan has come into the pits, Nelson Panciatici.
GTE Pro Battle, very interesting. I think Fisichella is in a different safety car line to Turner and Cocker. If not, he's almost a full lap ahead of them, and that is terrible news for Darren Turner and great news for Johnny Cocker, because now he's only 4.7 seconds behind the Aston Martin, with the potential, of course, that the frugal Ferrari, fast but frugal Ferrari, will have to do one fewer fuel. Can't think of something with an F to fuel stops before the end of the race. So Darren Turner really did not want to see that safety car board coming out. The guys have done a great job with the Scania flatbed and have already got rid of the Jordan Tresson Signatech Nissan, and I think we'll be going green very shortly because there's nothing to rearrange there. There was no tyres, no tyre barrier involved. Hello, if you are just joining us, round 4 of the FIA World Endurance Championship has just over 80 minutes still to run. Timed race, 6 hours. It's been, well, very interesting all the way through. At the head of the field, the battle between Toyota and Audi is a very, very fast Toyota, but not being able to get the fuel mileage out of the car, even using the additional power of the supercapacitor hybrid system. It looks like the flywheel, mechanical flywheel-based system, electromechanical flywheel-based system for the Audi on the number 1 e-tron Quattro has proved the way to go. It's not been a clean run by any stretch of the imagination for the Audis. The number 1 car's had a stop and go. Alan McNish in the number 2 had a slow puncture, both causing extra pit stops. In P2, Jean Charouz is now behind the wheel of the number 25, the ADR Delta car that leads from Soyel Ayari in the Picom car in second, and he's just 3.4 seconds ahead in the safety car chain of Stefan Sarazan and Nico Panciatici. I should mention as well the continuing battle in the privateer P1 category. Andrea Bellicchi leads that for the number 13 Rebellion car. Oh, and there's some passing going on the start-finish line. That was the 49 car of Soyel Ayari letting someone go through, which I have to say I didn't see. The Prototype 1 privateer category, Bellicchi leading for Bart Hayden's Rebellion team. Behind him,
Safety cars should be putting out their lights at any moment, and they're coming in at the end of this lap.
thank you, Eduardo.
Safety cars are coming in at the end of this lap.
Danny Watts is behind the wheel of the 21 HPD, the Stracker, in second place in that, but he's nearly a full lap back, and he's battling against Neil Yarney in the second of the Rebellion Lola Toyotas, who's just 3 seconds behind him in the queue. The HPD has dropped a lap or so away after its problems, and that's been for Karen Chandok, which we didn't see what caused that, whether he jumped or he was pushed at the exit of Copse.
No,
so,
it wasn't the exit of Chapel, wasn't
it? Yes.
Chapel curve going onto the Hangar Straight. The other thing which has happened, not as really as a result of the safety car coming out, but
green flag, Paul.
Green flag, is that Alan McNish is now a lap behind the other Audi. So we've got
Tom Christensen in the wheel now.
Tom Christensen at the wheel of the number 2 Audi, behind the number 1 Audi with Marcel Fessler at the wheel. But the lights are working well on the side and showing it correctly in third place, because the Toyota number 7 with the 2 lights on the side was behind the other safety car train, and so is half a lap behind. So it's half a lap separating first from second, and half a lap separating second from third.
Neil Yarney in and out of the pits. The Audi safety car queue started at the wing pit, and the Toyota started at the national pit. So that they literally were getting underway at opposite sides of the circuit. If you are just joining us and watching the pictures for the first time, a number of people commenting, including James Roller. Hello, Jim. Is commenting on the rear wing arrangement. That's not a rear wing, Jim. Those are wheel arch extensions, as allowed by the regulations. If it was a rear wing, it would be too wide, and it wouldn't be allowed by the regulations. And it's been cleared, and everybody's looked at it and went, why didn't we think of that? Particularly Audi, who did something similar a few years ago, if you remember.
Well didn't Reinhold Ralph Juttner say when we interviewed him they had thought about it and decided not to go there?
Yeah. So, very, very interesting.
I think the problem is that if you do that kind of a change, you do need to balance the car afterwards as well, because
Correct.
Just whacking on more rear downforce isn't necessarily the best thing to do. You need to balance up the front of the car. So, it's not just a case of going out with a few fiberglass moulds.
Bit of cardboard, bit of sticky tape.
There was a time when some trays were taken from the bar at one circuit in order to make some dive planes, I remember, in British GT racing. Honestly, it really happened.
It's a bit more sophisticated.
Oh, there's somebody else off at the Beckett's S's, and that's the Status Lola, I'm pretty sure.
No.
The Status Lola, I didn't see whether he was clipped by anybody, but as he was going through the Beckett's S's, he's gone off backwards in the same place that the Corvette did yesterday, which means that I can't quite see where he is, other than there's a cloud of smoke and a big a car having gone off into the gravel.
Yeah, he's back on the circuit now, Julien Jus, having done some very expensive grass cutting.
Oh, that's good.
That unmistakable howl is the onboard from Marcel Fessler, who is leading the motor race in the beautiful evening that we have here, with still an hour and 16 to go. By the way, I hope Nick Damon is listening to this in the pit lane. you've been reminded to keep the dust off the centre photo, as it appears that the pendulum to the New Jersey Grand Prix has swung back towards to James Roller.
We'll see.
The date will follow
see.
Montreal in the calendar, is what's been said.
Having a date isn't the same as having a race.
Has Adrian Fernandez been in the 97 Aston Martin yet? Nick?
I think he was in, wasn't he? Didn't he do the third stint?
Okay. Paul will be able to check that on his super duper driver tracker. And Nick Holland is here at the circuit. He's tweeted at Specutainment, at Radio Le Mans, and said as he exited Aintree at the top of Wellington Straight, light smoke from the Toyota number 7. I wonder, Nick, could that have been the car grounding over the curbs? But he hashtags that as just saying. So that's something we will keep a look out for. Thank you, Nick. We've got eyes all around the circuit, Paul.
Yeah, quite. It's just a matter of filtering out all the information, isn't it? Adrian Fernandez is absolutely, you're absolutely right. Adrian Fernandez has not yet been out at the wheel of the number 97 Aston Martin. He is due in the car next time it comes in for its pit stop, which will be number 97, pit stop number 5, lap 151.
So Darren started the car, then Stefan did his turn.
No, didn't Muka start in the car?
Hang on a second.
No, Darren started.
I'm fairly certain.
Darren, no, you're right. Darren started in the car. Then Muka took over.
Darren's done another stint. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. In fairness, Adrian, a very good driver, but the least experienced GT driver of those three, interestingly.
Yes, Muka did. Darren started for a stint. Muka then did a double. And then Darren took over from him again for a double. So Darren is coming towards the end of a double now.
Okay.
And whatever I said, 151 laps is when he will come in for his next stop, if all is as it should be. It might be a little bit longer because of the safety car having been out. And he's currently on his 134th lap, so about another 17 laps expected from the number 1997 GTE Pro Aston.
26 car now is the latest car with Nico Panciatici at the wheel. The Orica to be asked to send a representative to race control. Still nobody being... I'm not aware of anybody who's been hit with a stop-and-go penalty for exceeding track limits. We've had a couple of people now that's had black and white flags for it, which is the final warning. But as yet, I'm not aware of anybody who's been given that, as through Stowe Corner and down towards us here at the wing. There's another gaggle of prototypes. The G-Drive sponsored 26 car is the car that we're looking at the moment, with Panciatici at the wheel. And he comes round what is effectively a double right now at club, back onto the international start-finish straight. He's up behind the Gulf Racing Coupe. That is pretty much flat, even for a P2 car there, isn't it? Through that first two corners, then down 1, 2, 3 gears, turns into the right-hander and sets himself up for what is probably a first, certainly nothing higher than a second gear hairpin. Snatch third, take a bit of curb onto the Wellington Straight as you exit Aintree. He's getting all temperamental behind the Gulf car because he can't get through, the hands off the steering wheel. He's waving around into Brooklands any second now. Panciatici's going to make a silly move. You can see the pressure gauge rising there as into the pits has come the 31 Lotus Lola. Christian Albers at the wheel of that car.
We've also got the two Audis circulating very rapidly nose to tail, and at the moment they've got no traffic to worry about. Just wonder whether Tom Christensen might fancy his chances of getting his lap back, because of course it's important for him in order to get back on terms with Alexander Wurz in the Toyota, who
He's
is
exactly a minute ahead of him.
A minute up the road, that's right. And that gap is actually going up as well, because Wurz is lapping fastest of anybody on the circuit. He's not as fast as Lapierre went earlier on in the race, but he is lapping faster than anybody else on the circuit at the moment. He's just coming into the loop at the moment, and it may well be, as I say, Tom Christensen unlaps himself. The advantage that the number 1 car has, Marcel Fessler has, is kind of every which way you look at it, because it'll be the Toyota coming into the pits first for its next pit stop, so he'll be able to stay out a little bit longer. And that safety car will have added just a little bit of slow running to the race that I think they might actually be able to get to the flag now with just one more pit stop. It was going to be close, but with that extra bit of slow running behind the safety car, it might have just dealt the Audi Team Joest car another trump, because, as I say, that might just shorten the race a little bit and allow them to get to the flag without making that extra fuel stop.
Great battle going on between Sam Hancock and Pierre Caffer in the P2 category. And here are the two Audis absolutely together, as Paul was describing, as they come onto the Wellington Straight. And on board with Tom Christensen, a little bit of rubber debris has rubbed the windscreen there. Down at the braking for Brooklyn's got nowhere near the e-tron car going down the straight, but under braking closes in significantly. And I still think there's a lot of work to be done on understanding how you can use the regen braking. As that battle between Sam Hancock and, Sam gets caught up behind the Ferrari and has to try to go around the outside, and Pierre Caffer, Olivier Pla, managed to make the right choice. Sam rather hung himself out there on the outside of the corner. The Ferrari did what the heavy GT car had to do and drifted away from the apex. Sam very sensibly got off the power, but has given up the position to Pierre Caffer, to Olivier Pla. I'll get it right in a moment, sorry. It's late in the race. Oh, Sam will not be happy about that and expect that Jota Zytek to really be pushing on. Nick Damon, all quiet in the pits at the moment.
It's very, very quiet, actually. I think a few people brought their stops forward or accelerated off that safety car, and now we are waiting as everyone is trying to get by on perhaps just one more stop. So that means that the GTs can come in any time in the next sort of 10 minutes. They'll be wanting to come with an hour to go. And the LMPs will try and get to within about 45 minutes to go, and then they'll have their last stop and run to the flag, John.
Yeah, great. It is a beautiful evening at Silverstone. Thank you to everybody who's turned out, by the way, here at the track. I realise that not everybody will be able to stay to the end. It's quite a commitment for a 6-hour race. Having said that, I have not seen very many cars leaving.
And it is a bank holiday tomorrow.
Oh,
so,
good point. You don't have to go to work.
Don't even have to be back early to bath the children before.
And I've heard there's going to be a really good podium ceremony as well.
I've heard the person doing the podium ceremony is very good.
He's brilliant, podium ceremony speaky person.
Speaky.
It's not a good start, is it? I don't even know what I am.
I think I'm the only one in the circuit who just wishes that we'd get a little bit of cloud cover for the last hour of this race. Cause
are you cooking?
Yes.
Gas Mark III, well, Sun Mark III. I am told, rather cheekily, by Gerard Neveu, who's the man at the head of the WEC. He made a point of talking to us this morning and warning us about next year's event here. Now, he didn't give us any details, but he said, if you think this has been good this year, wait till next year. There's something very special planned. And he teased us with that. And has said no more.
That'll be the Silverstone 12 hours we were talking about.
Well, hey, mate, I'm not sure, but whatever, they'd have to go to beat what we've had here today, the atmosphere, and thanks to, as I said, thanks to the spectators for so much of that. The organisation, the marshals, and the backup from everybody here at Silverstone, from the guys on the gate all the way across, has been brilliant. And thank you to everybody who's helped out to make this event an event. I really was goosebumpy at the start of this race. And
you showed me your arm. You were.
I know, seriously. I don't know what it was. There was just something when I looked out and was looking at the TV pictures, the packed grandstands. And thank you, by the way, for the ovation that you gave our Olympic athletes here at the circuit. That was very touching. And if we're going to make this better next year, I can't imagine what we're going to be doing. But I'm happy to speculate on this week's show.
No, John, you're not that type.
Yeah,
I think you'll find it's actually in the if you look on the TV guide or the radio guide, it's speculation is actually the key point of the whole thing.
Yes, indeed.
It's before information, that's for sure.
Now here is Christensen trying to get his lap back from the leader pole. He's up behind the leader now as they come through Copse and head down to Maggots. And how easy or difficult is Marcel Fessler going to make this? I have a suspicion that he's got a slight advantage pumping onto the back straight, onto the hanger straight. Meantime, Julien Canal has got Christian Reed for company in the battle for second in GTE AM, which is going down to that part of the circuit as well. This is the battle for second and third. Labra competition and Felbermeyer Porsche. And the Labra guys, once again, have done that stealthy work with the least stealthy sounding car out there, possibly other than the Ferrari, the big rumble of the front-engine American V8 Corvette. But now he's got Christian Reed for company, and Julien Canal has got his work cut out to hold on to second place here, Paul.
He's going to have to work at it, but yeah, I mean, it's a tremendous, what's the word? But good work by the Labra Competition team, and just shows you what you can't buy experience. And the Labra Competition team has had as much endurance racing experience as anybody, and they show that you don't need any of the things that you normally associate with racing. You just need to put the whole package together, and you can get there, as you mentioned, John, by stealth.
Yeah.
Final stop for the AF Course 51 car, the victor apparent, given there's an hour of running to go in the GTE Pro. They've managed to do the whole thing on 4 stops, because they can certainly last more than an hour and 4 minutes on the fuel they'll be putting in right now. And AF Course are, again, not necessarily the fastest car over a single lap, but certainly the fastest car over a 6-hour period. And off it goes. Fire up. I think Jimmy Green is taking the last hour. Has Giancarlo gone out? He's run round the back. He has indeed.
And they're starting to work backwards from the end of the race, Nick, because that was only a 33-lap stint rather than a 36-lap stint.
Yeah. And the thing is now, though, here's the interesting thing. How far into this last hour can Darren Turner go? Has he just got to do one more stop?
Darren Turner will be in on lap 151, we decided, didn't we? So Darren will come in on 151, and then after that it'll be 181, by which time the race will be over. So yes, one more stop for Darren Turner to hand the car over to Adrian Fernandez to take to the flag.
Any time now then Johnny Cocker can bring the 66 car in and hand it over to James, and that would be their last stop as well, because they can go that little bit longer.
Yeah.
So actually Darren Turner and the 97 Aston weren't quite as bad off as I thought they were.
No, what will happen is that their pit stop will have to be longer, won't it?
Yeah.
So by the time they've made their pit stop, they'll have lost ground to the Ferrari, which in any case has kept the lead, hasn't it, through the pit stop, because the Ferrari's already gone through, and Johnny Cocker hasn't come past it. Johnny Cocker's in the pits.
Yeah,
so, yep.
That makes sense to me. You get it in as quick as you can.
Yeah.
Just in case there's anything happens that stops you getting in when you need to. I think Car 98's manager has been called to the race stewards. Johnny Palmer is sitting next to me and has way better eyes than me, but I have to say black out of purple is not the best typeset as far as the
98 it says.
It does say 98, does it? Thank you. We've got the sun coming the other way and rebounding off the walls, and therefore we can't read the timing screens.
Yeah, a little bit of cloud cover would be really good right now.
Now,
I quite like it out here in the sun, actually.
Of course you do, Nick.
Yes, you can shut up.
You'll get covered in champagne later on, I don't care.
Many times I expect if I don't run fast.
Christensen still has not got his lap back as the Audis go through in front of me, not by about 10 cars lengths. And this is very interesting because that says to me, Paul, I mean, it would have been relatively easy for Marcel Fesler a couple of laps ago when Tom was right up the twin tailpipes of the R18 e-tron Quattro. It would have been quite easy, I think, for Fesler just to breathe off the throttle and let Tom go through. He hasn't.
Yes. I mean,
that tells something about the fight for the championship, I think.
Well, yes, it does, and also I think it tells you something about the way that Audi organises itself. Once the race starts, it's down to the individual teams. I know they've changed their organisation slightly this weekend.
Yeah,
Howden Haynes is actually in charge of both cars, which means he doesn't do anything. And all the work is being done by Lena Gade and Kyle Wilson-Clark. Lena working on the number 1 car and Kyle working on the number 2 car. So, I mean, I've had it on good authority that H is, literally just twiddling his thumbs because all the work's being done by the 2 lead engineers on each individual car. But but normally the Audi way is to leave the individual lead engineer in charge of the car, and as it is necessary to ask for what do they call it, a discrepancy or a diversion from the plan. So I mean, but this is, I mean, it's not necessarily changing the shape of the race very much. I mean, it might have livened up the battle a little bit, but it would have been always difficult for that number 2 car to get on terms with the Toyota. It's just gone from a minute, which is what the gap was, up to a minute and 6 seconds now, as Tom Christensen isn't being able to lap as quickly as Alexander Wurz. But Wurz is coming towards the end of his stint now. He'll be coming in 2 laps' time. So stand by, because this is the sort of time in the previous stints where we've seen a fastest lap from the Toyota.
Martin Pass reminds me that by winning this race, Audi can clinch the manufacturer's title, the World Championship,
already?
Today. Yes. And they still believe that this is tighter than a tight thing that has been shrunk slightly in terms of this race with Toyota. They don't think it's a cut and dried down at Audi. And literally, the reason that the breathe on the throttle wasn't given by Fesler to Christensen was they didn't want to give any odd seconds to Toyota in that battle, which is still only 42 seconds at the head of the field.
Well, rather than still only 42 seconds, John, perhaps a better way of putting it is now down to
yes,
42 seconds.
Sorry, yes. Thank you for putting that right. Yes, absolutely right.
Because it was 49 seconds, it's come down to 42. It's 49 seconds on lap 156. We're now on lap 162, and it is down still further, although, as I mentioned, Wurz is bound for the pits, not at the end of this lap, but at the end of next lap.
Now,
I mean, I think the important point is when we have the stops, whilst Toyota have to make 2 reasonably lengthy stops, both of them are just for fuel, whereas Audi, the number 1 car, will be forced to take tyres, and I would assume at the same time we'll put Andre Lotterer in the car. So they have one long, so that 40-second lead is really only, what, 14, 12 seconds?
Yeah.
That's a Ferrari.
Yeah, I think we might have guessed that, actually, yeah. Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
That's all right. I'm just putting the headset back on. Yes, there we go. It's changed round, hasn't he? Yeah, Christensen has got past. That's why I was pausing, because make sure I was correct. Christensen has got past Fesler now.
Right.
So we now have the first 3 cars all on the same lap. So Fesler has to press on in order to make sure that Audi can still win the race. Christensen will be pressing on because he's that type of bloke, and he'll be trying to see if he can catch the Toyota from the back, whilst the Audi is trying to stay ahead of it. Alexander.
Eduardo Freitas talking to us there. Rob Druger says, at Rob Druger, has come through to us here at Radio Le Mans on Twitter. It appears on the live timing and scoring that Toyota could catch the Audi. Yeah, could. It's still not cut and dried, but it's not an easy task. Remember, the pit stops have got to come into it, and the Audi is getting much better fuel mileage at the moment. Also, we're into the last hour. That means another chance for you to win an SRW1 Steel Series wheel from Sim Raceway, one of our partners for our WEC coverage. And you'll need to be following at Radio Le Mans or on the radiolemans.com website forum. Get in there now. There'll be a question set which you'll need to tweet an answer to. And you could be, like Tom was earlier on, a winner of an SRW1 Steel Series wheel courtesy of Sim Raceway. And hello to everybody at Sonoma, getting ready for Dario and the IZOD IndyCar race, which I'm hoping I can get packed up from quite quickly here, and we can see most of that race this evening because of the time difference.
Fessler through onto another lap, and we wait for Alexander Wurz to see if he's going to be bound for the pits. He's already gone through sector 2, so there he goes into the pits then for Alexander Wurz at the end of lap 163. Now, he's not going to be able to get to the flag on this fuel. This is not going to take into the flag unless we have a safety car in the last hour of the race. So Wurz in for fuel only, but I don't think he's going to be able to get to the flag on it.
Sorry, it was Ben that was the winner of our last Sim Raceway competition. So if you're not already following at Radio Le Mans, make sure you do, or go to the radiolemans.com website and get on the forum for the question. And into the pit lane for what we think is its penultimate stop then is the TSO 30. Nick Damon is down there.
Yeah, it's just a standard stop. It's just going to be fuel, no tyres being offered. I'm sure they will only run with Alex Wurz and this set of tyres towards the end. The windscreen cleaning. He's got the green board, so as soon as the fuel rig is removed, we will go on to milk float power, and then he'll fire it up, and off he goes, whoosh away, and bang, and there it goes.
I think I like whoosh away better than milk float power, to be honest.
Okay, he's whooshing away and then bang, as he fires it up and he's off. So he will need to make, as Paul says, one more stop, which will not be a full-length stop, but I suppose will be about a half a tank he'll need. The question really is, can the Audis last long enough to just be able to do it one more stop?
I think they can. Certainly as far as Marcel Fessler is concerned, he will be coming in at the end of lap 166, which is the lap after the one he is currently on. That's all right, it's all safe down the Wellington Straight, just got a bit close. So the one after the one that Fessler is currently on, he'll be bound for the pits. Alexander Wurz took on 64 litres of petrol, and he was in the pit lane for 58 seconds.
Now I've got an exclusive here.
Oh, go on,
I've got an exclusive from Martin Short from this is Roll Centre back in endurance racing. He's been talking with Toyota yesterday here at the track, and they are coming back to endurance racing with a Toyota GT 86 for Brit Car. And doing the 24 this year. We'll be covering the Silverstone Brit Car 24 later on the year here on radiolemans.com. Martin, sitting listening to us this afternoon. Hello, mate. It'd be great to have you back in LMP, and I know you'd love to be back here. The privateer battle is fantastic at the moment with Lola HPD battling it out. But a GT86, one of the new little sports cars from Toyota. There's a couple in the car park here, actually, and they are really nice pieces of kit.
There's one of those race ones in here as well. Do you see it?
I
had a
had
cage in it.
Yeah, 38,500 euros.
Looks really cool.
VLN Group C, ready to, Group 3, ready to, Group C, sorry, I was right the first time. Class C, ready to go. 38,500 euros plus tax. What a way to go endurance racing, guys.
Well, if everyone from the collective gave us €5, and that's most of the money straight away. We're in for next year.
Well, a Silverstone collective.
Yeah, why not?
Tom Christensen, meanwhile, is already more than 5 seconds clear of Marcel Fessler, just putting a watch on that gap. It doesn't mean anything, but it was 3 laps ago that he got his lap back, and in those 3 laps he's opened up 5 seconds. So Tom Christensen pushing on as fast as he can.
Stefan Spies has tweeted at Radio Le Mans, the pitot tube on the top of the number 1 car is looking anywhere but straight up front. Have they hit something? Maybe it was caught by something in the pits. I noticed that earlier on, in fairness, Stefan. And a hello to Rob James, Sim Raceway UK. Always good to know that you're listening in as well. Our coverage of the WEC is powered by Nissan and brought to you in association with Sim Raceway. Audi drivers getting ready in the pit lane.
And Marcel Fessler, it should be to come in at the end of this lap.
I'll give you that, because he's wearing e-tron Quattro overalls rather than 18 Ultra overalls.
But as soon as Fessler has gone, I expect that Christensen will be in. So, and in fact, it won't be Fessler going, will it? Because he'll be handing it over to Andre Lotterer. So Fessler to Lotterer in on the pit stop this time with a tyre change, and then immediately after that we'll get Tom Christensen coming in for a fuel-only stop, and then we'll be able to work out where everybody is in relation to that Toyota. But at the moment, the Toyota is having his hands full. Tom Christensen, Alex Wurz in the Toyota has got his hands full of Tom Christensen, who is half the length of the Wellington Straight behind him. Fessler going through down the Wellington Straight again, so he squeezed an extra lap out of the fuel on that lap, up to 29 laps. That'll be because the safety car was out. So an extra lap from the Audi e-tron Quattro. As I say, most likely because it gets better fuel economy when it's sitting behind the safety car, which it was on that stint. 5 hours and 10 minutes leave just under 50 minutes to go in the race. And it may well be that Fessler will be able to make it through to the, or Lotterer will be able to make it through to the flag, and if he can't, it'll be the briefest of splash and dashes.
It's what I love about sports car racing. It's not over till it's over, is it? It's the mere, you know, we say this every time at Le Mans as the Audi guys are out, it's the mere fact you've got to stop the engine when the car comes into the pits. For however short the car is there, for however little fuel, you've got to stop the engine and it's got to restart under its own steam. As in comes Marcel Fessler. This could be, should be, his last pit stop. The pit lights are on the outside of the headlights. That's the red, almost fluorescent tubes there that are on, designating the number 1 car in the pit lane, and Nick Damon is there.
And this, of course, is the key stop, and also where they've timed it, the situation where they can last another 49 minutes without coming in again. They'll save 30 seconds by not moving in the next while. They're still showing that damage on the left rear, which is apparently producing a bit of oversteer, according to Benoit Trollier. That was from the stop-go. They got off, they clunked the Cron Racing Ferrari, the 57, the bright green car that's been involved in many instances so far today. Lotterer is now safely back in the car, happily ready to go, hands on wheels. The front left tyre is being changed. Just wait, they're all ready to do for the rear right. That goes in, that'll be the last tyre. Obviously the fuel's in, you can't do anything, and they're going to release it on the jacks. Now, car fired up and gone. So they didn't lose any time doing that. That was a copybook Audi driver tyre fuel change.
And the number 7 Toyota in second place is just going through the Beckett's S's, so that gives you some idea in physical time, or in physical terms, where the first and second place cars are.
Wow, that's very interesting, isn't it? So, picture on the screen now of the number 7 Toyota, and just coming out of Stowe, and Christensen has closed down to 2.8 seconds. It was a minute, of course, but there's a pit stop in there. A 58-second stop.
Well, Christensen will be due in at the end of, not this lap, but the next lap.
Christensen, all 4 wheels out onto the curb and slightly over coming out of the final corner. And I think he'd like to put a bit of pressure on Alex, wouldn't he, by getting right up close behind him and maybe even getting ahead of him. That would be a pass for position as it stood on the track.
I don't think that's necessary. It would be a pass for position as it stands on the track. You mean Christensen getting past Wurz?
Yes.
Yes, that is a position change. or it would be if it happens.
I don't think he's quite going to get close enough.
He's not going to get close enough, and then he's going to have to come into the pits. But it shows you just how close this is, and it goes in both directions. And it's what you were saying, John, about the variability, that things that can go wrong. There's always something that can go wrong, but it's the fact that it happens on the back of 5.5 hours worth of racing.
Exactly.
That's what makes it interesting. If you just say this was the beginning of the race, then it wouldn't have the same foundation of tension about it.
It's like somebody said about the American Le Mans Series race that I was doing for ESPN last weekend, which came down to 0.083 of a second after 4 hours racing. And somebody said, don't see the point of that. Why wouldn't you just have it was just the last 20 minutes was the interesting bit. No, you've missed the point completely. The fact that it came down to the last 2 laps, the last 1 lap, the last corner, the drag from the last corner up to the start-finish line after 4 hours, 1 minute and 47 seconds of racing, that's what makes it even better.
Somebody once told me it was a bit like watching an Agatha Christie, only going in for the finish, because that's the bit where they tell you who did it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there's no point in just seeing who did it. You want to know all the story beforehand.
Yeah, indeed. We've got some special guests here, Paul. Do a quick rundown while I sort out some headsets, because I need to make some room on the board here.
Right.
For 2 guests.
I think armchairs and canapes are required in the studio then.
Yes, indeed.
Going a little bit wide there was Alexander Wurz. He can feel the pressure of Tom Christensen, who has stayed out for an extra lap in the number 2 car. He is 2 seconds only behind Alexander Wurz as they head down the Wellington Straight. But I was expecting Christensen to come in on lap 167. Safety car came out, though. He is now on his 169th lap, so he stayed out for 2 extra laps. And whilst all that is happening, it means that the overall race has just 30 seconds separating first from third.
After what?
5.25 hours.
Yes, Paul Truswell and this is John Hindhaugh in the booth, joined by the 2 men who waved the green flag at the start of the race, Tim Bailey and Etienne Stott. Gentlemen, welcome to the Radio Le Mans booth and welcome to Silverstone. First of all, have you enjoyed your day?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's been a really eye-opening and amazing experience. Brilliant.
I don't know if you were aware of it, but when you guys were standing on the grid, I thought the crowd might want to show their appreciation to you and ask them to give you a little bit of a cheer and a clap. Did you hear that?
Yeah, it was good. It was really nice. Just the people had a bit of spare clapping for us as well as for the motor racing.
Have you been motor racing before, guys?
No, first time. So we got taken for a hot lap in a GT3 car before the endurance race started, and it was absolutely amazing, quite breathtaking experience. Really quite different to driving my car normally.
I should hope so. Actually, if you'd said anything different, you'd have been in real trouble. Tell me, what's it been like being part of Team GB in what I described as a golden generation of athletics and athletic achievement this year? We've all been glued to the screen and, watching all 24 channels of it. If I could have had 24 tellies up, I would have.
I mean, it's been really amazing, for the Olympics to be in your home country. It's a real amazing thing in your lifetime. And then, to be selected into what is basically a very difficult team to get into. It's just like, and you're there rubbing shoulders or standing shoulder to shoulder with some, truly great athletes, and all the athletes I believe in Team GB, have dedicated so much to be there. It's just a real privilege.
In this series, we have, 7, 8 rounds of this series, 8 chances in the year for guys to do well. That's not much in motor racing terms, but for you guys, your big chance only comes around once every 4 years. So the pressure to perform, there's not another one next week. You can't say, oh, it doesn't matter, I made a bit of a boo-boo, I'll go and do it next week. So the pressure to succeed, how do you deal with that?
Yeah, no, definitely. And it's I guess it's more normal for us because as an Olympic sport, we're funded generally on your performance at the World Championships in the non-Olympic years. So you're used to basically your funding for the next year is based on 90 seconds of your year each year, which is a big pressure to deal with. And that kind of breeds you getting used to and learning to deal with the environment you're in. But no, it was a massive thing. I was preparing for the race was, a huge psychological challenge because you just didn't want to regret your trip to the Olympics, your home Olympics. You didn't want it to be a complete bust, and that was the thing. Is people ask us how it was waiting to see if we'd win, because we were first off in the final, and I'd 15 minutes to wait. But really, we finished our run and we said, well, you know, we were proud of that, and so it was actually fine, and it just kept getting better. But the run we did, we could have finished 4th with it, and actually we'd have been as happy with the run and as proud of ourselves, and you know, we wouldn't have had all this stuff, which is all really nice, but you know, we'd have done ourselves justice, and that was the main thing, I think.
Has it hit you yet what ambassadors you have become for your sport? Canoe, slalom, C2 is what you guys won in, and it's not one of the big sort of glamorous sports in the Olympics, and yet everybody who's won gold or performed well in some of those lesser known sports have really catapulted them into the public consciousness, and you guys can follow up on that now, and the sport's got to follow up on it, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great responsibility that we have now for sure, but you know, the sport that we love, canoe slalom, we've had, you know, so many good years and interesting years out of it. It's changed our lives for the better, you know, there's no doubt about it, and now we have the chance to kind of give it back some of what it's given us, and hopefully pay it with interest. It is this right chance right now.
And what I should say is right here, in fact just up the road at Northampton, there's a pretty good facility for doing your type of event.
Yeah, I mean, there's facilities all around the country, you know, that's the great thing about canoeing, is there's little facilities, bigger facilities for all sorts of different levels of canoeists, whether they're just beginning or, you know, getting more experienced. And it's really, really great that, you know, when you get into a club, in your local club, you'll get to find out these places which are probably nearer than you'd imagine.
Tom Christensen coming in the pits in the number 2 car. We'll go to Nick in a moment, but just to finish off, I don't know whether there's anything to do with you. I'd like to think it was, but we live on the River Middle Nen, and I have never seen so many people hiring kayaks and canoes and just going out for pleasure, never mind for competition. Guys, Tim Bailey, Etienne Stock, thank you very much indeed for entertaining us through the 17 days of the Olympics. Congratulations. Wear the gold medals with pride, and know that every single person around here, motorsport fans as we are, we're cheering all of you guys in Team GB to the hills.
That was great. So thank you so much to everybody.
Cheers.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
I'll shake your
Cheers.
hands, and then I can say I've shaken gold medalist hands. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us.
See you. All right. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Nick Damon down in the pit lane. Oh, I can't do that because I've just swapped the channels over. Nick, sorry about that. Give me 1 second. Nick Damon down the pit lane.
So while we were listening to Olympic heroes, one of the world's biggest motorsport heroes, 8 times or 9 times won Le Mans, I keep forgetting, 8-time Le Mans champion Tom Christensen just came in for a completely standard stop. Fuel only, didn't take the tyres, which is going to mean that when Alex comes in and out for his shorter stop, they're going to be very, very close on the roads, so they certainly aren't stroking at home. They're still really pushing half a second overall, John.
And Tom Christensen there, 53 seconds in the pits, 49 litres put in, which meant that he still had about 10 litres left in the tank, and yet it was a 29-lap stint for Christensen. I was getting a bit concerned because whilst it was great listening to the Olympians, I was worried that Tom Christensen was staying out too long.
Actually, not necessarily, Paul. They're just fueling to the end.
Yeah.
So they won't need to brim the tank.
Exactly. But what the point was that he managed to make the fuel last for 29 laps. Admittedly, that included safety car, but no, you're right, Nick. It didn't have to be fully fueled up, but it does mean that he was able to use the fuel that was in the car whilst the safety car was out. Tom Christensen is always very economical.
I think it's interesting. I said to you before the race, I thought the Ultras would go longer, and you said you weren't so sure, but they kept that advantage from Spa, where they could go 1 or 2 short circuit laps further. Unfortunately, the way that things have fallen, it's not fallen quite right for the Ultra car, but they now have a real chance of fighting for the battle for seconds. I think it's going to be really, really on after the final stop for the Toyota in about 20 minutes' time.
Well, that's right. That's going to be the crucial thing, is when and for how long the Toyota comes in. And then the second crucial thing is whether the hybrid Audi, the number 1 car, Andre Lotterer, can make it through to the flag. Because you posed the question, it's going to be a 48-minute stint for Andre Lotterer. But I think by just tempering his lap time a little bit, he should be able to make that through to the flag without another stop. But
Audi, Paul, think the Toyota will take less fuel than the number 2 Audi on its final stop, around about 7 seconds.
No, I'd agree with that.
I don't think either Audi will need to make another stop.
Okay. Came in from Martin Pass just a couple of minutes ago. Sorry I went quiet there. I was allowed to hold an Olympic gold medal.
Oh, that's not fair.
And I may not recover from that for quite some time. It's not even mine, and I'm getting emotional about it. Good God, I don't know how these guys have managed to keep going, having won through their own efforts, through their lifetime of sport and achievement. We've got, 36 minutes left to go. Still battles in the classes. So Stefan Sarazan has come into the pit lane in the leading HPD, the Starworks car. That is the P2 leader in 8th position overall. Hopefully, Nick, that looks pretty standard.
Yeah, that's quite standard. So they got past the ADR car just on the stagger of stops? Because the ADR car was in about while you were talking to the canoeists. Our gold medal canoeists, I should say.
Yeah. It's an extra stop. It's one extra stop from them. The Toyota guys look fairly relaxed in the pit lane. The last time we saw them, I can't get my heart rate back down. I cannot get my heart rate back down. It's quite remarkable. Johnny Palmer's in the studio with me. Nothing to do with motor racing, but that is a fantastic couple of guys there, both Tom and Etienne.
Well, I saw things around their necks and I thought, oh, they're just passes for the event. The gold medals won't be with them. You know, they'll be stowed away somewhere else back at their homes. And then both of them pulled out gold medals. And so I've held one, you've held one, and we've had our photograph taken. Quite incredible. I didn't expect that at all, John.
I'm completely blown away from it. I was never more proud than what we did in the Olympics, staging it and the way we competed and the way everybody supported it. Jean Charoux then has taken over the lead in the ADR car on the pit stop, and that will be a battle to the flag because we've seen those guys pretty close together. Next time they come round, I'll give you a rundown on that as we are moving in towards the last half hour. Still Audi number 2 from Audi number 1 from the number 21 HPD Honda of Danny Watts as far as the Michelin Green X Challenge, clean, fast and efficient, is concerned. How's things going in GT Pro? Well, Jimmy Bruni is now ahead of James Walker from Andrea Bertolini. First 3 cars are all Ferraris and presumably now going to the end. Darren Turner's made his extra stop and is down in 4th position, and that means Adrian Fernandez is not getting in that car, Paul. Certainly hasn't been so far, unless there's been a transponder issue.
Well, there shouldn't be transponder issues because they're not allowed to happen. But it does mean that Darren Turner, as you say, is staying in the car on that pit stop, which was a little bit longer. It was
He's not in the car, guys.
over 3 minutes. Sorry, Nick.
He's not in the car. I can see him.
Darren Turner is not in the car?
No.
Okay, so it is a transponder issue. Transponder issues need to be rectified by the team manager.
Yeah, he is standing not very far. I assume, therefore, that second stint by Darren Turner was actually Adrian Fernandez.
Not necessarily, but why don't you go and ask him?
They're having a conflab with Dr. David. He's turned up. I will go and grab him in a second.
Okay.
Bear with me.
It's now changed over to Stefan Mucker in the car. So we will find out whether Adrian did get in the car in a moment. In AM, it is Marco Ciocci in the AF World Trip car, the 61, by around about 36, 37 seconds from Julian Canal in that ever-reliable number 60 Corvette from Christian Reed, who's only a second behind. That's still the battle on the track in terms of podium battles that are close. That's been banging on for the last 3 hours.
John, I'm with Mr. Turner. Darren, first things first. We don't know if we've been transponders, but has Adrian actually been in the car today?
No, not so far, and unlikely now. He's obviously the first part of the race was going well, and with all the timings in the safety car, it was like he's only going to get a short stint. And we basically, I think they decided to put Stefan back in because he's got 30 minutes or just over 30 minutes to try and claw that podium position back. So yeah, they've decided to not put Adrian in the car. But the transponder, I think it's saying I'm still in the car now, but magically I'm here.
It must be quite galling that you're going fast, the car's performing well, but you're losing out really on fuel consumption.
Yeah, I think we're very equal to the Porsche. Both the pit stops I saw, that they just gain a little bit, but it's, they're away quick. But it's like 1 or 2 seconds, so you can accept that. But the Ferraris, they're running, I don't know, maybe it's 4 or 5 laps longer, 6 laps longer. So it's 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 a fair bit longer than what we can do, so it saves them a stop, which is you're never going to catch that up on the circuit. So yeah, it's just how it is. But we saw that at Le Mans, and unless something changes, it's just going to stay like that.
Good luck to get that podium back.
Thanks very much.
Darren Turner, very much at his home race. And
that's a tough call, isn't it?
It is a tough call. It is a tough call. Kyle Hall, at Kyle_Hall1844, has tweeted to me at Specutainment. This is a fair point. Maybe we should give a bit of credit to Gulf Racing Middle East, still ticking like a clock, and seemingly no off-track excursions today. Fair point. Fabian Giroir, they've had awful luck with broken bones in that team. The 29 car is in 18th position overall. If you prefer, that's what, 11th, 10th in its category.
That's a good call, because we've not mentioned it, which means it's not done anything wrong and it's been trotting around reliably.
Absolutely, and happy to do that. You know, I am critical of certain drivers and cars when they do things wrong, and it's only fair to say we haven't spoken about them today. We've not seen them off the track. They haven't, at the moment anyway, put a wheel wrong, so fair play to them, yeah.
The only man that might disagree is Nelson Panciatici, who felt like he was being held up, and we saw all of the gesticulation on Wellington Straight down towards Brooklands, but
yeah,
that's okay. Down to opinion, I think.
He was trying to put a lap on them, I think, at the time. In fact, he had put several laps on them at the time. And also, Phil Rennick, at Phil Rennick, again to at Specutainment at Radio Le Mans. After 5.5 hours of racing, the fastest time of the ADR Delta and the Starworks P2 car are identical to the 1,000th of a second. And again, just what Paul was talking about half an hour to go, and all these things would be quite interesting if they were in a 20-minute sprint, but the fact that all this is coming together after 5.5 hours of racing is frankly quite remarkable. And it's now 51 seconds Verts to Christensen.
And Toyota in the pit lane, boys.
Oh.
So it'll be this lap, or probably next lap, I think, as they're just getting ready, and they do tend to stand out for a while for some reason.
Okay.
If they are in, then they're coming in earlier than they need to. They've got fuel up to lap 186 by my calculations.
They're 27 seconds behind Andre Lotterer. It's going to be a real dash for cash, isn't it, at the end of this? Can't afford to put tyres on, I wouldn't think, Paul. They've got to send Alex with the tyres that he's got.
Yeah. No, well, he's just coming out of the loop at the moment, heading down the Wellington Straight. So he's got 2/3 of a lap to go yet until he gets to the pit lane. And just trying to work it out, we've got, as you say, just under a half hour to go. And I need to look at this sheet. Just looking for... bear with me for a moment whilst I unconfuse myself.
Well, just confirm there are no tyres ready for the car. This will be a simple splash and dash, boys.
Yeah, but there we go. So another 16 laps to go will take us up to. No, both the Audi. I'm happy that both the Audis can get through to the finish without any further fuel stops. Certainly the Christensen one can, and I'm pretty sure now, as a result of the safety car having been out, that was the crucial thing, the second safety car, because it was a double whammy. Not only did it improve the fuel consumption, so it reduced the fuel consumption of the cars whilst it was out, but it also meant that the number of laps that the cars would have to complete became less because they were running slower, so it kind of helped them on two fronts.
And here comes the Toyota down the pit lane. Its lights now quite bright against the, I wouldn't say gathering gloom, but obviously it is beginning to get slightly darker as we enter the evening tide here in the late summer in Britain.
Oh, a bit of cloud cover as well, which is nice.
And a waggle there for some reason. I'm not sure why he waggled it so much. Whether they're still trying to get rid of pickup, which appears to be an issue in this temperature range, but they have the stop. The fuel is attached. I'm not sure how long it'll be attached for.
About 7 seconds out, I think.
It's
5,
still there.
6, 7 now. It's
Still
more
on.
than that.
Gone. Whoosh. Bang. And that's the last stop, hopefully, for the Toyota, and that's going to propel them to the podium, but will it be second or third? That's the question.
Very interesting. Michael Gerard says we could see from the pit grandstand that car 97, the Aston, overshot its pit box in the last pit, and they seem to have an issue under the car. Cost them about 4 minutes or so. It's a shame that
the Toyota car passed comfortably ahead of Christensen in the Audi, having come out of the pits, and it is 11.6 seconds ahead of Tom Christensen in the Audi. So Toyota second, Christensen third, but 11.567 seconds separating the two, with 26 minutes remaining.
Alex Vert's trying very, very hard indeed as he goes up the inside of one of the P2 challenges there, out of the final corner. Some time ago, Paul, you might remember, with about 2 hours and 14 minutes to go, I said, I really hope this chap who's listening on his waiting for his delayed flight from the West Indies doesn't get to hear the end of the race. He says, bad news, flight aborted during takeoff. Good news, back at the gate, can listen to the rest of Silverstone. Glass half full for Jason Owens. Thank you, Jason, for that. And here's a question for quick discussion as we're getting down to the important part of the race. Why is the 458 not as dominant in the American Le Mans Series as it is here today? It's a good question, to be honest, because
shall I ask a Ferrari driver?
Well, the thing is, they've got even more performance brakes in the States than they have here. So why don't you ask a Ferrari driver then, Nick?
Johnny Cocker. The Ferrari is showing a tremendous turn of speed, a tremendous advantage, which for some reason it doesn't always show around the world. Is there any idea why it's so suited to European tracks?
I mean, I was just having that discussion with the team manager there, Tim Sugden. I said it's the first racing car I've ever driven where you almost forget what you're doing. The car just works, no problem. Engine feels perfect every lap. Brakes, no problem. The Dunlop tyres are working fantastically. I think it's just the whole package just works together so nicely. And that's where you see, and that's where the results come from. It's tenths each sector every single lap for 6 hours.
Now, of course, you've driven in the US for a couple of years, both in prototypes and in GT cars. I mean, is there something about the type of track here, or just how the 458's developed, that makes it seem to be working much better in these European series and World Series than it does in the American series?
Yeah, I think the Ferrari's very strong in high-speed corners. I know for myself, the American circuits tend to be a bit shorter, bumpier, slower corners generally, and I think that kind of plays into the hands of the more mechanical grip cars like the Porsche and the Aston Martin. Once you come to a circuit like Silverstone or Spa or anything, you know, Le Mans, any of the big, long, flowing, smooth tracks, the car just comes into its own. So the aero really starts to work, and everything just, you know, just works really. So I think that's probably where it is really. The engine as well, you know, it's all kind of, you know, it's not like the Porsche and the Aston where it's a load of torque, low down, and then tapers off. This is all near the top, and it's all about carrying speed and momentum, and it's just a different driving experience really. So
one you're enjoying, and I know we've got 3 minutes to go, but I take it you're rather chuffed with potential second place then.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, we've arrived here as the newbies, if you like, and I think we've raised a few eyebrows, and that's all we could have hoped for. And you know, Jimmy and Giancarlo are no mean feat to kind of beat those guys, so we're happy to come second to those, and let's see what happens. Yeah, we've still got 20 minutes left, and it just shows that anybody can have a problem, so we're just fingers crossed.
Johnny, thank you very much, and that's your answer, I think.
Yes.
Or one of the answers, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm not certain it's one thing. Pete Marchman says, as we're looking towards the end of the race, surely the story of today is Toyota and what marching forward can mean for them, and please can we have 4 more WEC rounds like this? Can't disagree with that. It has been a very good run by Toyota. That's not to take anything away from Audi, and certainly this is not over yet. The gap is 15.8 seconds between Vert and Christensen for second, lapping almost to the 10th last time around. But again, must make the point that these guys were not expecting to be the competition for Audi, even at this stage of the season. And just running one car, there's obviously disadvantages in terms of how many bullets you have in the gun, how much data you collect. Audi, I'm sure, are delighted to have some competition. I think a little further down the road, they will not be counting their chickens at all, certainly for as early as next season, Paul, because you've got to think that what Toyota have learned in such a short time and put into action will stand them in cracking stead for the start of next year.
And the other thing it will do, I said, hopefully, is to encourage the others.
Yes.
Because Toyota, by doing this, okay, they've got a good facility in Cologne where the whole thing's been put together. It's not like they've just burst upon the scene with
That's
nothing.
a fair
I mean,
point,
they've come with a great deal of preparation, even though they've only just started racing this year. But it does show what's possible. And if there would be other manufacturers out there looking for a way of promoting their brand, and they're not doing very well in Formula One, or they're not even in Formula One, they're not even in motorsport, then it shows that you can do it. It can be done. You make the appropriate appointments, you team up with the right kind of people, and who's to say Ford might be in this, General Motors might be in this. These are the sorts of people that might be looking in and saying, let's do it, let's get on with it. And if Toyota can do it, then why can't we? I take exactly what you say. Toyota have done a great job, but if it encourages the others, then that's even better. Because what this championship needs more than anything else is more manufacturers in LMP1.
I think something else you won't see is you won't see Audi running two different cars next year, because they'll want to maximise the... They keep saying how similar the cars are, but they're not. You have to listen to how Tom Christian was talking about the completely different way the cars brake and turn in because of the harvesting on the front wheels. And they've got this luxury of being able to run two cars, which are not the same. And I'm sure for next year that won't happen. They'll all be I'm sure they'll all be hybrids, because they need to have that ability to cross-fertilise between their various drivers and teams if they're going to fight a very, very professional, very quick car from Toyota.
If you're on the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective, the forum at radiolemans.com, or you're following at Radio Le Mans, you'll see the final competition question for a Sim Raceway SR1 Steel Series wheel. And you will need to get that in before the end of the race, which is 20 minutes away. The other thing I should say is I still believe, gentlemen, that the big gain, the big area where gains will be made is understanding that harvesting, whether it's the electrical side of it or the electromechanical side and the flywheel that Audi use. We've heard the drivers talking about the fact that once the flywheel's spinning up to maximum speed, it can't take any more energy. Quite obviously, they need to get their heads around that and work out how they can optimize balancing the car on the brakes by using that regen. And until you've driven a car that has some form of electric propulsion, and I have to say I'm very lucky, thanks to the guys at Nissan, for allowing me to drive the Nissan Leaf RC, which is a full electric car. It has no internal combustion motor at all, and you feel the power of regenerative braking without having to use the Brembo brakes that were on the car. It is remarkable, and being able to balance the car with a switch on the steering wheel that changes the amount of regen in the same way as you would have a brake bias switch, and understand what that's doing to the car and how it brakes and turns in. I think they're only scratching the surface of that at the moment, and that is where the big gains will be made. And it will also mean they'll be able to harvest more power. We've got to open up how much power is allowed to be used by the hybrid.
Well,
the more the merrier.
I think that's the key, John, because what I suspect the ATO are looking at and the FIA are looking at is ways of tweaking the regulations, rewriting the regulations to enable greater percentage of hybrid power to be delivered in order to encourage the engineering developments. Because the teams want an excuse, but they want to have ways of getting different ways of making their cars go, rather than just refining, which tends to be the way in Formula One. And so I think what you'll see in certainly next year's regulations is an increased availability of hybrid power.
Well, it was Peugeot who wanted it capped where it is now, at half a megajoule? Yes, half a megajoule. And there's no reason for that. Peugeot aren't here anymore.
Precisely.
Open it out.
Precisely.
Anything that you can get under regen should be free. And there is the big driver forward, and that will really focus people's minds on how to make that regenerative braking, the electrical or electromechanical regenerative braking work. And that has real world implications, because guess what? We start and stop our cars all the time. And whilst I'm still not convinced that a full electric car is the answer to everybody's transport needs, some form of hybrid with regenerative braking could be a range extender that we just don't have at the moment. Range anxiety on electric cars is the biggest thing that's stopping them growing, and the price, of course. But with range extending using regenerative braking and perhaps a small petrol or diesel motor, as we're seeing here, the world is literally going to open up, and it will change how people think. And racing these cars will change how people think about electrical hybrid cars.
P1 Honda, please.
Yeah, well, they've got an NSX. Their new NSX is hybrid drive as well, and there's talk of that being turned into a GTE car in some way, shape or form. Currently the rules don't support that, but that's just a question of somebody rubber stamping a change in the rules.
It's exactly what I was saying earlier on. You either work within the existing rules or you talk to the organisers about changing the rules, and both of those things are happening at the moment.
Well, McLaren have been, have successfully lobbied for carbon fibre GTE cars, carbon fibre monocoque GTE cars. If the road car is carbon fibre, then why can't the race car be? Yes. But then open it up to hybrids as well. You're exactly right. Let's open up the regulations, not close them down. That's when you get true innovation.
My hero of the race is going to be Alexander Wurz, I'm afraid. He is putting in some sterling laps.
Don't be afraid about that. There's nothing to be frightened of.
I'm not. I'm just aware that he's not possibly in the driving seat to win the race, but he's pulled the gap down by 8 seconds in 2 laps between himself and Andre Lotterer. Now, Lotterer's in fuel conservation mode, I'll accept, but he's opening up as well the gap between himself and Tom Christensen, and he's just putting in quick lap, one after another. Even though it's a very tall order indeed, or being the operative word, Alexander Wurz is only drove fantastic stint at the start, and he's driving a fantastic stint at the end. So hero of the race from my book.
8 megajoules in LMP1 in 2014, and that is the right way forward, no doubt about that. So
I believe you can harvest it of anything you want to. You can do damper harvesting, spring harvesting, anything.
Regen with flywheel, capacitor.
Yeah. I mean, I do think it's interesting that what we've got here, at either end of the grid, are a flywheel and a supercapacitor, neither of which are the easy option, which is buying an off-the-shelf curve system from Zytec. So that's something else which I think should be applauded, because I think both of them have tremendous advantages. I think the supercapacitor is a really clever way of going. I know Sam Collins told us it came from their work with the specialist hybrid Supra they had in the Toyota. And they're very confident it's the best way of going. And of course, you just need supercapacitors. It's quite easy to expand them. You just make them a bit bigger, or use slightly more efficient ones. And you just take more. And of course, you haven't got that cycling issue you have with ordinary batteries.
Yes, and you don't have to dispose of batteries either, which is terrible.
Or it seems at the moment that flybrid overdriving issue that Audi can't get. Well, they can't get round. Just this Mark 1 version has. I'm sure the Mark 2 version won't have it.
Well, use more power is the answer to that. I'm looking for nominations, not necessarily of the drive of the race, but certainly the spirit of the meeting for the Robin Goodman RadioLeMans.com award from you guys. I'll take some thoughts closer to the end of the race, which is only 13.5 minutes away. Andre Lotterer still leads it. It's 22 seconds between Wurz and Christensen, and it's going. I mean, traffic could play such a big part here, and there's always traffic out in the circuit. I would say that the battle between Andrea Bellicchi and Danny Watts is not over yet. It's down to 7 seconds, and Danny took 3 of those 3 seconds out of Bellicchi last time around. This is the battle for 4th overall and top privateer.
And he's in the middle of the most horrendous traffic jam, is Danny Watts, but he doesn't care. He's just driving round it.
He doesn't see that.
He very nearly drove over the top of a Ferrari then. Gets it out of the way easily enough. But no, I mean, superb, measured, but controlled, aggressive driving from Danny Watts, and who better to have in your car at the end of the race. So yeah, no, that's going very nicely indeed.
Yeah, driver to drive for your life. 20 minutes at the end of a race. Danny Watts would be in my top 3, definitely.
Yeah, there he goes into the Beckett's S's at the moment, whilst Bellicchi is exiting the Beckett's S's. So they'll be coming down the Hangar Straight in a minute, John. So eyes.
And Jan Charouz has only got 9 seconds on Sarrazin. and Sarazan took a second out of him last time around as well. In GT, that's a little more cut and dried, with Jimmy Bruni leading in the 51 Ferrari from the 66 of James Walker, Andrea Bertolini in third, separated by, well, 45 seconds from second to third, and I think there's almost a full lap between Bruni and James Walker. In fact, there may be now. Stefan Munger is the best non-Ferrari in fourth place in that Aston, and he is 7 seconds in arrears, but took 3 seconds out of Bertolini last time around, so that's a battle for the last step on the podium, at least in GT Pro. And GTM, the 61 AF Corsica, Marco Ciocci is 44 seconds ahead of Julian Canal in the Corvette, who is 17.5 seconds ahead of Christian Reed, and they're all a lap or more ahead of the rest of the field. So still some battles to watch there, and Stefan Mucker closing in on Bertolini is one we need to keep our eyes on, as well as Danny Watts and Baliki for the Privateer Cup.
Yes, Baliki down into Brooklands, the left-hander at the end of the Wellington Straight. Danny Watts chasing him hard. I think for the moment they've managed to get themselves into a situation where there isn't any traffic for Danny Watts to have to worry about. Now that may end up being counterproductive, because Danny's advantage over Baliki seems to be greater in the traffic than it is when there's no traffic. Here comes Baliki now into the Beckett's S's, and where's Danny Watts? There he goes. So it's coming down. But
the change of direction for that Straka car with Danny at the wheel through Beckett's and that complex from the low camera is unbelievable. I love that part of the circuit. Only 2 retirements as well, Paul. Jordan Tresson and Kevin Weeder both coming to a halt at virtually the same spot on the Hangar Straight. So again, reliability, albeit this a shorter endurance race, just the 6 hours.
We've lost one of the GTE Aston Martins, has gone off on the exit into Village, and I think it's the number 98 car. It's the one which Goethe is down to drive. Yes, it's number 98 car, the
Stuart Hall driving that at the moment,
car,
yeah.
Which has come to a rest. I don't think it's crashed. I think it's just come to a rest.
That was the pole. That was the pole sitting car, of course. Stuart did the time in that.
And yes, it's off the circuit to the left as you come into the right-hander at Village Corner. Safely out of the way. I don't think we're going to need a safety car or anything. But yellow flags being displayed nevertheless.
Yeah, getting pictures of that car now, and it is without fire, well off the circuit, as you say, and not in the line of fire, even for someone going off oddly.
And it was Stuart Hall who was driving it at the time.
Yes, it was. Lucas Ordonez in 5th position in the 42 Graves Zytek has just put the fastest lap in for that car.
98, Eduardo, 98.
Yeah. We'll check that car as it comes through. See if.
Information to the pit wall. Car 99 stays at current position. Car 99 stays at current position.
Actually, you might be right.
It is 99.
Yeah, it is. It's my fault. Sorry.
Andrew Howard.
Yep.
At the wheel of that. That's a shame for the ice cream magnate, Beach Dean. I had some of his strawberry on Friday. Very good indeed.
Would an ice cream magnet stick to the freezer rather than the fridge?
Thank you. You'll be going to the podium shortly, won't you?
Oh, thank you very much.
With any luck. Just 7 minutes and 52 seconds. We'll get some reaction from the pit lane before Nick disappears up to the pits. And again, gentlemen, I remind you, spirit of the meeting, the Robin Goodman Award from RadioLeMans.com. Completely unofficial. There's no trophy to be handed over, but can be anybody you like. And I will take, I'll give you another couple of minutes before we take your noms for that. just watching that battle. Stefan Mucker, he's got it down to 5.8 seconds between himself and Bertolini for third place in Pro. And Danny Watts is down to 6.5 seconds last time around to himself and the 13 Lola Coupe of Andrea Bellicchi. There's still only 8 seconds between Sarrazin and Charouz, but he's gained another second last time around. So that one, and that's for the leading class, remember. I think time is running out for Stefan Sarrazin, and Jean Charouz may just have enough to hold him off. Had it been the 6 hours and 10 minutes of Silverstone, that might have been a different story. 17 seconds between Christensen and Wirtz, as Christensen does a 46.1 to a 49.4 for Alex Wirtz.
And it's 58 seconds between first and second, between Andre Lotterer and Alexander Wirtz. So Wirtz slower on that lap, but that was an exceptional one. Most of the time he has been lapping more quickly. He's got it down, it's sort of staying consistent over the last 6 laps, but it's still very close indeed. And you were talking about the amount of traffic that's still out there. I mean, we've had very, very good reliability, yes, John. Very few retirements for any reason throughout the race. They've had very good reliability, but that of course means that there's a lot of traffic still about, which means that people are still having to take care. They still have to make sure that every overtaking move is a clean overtaking move.
Phil Rennick says, just realised the Beachstream ice cream car was a 99. Was that intentional? Of course it is. Of course it is. The last 5, the crowd once again has packed into the start line grandstands and in front of the start line grandstands on the bleachers here on the International Start-Finish Straight down towards turn number 1. Championship implications for the result should it stay as it is, as the crew of the number 1 Audi will take over the Drivers' Championship in the World Championship. Audi will clinch the Manufacturers' title in the World Championship if it stays the way it is.
But Stracker will overtake JRM. No,
yes.
they won't. No, they won't,
no, they
sorry.
Won't. Well, they might
So
do. How many points do they need? Because it's now only 4.6 seconds between Danny Watts and Andrea Bellicchi. And Bellicchi had a slightly faster lap last time, so it must have been even closer before I look back at the screen. Stefan Mucker is now just 3 seconds behind Bertolini in the battle in the Pro category of the GTE. Oh my goodness, this is not finished by any stretch of the imagination. Another 2 seconds trimmed away by Stefan Mucker, who is driving like a man possessed. The Audi flags are beginning to be unfurled by the Jost Audi Sports team for Andre Lotterer and the crew of the number 1 car, Benoit Treluet and Marcel Fesler.
We've got the awkward situation as well that the battle between Bellicchi and Watts is closing up on the battle between Bertolini and Mucker.
No, that's great because we can watch it all at once on one
It's going to be
camera.
on one frame, I reckon, John. That's going to be a challenge for some photographers.
Watts is there. He's really starting to close in. And there is the 24 car going through the camera shots. That's a little bit further back. That's Olivier Plat, and been a great day out for families. The 24 car we're seeing because he's just recovered from a spin, Olivier Plat, and that's pushed him back into the clutches of Sam Hancock and away from the back of Lucas Ordonez, with whom he had been fighting.
Bellicchi has gone past Mucker, and Danny Watts, where's Danny Watts? Oh, he's there going through the Beckett setters. He's onto the tail of Mucker as well.
2.9 seconds last time around for that battle between Andrea Bellicchi and Danny Watts. There is Danny turning into Stowe Corner, and can he see his quarry? Yes, he can. The black, gold and red coupe is just ahead of him. He's got a Ferrari between himself and it. It's the 71 car, which is Bertolini, and Bertolini's only got 2 seconds on Mucker. So here they come across the start-finish line. And there is the Aston Martin. It's nowhere near 2 seconds now. It's something like, well, it's spot on 2 seconds. I'll take that back. Spot on 2 seconds on the watch. But it looks closer. It's a fast part of the circuit This is going to be very tight, 2 minutes 24. This could come down to when Andrea Lotterer crosses the line and how many more laps there is to go.
2 more laps to go by my reckoning, John, as Danny Watts goes on to the Wellington straight, right on the tail, not quite right on the tail, but very close behind. In fact, all 4 of them are on the Wellington straight there, and no traffic for them to worry about either. So Danny Watts and Stefan Mucker both doing the chasing. In Mucker's case of the number 71 Ferrari, and in Danny Watts' case, the number 13 Lola Rebellion.
It's come down to this, the last minute and 45 seconds. Andrea Lotterer leads by almost a minute, but the battle's in the classes for the privateers here on Radio Le Mans, brought to you, powered by Nissan and in association with Sim Raceway. Beliki from Watts, under 3 seconds. And for the last step on the podium in the GT Pro category, now under a second.
I reckon it's under 2 seconds between Beliki and Watts. And as the Ferrari and Aston go through, I'll put that at 1.2 seconds. So you can shake it out when it comes out on the timing at the end of the hangar straight where there's a split. And we're into, or at least when... Yes,
where's the leader?
To the last lap, aren't we? The race leader is coming into the loop at the moment, so he is on his last lap.
Yes, indeed. Last lap graphic has come up on the timing screen, and it is Andrea Lotterer onto the Wellington straight. All very well and good with 44 seconds. Time will elapse on this lap, so the next time by will be the checkered flag, and the 6 hours of Silverstone, the 4th round of the FIA WEC, will then be scored. But before then, Danny Watts has got another lap. He'll come past the line here. He's down to around about a second for the win in the privateer category. And that is big news. Sarrazin is still 7 seconds back from Jean Charouz. Jean's done a great job in this last stint to stay ahead of the vastly experienced Stefan Sarrazin. And Stefan Mucker has just done the fastest lap of the race for the Aston Martin, number 97, in his quest. And he's within half a second. He's within half a second of Andrea Bertolini for 3rd place on the podium.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a tow from the Murphy Prototypes car. That was clever. As he came down the Wellington straight, the Murphy Prototypes car was going past, and Mucker managed to get himself into the tow. That helped him, and has got him right now onto the tail of the Ferrari, the number 71 Bertolini-driven Ferrari.
And they need to stay ahead of Lotterer, so they get the extra lap.
They're all on the last lap now. They're all on the last lap. Lotterer's ahead of both of them.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, what a shame.
Yes.
He's gone past them. That means that
you've got Lotterer any moment now, John.
He's coming out of the final corner. This will be the World Championship for manufacturers for Audi. They're on the pit lane. They're waving the flags. There are the cheers from the Yost Audi crew. But what about the battle in the GT categories? Mucker and Bertolini are together coming down towards us. There goes the 2nd place car of James Walker. There goes the Stracker. And he hasn't. Oh, he's pulled right up along. It was 0.6 of a second between Beliki and Watts at the line for the Privateer Cup. And I'm still waiting to see where are Bertolini and Mucker. They haven't come through.
Coming into club now.
Looking across to our left, we'll only see them as they hit the line. I can't tell you how close they are as they come out. Oh, it's a spin! It's a spin! Bertolini's been turned around a club corner. Just got the picture of it in the dying moments of the lap, and he's stuck in the gravel trap. And where is Mucker? There he is. The 97 car will go through into 3rd place. Andrea Bertolini will be stuck there. Jimmy Bruni still to finish. Alex Wirtz come through in 2nd place ahead of Tom Christensen. Well, it was drama right at the end. Ant Davidson still sidelined after that injury at Le Mans. There goes Tom Christensen. They will give up the lead in the championship for drivers. But drama at the very last corner and beached in the kitty litter. And down the outside, Mucker was looking very racy. He gets position on the outside, and there's contact in the braking area between the pair of them, and it's contact twice. That is going to have to be looked at from both cars. As Stefan Mucker appeared to have position on the outside, but was trying to go the long way around. And there is Jimmy Bruni going across the line to win that category. Nick Damon.
Here's down with the celebrations at Audi and he turns around with Ralf Juttner. Ralf, congratulations. First and third, happy with that?
Yeah, it's a little bit of pity for the number 2 car because we had some issues. I mean, we had the first tire change. That was a fuck up, let's say, really. The tires weren't ready in time. And then we had a puncture, and that was it for that car. But it wasn't that clear, I have to be honest. The last yellow helped us because it got us away with the last pit stop. It did not for Toyota, and I think that was it was a very tight race. It was a very tight race, and we weren't that sure that we were going to win, I have to admit. I had a good race, a clean race, very good. Admittedly, they were quicker on the track, but had less fuel mileage and a little slower stops. And that was what helped us, plus the last yellow, we have to admit. But an interesting race.
Thanks, Ralph. And once again, the emotion in the second language has got the better of our interviewees. So apologies for the language in that interview. But again, emotion was powering. And let's see if I can grab a quick word with Benoit Trollier. Benoit, congratulations. In the end, your stop and go didn't make any difference.
No, it was pretty cool race. For sure, the stop and go was not very good for us, but finally the safety car helped us. But even without that, I think we could have a good opportunity to win. I'm very happy about it. It's our first victory, not in Le Mans, so for 1,000 kilometers, I'm very happy.
Thank you, Ben.
Up to the podium for Nick Damon, and thanks for his efforts in the Powered by Nissan pit lane. And again, apologies for the language there. Emotional, yes, everybody in this sport is, but we understand anyone that speaking in a second language. There is the damage on the right front of Stefan Mucker's car, and that will be looked at, I am sure. So let's call the results provisional in GTE Pro. At the head of the field, Andrea Lotterer takes the manufacturer's crown in the FIA World Championship. You can see you saw it happen here when Audi became FIA World Championship manufacturers for the World Endurance Series by 55 seconds at the end from Wirtz, with Tom Christensen 20 seconds further back, and the number 1 squad, Andrea Lotterer, Trellier and Fesler, taking the lead in the Drivers' Championship over their teammates with that victory. Andrea Pellicchi and Danny Watts for, respectively, the Lola Rebellion Toyota team in 4th and Straka HPD Honda in 5th. What a race they provided. 0.6 of a second after just over 6 hours of racing. Magic stuff. In P2, Jan Charouz held off Stefan Sarrazin. It got within 5.5 seconds at the end. Brilliant stuff by Jan Charouz, holding off a vastly experienced man. So that was the 25 ADR Delta from, well, on site virtually here at Silverstone, ahead of the Starworks team. And in 3rd place, the 26 Signatech G-Force Nissan. In Pro, as we said, GT Pro, that will be provisional certainly for 3rd place. But it was almost a Ferrari washout, with Jimmy Bruni in the 51AF Corsa car winning from James Walker and Johnny Cocker for JMW. Great debut in the series for JMW and the 66 car, with, at the moment, Stefan Mucker in 3rd place for Aston Martin. Well done to Matt Griffin and the rest of the 61 team. Mark Mocciocci did a great job as well, bringing the car home ahead of the Corvette of Julien Canal and the 50 squad. And in 3rd place, Christian Reed was the best Porsche. Whew. Unbelievable stuff. Paul Truswell, your nomination for the Spirit of the Meeting?
Can I give it to one person?
Yes, absolutely.
Then it goes to Alex Wirtz.
Yeah, okay. Johnny?
I really like John Martin's opening stint in the 25 car.
Okay.
He stayed in there for a long time and really put the 25 team in the best possible place to take the victory.
I'm going to say Alex Wirtz, because even in the middle of that, he was nice enough to talk about us, and he's been listening to us. So let's say Alex Wirtz takes the completely unofficial and no trophy handed out Robin Goodman Spirit of the Meeting Awards.
Can I just give a special commendation as well to Silverstone Circuit? Because if you hadn't had let me have a driver, I was going to have the Silverstone Circuit team, because I think they've done a great job this weekend. I agree. They've put together an excellent race meeting, and it's run very well.
And I think we have to add to that Gerard Neveu and his hard-working team at the FIA WEC. They have made a difference. They are taking on the ELMS for next year, and I think that's good news for all of us, spectators and teams and sponsors alike. Well done to Toyota for taking their first podium in the FIA WEC. Very good stuff indeed. And I think we'll expect in the next 4 races another great battle between two massive giants in the automotive world, and Toyota have stepped up to the plate very well indeed. We're waiting to hear from Nick Damon down on the podium. There will be a number of celebrations. Get yourself down towards Club Corner and have a look at that, and make sure that you give all of our contestants and competitors their due deserts after 6 grueling hours of racing that, remember, only saw 3 retirements. On a personal level, I'd like to thank Tim Bailey and Etienne Stott for letting me hold an Olympic gold medal and for waving the green flag. I still haven't quite got over that. And all of you spectators here at Silverstone and all of our listeners around the world at radiolemans.com, on Audi TV and Motors, etc. We've had a ball doing this. It's been a real community experience as we've brought this endurance racing community together. I hope you want to come and see some more endurance racing in the UK. I'll remind you that the Britcar 24 Hours is here at Silverstone later on in the year, and there will be more WEC races around the world that you'll be able to tune into on radiolemans.com. Nick Damon is waiting for us, and we'll get down to him in just a moment. That's perfect.
I'm much louder.
Perfect timing.
Deafening everyone out here.
Perfect timing, Nick.
Gathered with the trophy, just waiting for the drivers to come up. Looking over a sea of team members, a sea of a tributary of photographers, and a very decent crowd who stayed into the stands opposite this revised new wing podium. So thank you all for coming to watch the presentations. There'll be 4 of them, 4 podiums, 1 overall, 1 for P2, 1 for GT Pro, and 1 for GT AM, John.
Yeah.
So we're still waiting to see where the drivers are. I'm sure they're celebrating beneath us. I can see the top 3 cars.
Nick, just to let you know, the pit lane has been open to the public.
Cooling them down.
Nick, just to let you know, the pit lane has been open to the public and people are making their way down towards you, so you are going to have quite a big crowd down there.
This is giving time for, especially the Toyota team, to walk up the entire length of the pit lane and find the podiums.
Amazing scenes beneath us now as the pit lane is filling up with teams and spectators, and everyone else
really
is
is whether
making
the
their way.
drivers have decided to go up and round and back in the insides of the Silverstone Centre, or they're just going to come up the stairs, which have been significantly quicker. But as always, that's always a question.
Plenty of audience participation required in these presentations, please, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
can see some drivers arranging and arriving and gaining hats.
Huge crowd down at Club Corner for you there, Nick.
I think we'll be underway in a second. Yeah, we're still waiting for the couple of the Toyota guys to walk up from the far end of the... it's a long way. I've been walking up to that pit lane all day. I can tell you it's a long way from the Toyota garage all the way up here to the podium. And we're now ready to go. So, welcome to the podium for the 6 Hours of Silverstone, the World Endurance Championship Round 4. And in 3rd place overall, it's Audi Sport Team Yost, Tom Christensen and Alan McNish. And in second, don't jump the gun, and in 2nd place, it's Toyota Racing, Alexander Wirtz, Nico Lapierre and Kazuki Nakajima. And the winner, car 1, Audi Sport Team Yost, is Andre Lotterer, Benoit Trollier and Marcel Fazler, and team manager Ralph Juttner. And the winners of the Michelin Green X Challenge are also already on the podium. There are third place finishers. It's Audi Sport Team Joost, Tom Christensen and Alan McNish. And now the national anthem of the winning entrant. And now to clap, yes, one bit of round of applause. And now to present the trophies for the third place finishers, Audi Sport Team Joost, Tom Christensen, Alan McNish. It's Monsieur Pierre Filon, the president of the Automobile Club de l'Ouest. For our second place finishers, Toyota Racing, that's Alexander Wirtz, Nicolas Lapierre and Kazuki Nakajima. It's Lindsay Owen-Jones, the president of the Endurance Committee. And to present the trophy to our winners, Audi Sport Team Joost, that's Andre Lotterer, Benoit Trollier and Marcel Fazler. It's Nick Adams, the BRDC Director and Group C2 World Champion, 1989. And also, of course, for Ralph Jutner, the team manager. And finally, to present the Michelin Green X Challenge winners, Audi Sport Team Joost, Tom Christensen, Alan McNish. It's Monsieur Patrick Grau, the Vice President of the ACO. And with the trophies now done, I shall allow Patrick a chance to retreat to safety. It's time for the champagne. Thank you, gentlemen. And now it's time for the podium for the LMP2 event within the 6 Hours of Silverstone, the WEC round. A fantastic race and a fantastic entry. So first of all, in third place, car 26, it's Signatech Nissan, it's Pierre Rag, Nelson Pantacici and Roman Rusinov. In second place, it's car 44 from Starworks Motorsports. It's Vincenti Potolicchio, Ryan Dale, and Stefan Sarazan. And the winners of LMP2 are ADR Delta, and that's John Martin, Tor Graves, and Jan Charouz. And their team manager, Simon Dawson. And now the national anthem for the winning entrant. And to present the trophy to the third place finishers, Signatech Nissan, that's Pierre Rag, Nelson Pantacici and Roman Rusinov, it's Tim Bailey, Olympic gold medalist in canoe slalom. And to present the trophy to our second place finishers, Starworks Motorsport, Vincente Potolicchio, Ryan DL and Stefan Sarazan, it's Etienne Stott, the gold medalist at the Olympics in canoe slalom. And to present the trophy for our winners at LMP2, that's ADR Delta, John Martin, Tor Graves and Jan Charouz with team manager Simon Dawson. It's Tim and Etienne. Congratulations to all of you, and of course now it's time for the champagne.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you are leaving us now, please drive safely. Enjoy the rest of your bank holiday weekend and come back and see more motor racing here at Silverstone. Listen to more endurance racing for the rest of the WEC season powered by Nissan and in association with Sim Raceway on radiolemans.com. Would love the pleasure of your company for a live show on Wednesday night at 8.
Podium finish in LMP2.
So still to come, the GTE classifications with Nick Damon down on the podium.
And now the presentation for the LMGTE Pro class here at the 6 Hours of Silverstone, the 4th round of the World Endurance Championship. And in 3rd place, on the last corner of the last lap, it's Aston Martin Racing, it's Darren Turner, Stefan Mucker. In 2nd place, it's JMW Motorsport, James Walker and Johnny Cocker. And the winners, car 51 of AF Course, it's Giancarlo Fisichella and Jimmy Bruni. And their team manager, Cortebetti. I think I got that one right. Beppe, thank you. And now the national anthem of the winning entrant. And to present all the trophies for this class, it will be Sir Lindsay Owen-Jones, the President of the Endurance Committee, and first, in 3rd place for Aston Martin Racing, Darren Turner and Stefan Mucker. In 2nd place, JMW Motorsport, and that is James Walker and Johnny Cocker. And our winners from AF Course, Giancarlo Fisichella, Jimmy Bruni and Corte Beppe, the team manager. Congratulations to all of you. And now it's time for the champagne.
Well, it's while the champagne is being spread. Thanks once again, ladies and gentlemen, for staying around. So many of you down at the club corner watching this. It's been a fantastic weekend, and we have just one set of presentations to go, so thank you for your support. It will be the GTE amateur category with Nick down on the podium.
Congratulations, gentlemen. And now it's time for our final podium from the 6 Hours of Silverstone. It's the Le Mans GTE amateur class. And in 3rd place, it's Team Feldmeyer Proton. It's Christian Reed, Gianluca Roda, and Paolo Roberti. In 2nd place, it's Labra Competition with Patrick Bornhauser, Julien Canal, and Fernando Reis. And the winners of the LMGTE AM class, it's AF Corsa Waltrip, it's Pier Giuseppe Perezzini, Marco Ciocchi, and Matt Griffin. And their team manager, Batti Pregalicio, Pregalicio, sorry. It's not him anyway, that's okay then. And now the national anthem of the winning entrant. And to present all the trophies to the GTE AM class will be Monsieur
World Endurance Championship.
World Endurance Championship.
6 Hours of Sao Paulo.
I want to see you